What if Jon Snow was secretly raised by Daenerys in Essos instead of at Winterfell? A Game of Thrones / ASOIAF. What if Game of Theories? June 7, Chapter 1. The promise of Dorne. The tower was the color of bone. It stood at the edge of nothing, a finger of pale stone raised against a sky bleached to the white of old linen, and beneath it the red mountains of Dorne folded away in shadows the color of rust and bruise. There was no road. There was no path. There was only the dust, and the wind that smelled of salt and stone, and the 7 men dismounting in silence, because they had been riding for 9 days and a 10th, and had nothing left in them to say. Eddard Stark looked up at the tower, and he counted 3 windows. He had counted them before. He counted them again. He was a man who counted things when he could no longer feel them, and on the ride south he had counted the hooves of his own horse against the gravel, the days since Robert had broken Rhaegar at the Trident, the names of dead friends, the silver-white braids he remembered in his sister's hair when she was 9. Lyanna. The name was a stone in his throat. "My lord," Howland Reed said low. There at the door, the white cloaks. Ned saw them. He had not stopped seeing them. 3 knights of the King's Guard. Sir Gerald Hightower, the bull, the white bull, his cloak yellowed at its hem from sweat and salt. Sir Oswell went, gaunt and dark and quiet, leaning on his greatsword as a tired farmer leans on a hoe. And Sir Arthur Dayne, the sword of the morning, slim and grave and beautiful, holding Dawn at his side as though it weighed nothing, when in fact it weighed more than any blade in the realm. There were 6 men with Ned. There would be 7 swords against 3, but the 3 were the 3. He understood that. He had understood it for 1,000 miles. "I looked for you on the Trident," he said, when at last he could trust his voice. "We were not there," said Sir Gerald. "Woe to the usurper if we had been," said Oswell, and his smile was a small white thing in the dust. Ned did not answer that. He did not answer anything. He had a sword in his hand, and he did not remember drawing it. The air was thin, and the tower was the color of bone, and behind the tower somewhere a woman was screaming. He could not hear her. He did not need to. He had heard her in his sleep for months. "Now it begins," Arthur Dayne said, and lifted Dawn. "No," Ned said. "Now it ends." They came down the gravel. There would be men who would write of this fight later, when later existed. They would write of it as a duel of 7 against 3 on a windless plain in a part of the world the songs had no map for. They would name the dead in lists, and they would say that Arthur Dayne was the finest blade of his age, and that Ned Stark survived because Howland Reed was small and quick and remembered no honor about a knife in the back. All of that would be true, in the sense that any songs are true. None of it would be remembered as Ned remembered it. What Ned remembered was this: a circle of dust. The clang of steel that came too fast and too slow at the same time. The sun overhead, white, and the shadow of a banner that was not there. Theo Wall went down with his throat open and did not even look surprised. Martin Castle, Martin who had carried Ned on his shoulders when Ned was 4. Martin dying with his mouth open as if to say something simple and forgotten, like supper, like rain. Ethan Glover stumbling. Mark Riswell on his knees. The sword of the morning everywhere and nowhere like a wind. And in the middle of all of it, Howland Reed slipping under a guard, and a long, thin Cranogman knife rising into the soft place between gorget and chin. When Sir Arthur Dayne fell, he did not make a sound. He set Dawn down first. He set it down as if he were leaving it for someone. Then he knelt slowly, and then he was on the dust, and his blood was a small dark coin on the dust, and his eyes were already gone somewhere else. Ned stood with his sword in his hand, and he was breathing in pieces. There was a high, thin sound, and at first he thought it was the wind, and then he understood it was the woman in the tower. He went to her at a walk. Then he ran. The stairs spiraled like the inside of a shell. 2 flights. A landing of warm stone, a door that was already open, a wet smell. A red smell, the smell of a birthing room, the smell of his own mother's death, the smell he had not smelled since he was 8 years old, and a midwife had ushered him out of a chamber with hands stained to the wrist. He stopped in the doorway. Lyanna was on the bed. She was small. She had always been small. He had forgotten how small. The crown of blue winter roses was on the pillow beside her, dried to the color of an old bruise, the petals curling like fingers in a fist. Her hair was wet against her forehead. Her cheeks were the color of a fish belly. The sheet under her was the color of the sheets in Robert's tent, the night Robert had wept into Ned's shoulder for the woman he had not loved. "Ned," she said. He went to her. He went to his knees. "Promise me, Ned," she said. "Anything," he said. "Anything, anything." His name, she said. Her voice was nothing now. It was the breath under a voice. "His name is," she told him. He did not weep. He could not weep yet. There would be a place for that later, in a long ride north, in a room in a castle by a sea, in the night beside a fire with no one watching. Now there was only the smell of blood and the small, wet sound of his sister's breath, and the bundle she pressed into his hands, which was warm in a way the dead are not warm, which was alive. "Promise me, Ned." "I promise." She closed her eyes. She opened them again just once and looked at him, and her gaze was Lyanna's gaze, the gaze of the girl who had ridden her horse off a cliff because she was bored, who had stolen Brandon's sword and cut her thumb open and laughed about it, who had told their father with her chin high that she would not have Robert because Robert would never keep to one bed, and that look was the last thing of her in the world. Then it was gone. Ned sat. He sat for a long time. The baby in his arms did not cry. The baby in his arms looked at him with eyes that were too dark for a newborn, dark like wet slate, dark like his sister's eyes, and Ned thought, "He is Stark," and Ned thought, "He is Targaryen," and Ned thought, "He is dead. If anyone sees him, he is dead." He thought of Robert. He thought of Robert's face when they had ridden past the Sept of Baelor, and Robert had spat on the bodies of Princess Elia's children, Aegon, the head, the cloth, the blood and brain, and Robert had said dragon spawn, the word slow in his mouth as if he were tasting it. He thought of Robert's hand on his shoulder, Robert's love, which was a heavy thing, a thing that knocked teeth out when it forgot itself. He thought of how Robert would look at this child with the long, stark face and the dark eyes, and somewhere, perhaps, the smallest streak of silver at the hairline, or perhaps not. It was hard to tell with a newborn, and he thought of Robert's warhammer. He thought of Catelyn, who he did not yet know. He thought of the woman in Riverrun, of the wedding bed he had taken on the run from war, of how she had held his face and looked at him for a long moment before letting him ride south. He could not bring a bastard back to her. He could not bring this bastard back to her. Catelyn was a Southron lady raised on Southron pieties. She would do her duty, and she would never love the boy, and a boy not loved was a boy with one foot in the cold. And the moment Robert saw him, the moment the first whisper reached King's Landing that Ned Stark had brought home a child with dragon eyes, he sat with the child, and he did the math of survival in the back of his head, in the dark place behind his Stark face where he kept the part of himself that did not believe his own words about honor. There was a way. He did not like it. He did it anyway. He stood up. He pulled a fresh cloth from the pile by the bed. He swaddled the boy. He kissed his sister's forehead, and her forehead was already cool. He took the crown of blue winter roses and he laid it across her hands, and then he closed her hands around it as if she had picked it up of her own will. He looked at her for a long time. He told her, without speaking, all the things he would have said to her in the years she would not have, the things about Robert and about Brandon and about himself, and about how he had loved her better than any of them, and yet he had not come in time. Then he went down the stairs with the child in his arms. Howland Reed was waiting on the landing, sword still drawn. He looked at Ned. He looked at the bundle. He did not ask. "You will tell what you saw," Ned said. "I will," said Howland. "You will tell that there was no child." Howland's small dark face did not move. He had a wet line of blood across his temple from a glancing blow he had not noticed. There was no child, he said. There was Lyanna, Ned said, and there was fever, and she died of it. Of fever, of fever. Howland looked at the bundle again. The bundle did not cry. It looked back, dark-eyed, calm. Howland nodded once. And the child, my lord. The child, Ned said, and he did not know yet how to finish the sentence, and then he did. The child is going on a ship. The Stormcrow was a small, fast trader out of White Harbor, 100 feet stem to stern, with patched gray sails and a hold smelling of pine pitch and old wool. Its captain was a man named Wendell Ryswell, a third cousin of Lord Rickard Ryswell, a Northman who had spent more of his life on warm water than in any hall north of the Neck. Ned trusted him for 2 reasons. The first was that he had known Wendell since they were both 8, and Wendell had once let him take the wheel of a fishing yawl in the bay off White Harbor, and not laughed when he had run them into a sandbar. The second was that Wendell was a man who took his coin and kept his mouth shut, and never asked a second question if the first one had been answered with a closed face. They met in a dockside taverna in the Planky town, near the mouth of the Greenblood, where the boats of the orphans clustered like leaves on a still pool. Ned had ridden hard out of the Red Mountains, traveling at night with only Howland for company, the child slung to his chest in a cloth like a Cranagwoman's grandchild. He had sent the rest of his men north with the bodies of Wall and Castle and Glover and Ryswell and Dustin, and the body of his sister. They were going to the Stormlands and then up the King's Road in a litter draped in black, and there would be a sept and prayers and a long cortege, and Robert would weep on Ned's shoulder, and Ned would put her bones in the crypt at Winterfell with her brothers, and that was a story for a later day. This was the other story. The taverna had whitewashed walls gone gray from sea damp, and a Dornish woman who served sour wine in cups of green clay, and a parrot in a cage that screamed an old-tongue obscenity every quarter hour. Wendell Ryswell sat in the back corner with his hood up. He was a small man, sandy-haired, with sea-salt eyes. He looked at Ned and he looked at the bundle and he said, "You look like a man come from the bottom of a well." "I have come from the bottom of a well," Ned said. "What is your trouble?" Ned put his hands on the table between them. He spread the fingers. He thought how to begin, and there was no beginning, so he began. "I have a child," he said. "He is not mine. He cannot stay in Westeros. If he stays in Westeros, Robert will find him, and Robert will kill him, and then I will kill Robert, and the realm will burn a second time, and I will lie down in my crypt knowing that I made it burn. He must go east." Wendell sipped his wine. He did not look at the bundle. "East," he said. "East how far?" "To Pentos. Pentos is a long way for a babe. Then it will be a long voyage." Wendell was quiet a long time. He turned his cup between his palms. "There is a man in Pentos," he said at last, "who I have carried cargo for in past years. A magister, fat as a tun and rich as a god and quiet as a vault. He has, in the past, asked me to keep my eyes on certain matters in the West and to tell him what I see, in return for a fair price and the friendship of his house. He is, and I will say this carefully, a friend to a certain old family." "Illyrio Mapotes," Ned said. Wendell raised his eyebrows. "You know him." "I know of him. Jon Arryn keeps lists. I have read the lists." Ned breathed out slowly. He had not told anyone, not even Howland, where he was sending the boy. He had only known, since the second night in the saddle on the long ride out of the Red Mountains, that he was sending him east. The where had come to him in pieces in the night the way a dream comes, and the where had a name, and the name was the name of a fat Pentoshi merchant who had supposedly given shelter to the children of Ares when they had fled across the narrow sea. Viserys. The girl. Daenerys. The girl in particular. Ned was a Northman, and Ned was not a man with great schemes in him, but he had a Northman's eye for the long winter and the long care of a vulnerable thing. He had thought, in the saddle, in the dark, if my sister's son must grow up far from the home he was born to, then let him grow up where there are people who will know him for what he is, and let them be people who have no love for the usurper. Let him grow up beside the children of his own blood. Let him grow up with a cousin who can teach him the language and the songs and the names of the dragons that are not in this world anymore. Let him be hidden inside a Targaryen household, which is the last place the usurper would think to look for him, because the usurper would think Ned Stark would never, ever send a child to grow up Targaryen. It was a small irony. Ned was not ordinarily a man for ironies. He took what was in front of him. "I can take you to Illyrio," Wendell said slowly, "or I can take a letter, or both." "Both," Ned said. "I will not come. I cannot come. If I am missed from the Kingsguard's tower for more than 3 days, the realm will know it, and Robert will ask why, and I have spent every excuse I had on the long ride south. You will take a letter. You will take the child. You will tell Illyrio that I am the man who sent him, and that I will not write again. Tell him my name and his name and no other names. Tell him," Ned thought, "tell him to raise the boy with the Targaryen children. Tell him the boy is the son of my sister. Tell him to tell the girl when she is old enough to understand." The girl, Daenerys. Wendell looked at him a long while. He was not a man for speeches. He said, "You are putting a great deal on a Pentos cheese merchant, Ned." "I am putting it on the only friend the boy has across the narrow sea. And if Illyrio is not a friend, then he is a man who has been a friend to the dragons, and the boy is a dragon, and I will trust the long thing over the short." Wendell sipped his wine. He looked at the bundle on Ned's chest. The bundle slept. The bundle had been sleeping for most of 2 days because Ned had been giving it goat's milk on a corner of cloth, and the child took it like a small, dignified guest who had not the energy to refuse. "What name shall I give him to Illyrio?" Wendell asked. This was the question Ned had been waiting for. This was the question he had been dreading. He looked down at the small, dark head of his sister's child. His nephew, the boy who would grow up never knowing the smell of Winterfell's hot springs in winter, never knowing the godswood with its weirwood and its black pool, never hearing his father's name said in his father's tone, never knowing that his mother had loved her brothers and her horse and a man with silver hair and a sad voice, that she had been the wolf with teeth, that she had been brave. The name Lyanna had whispered into Ned's ear. That name was the name of Rhaegar's line, the name of fire and ash, the name of the conqueror, and Ned could no more send that name across the narrow sea on a piece of parchment than he could send a torch into a barn. "Tell Illyrio," he said, "that the boy is to be called what Illyrio names him. Tell him to use a Valyrian name if it pleases him. Tell him the boy's true name is known to one man, and to one man only, and that man is me, and that I will keep it, and that should the day ever come when the boy is grown and ready, the name will be returned to him. Until then let him be Aegon. Let him be raised under the name Aegon. There were Aegons before in the line. It will not be remarked upon, and later, if the boy chooses, the name can be put aside." He could not even then bring himself to use the name Lyanna had spoken. He told himself. She had whispered it and he had answered, and a promise made over the dead in a room that smelled of blood is a promise that does not need to be spoken twice. He would carry it. The boy would be Aegon in the world. And one day, perhaps, when the world had changed, Ned would write a letter and put it in a box that he would leave in his trunk at Winterfell, with the name in it, and his own hand to verify it, and a seal of the direwolf in melted gray wax, and that letter would survive him, and one day a man with silver hair would read it. Or perhaps the letter would never need to be written. Perhaps the boy would grow up across the sea and never come back, and Ned would die quietly in a bed of Winterfell stone, and that would be the end of the song. He did not know. He never knew. He gave the bundle to Wendell Riswell. He took out a paper that he had been writing for 2 days on a board across his knees by candle and by firelight, and he sealed it with a plain wax and pressed his signet into it. The signet was not the direwolf. He had left the direwolf on his belt. It was a little plain ring of his late mother's, a single garnet in a setting of white gold, no device. He had thought of that, too. A letter with the direwolf on it could be taken as evidence in Robert's court. A letter with no device was a letter from nobody. Magister Illyrio, he said. His name, the letter, the boy, no other ears, no other eyes. Tell him I will know if he uses the boy ill, and I will come. You will not come, Wendell said gently. You will be in Winterfell with a wife and a child in a province to mend. I will come anyway, tell him that. I will. They sat a moment more. Ned was suddenly unable to take his hands off the bundle. Wendell did not pull, he waited. He sleeps, Wendell said. He sleeps well for a Stark. He is a Stark, Ned said. He is also a dragon. The gods will sort which weighs more. The gods are not in Pentos, my lord. There are other gods in Pentos. They will do. Ned let go of the bundle. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. It was harder than coming down the stairs in the tower. It was harder than killing Arthur Dane in the dust. It was harder, he understood, than the wedding bed in Riverrun would prove to be, or the long ride home, or the conversation he would have with Robert in the throne room, or the lie he would tell his lady wife for the rest of her life. The bundle did not cry. The bundle yawned. The bundle's small fist pushed out from the cloth in a slow, grave gesture, like a king's hand from a coverlet, and one tiny finger uncurled, and the finger pointed at nothing in particular, and Wendell Riswell, sandy-haired and salt-eyed, looked down at it and said softly, almost to himself, "Hello, Your Grace." Ned said nothing. Wendell rose. He pulled his cloak about himself and the child. He paid for the wine. He went out into the salt wind of the planky town, and Ned sat at the corner table and watched the door swing shut, and the parrot screamed an old-tongue obscenity in the back room, and the Dornish girl with the green cup looked sidelong at the lord without a man with him and decided he wished to be left. Ned put his head in his hands. He did not weep. He thought of Lyanna. He thought of the crown of dried blue roses. He thought of a fat Pentoshi merchant in a marble hall, and of 3 children growing up in that hall, and of how, if the gods were kind and Ned had a brother's luck, those children would one day grow into a strange small family that did not know its own shape, and would learn to know it and would not be alone. He had broken his honor in a dozen ways in the last fortnight. He had murdered the truth. He had murdered his sister's son's name. He had murdered in his own heart the long-faced, silent man Ned Stark had thought he was. In return, he had bought the boy a life. He thought in that moment that he could live with the trade. He did not yet know that he would have to live with it for 14 years. He stood up. He paid for his own cup. He walked out into the harbor where the Stormcrow was already loosing her ropes. Wendell was at the rail with the bundle in his arm. Wendell raised a hand. Ned raised a hand back. The little ship caught the morning wind out of the green blood and bore east on a long, slow curve over the green water toward the bone-pale line where the sky met the world. And Ned stood on the dock for a long time with the wind in his face, and one hand on the hilt of the sword he had taken from beside Lyanna's bed. The Stormcrow was a small ship. She carried in her hold a king. In Pentos the sun was the color of brass, and the wind off the bay of Pentos smelled of fish heads and orange blossom and a faint, persistent, never-explained odor of incense burned by no one. The Magister's mansion stood on a hill above the harbor, 3 stories of pink marble, a square tower with crenellations of carved fruit and naked nymphs, a domed bathhouse, a long wing of barracks for the eunuchs who guarded the gate, and an inner garden lined with cypress and pomegranate that nodded in the afternoon breeze as if listening to something Pentos itself was about to say. In that garden, on a low cushioned bench beside a fountain shaped like a horse rearing out of stone, sat a small girl of 4 years old with hair the color of moonlight and eyes the color of a violet pressed in a book. Her name was Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. She did not yet know what any of those words meant. She knew that her brother Viserys called her Dany when he was kind, which was rarely, and called her stupid when he was angry, which was often, and that the fat man who walked very softly for a fat man, the Magister, called her princess, and gave her sugared figs and patted her shoulder, and treated her, in a way she did not yet have words for, as a thing of great value that he was holding for somebody else. That afternoon, a man came up the long stair from the harbor with a bundle in his arms. She saw him through the lattice of the cypress hedge. He was a small, sandy man with sea salt eyes. The Magister himself came out to meet him, very fat and very fast, and the two of them spoke a long time in a quick, low Tyroshi that she did not understand. Then the Magister took the bundle. Then the Magister came across the garden to her bench, walking slowly because of his great soft body, holding the bundle in his enormous pale hands as if it were the most fragile thing in the house. "Princess," said Magister Illyrio Mapates, and his voice was a low purr that always made her think of a lazy cat and son, "you have a new playmate." She looked at the bundle. She had not yet learned that bundles could be playmates. Illyrio sat his great soft weight down on the bench beside her. She felt the cushion sink, and lowered the bundle into his lap, and tilted it so she could see. There was a small dark head inside, and small dark eyes that were too dark for a baby, and a fist coming out of cloth like a king's hand from a coverlet, and the smallest streak of pale, pale silver at the very edge of the hairline above one ear, so small you had to want to see it to see it. "His name," said Illyrio, "is Aegon. He is the son of a friend of mine. He will live in this house from this day." Daenerys put out a small, careful finger and touched the fist. The fist opened. The fist closed around her finger. "He is little," she said gravely. "He is little," Illyrio agreed. "I will be his big sister." Illyrio looked at her for a long moment. He had a great soft face, half hidden by a forked yellow beard oiled into 2 long points, and his eyes were small and clever and pale as river ice. Whatever he was thinking did not show. He said very gently, "Princess, there is a thing about this boy that you will not know for many years. When you are older I will tell you. Until then he is your playmate. He is a child of our house. He is to be guarded as if he were your own. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Daenerys, who did not understand, but who knew that the right answer in this house to any question Illyrio asked her in his very quiet voice was always yes. "Good," said Illyrio. She tilted her head and watched the small fist around her finger. The baby was warm. The baby was looking at her. The baby's eyes were gray-dark like the wet stones of the harbor wall, not violet like hers. And yet there was something in his small grave face that she would never afterward be able to put a word to, a sense of recognition, the way you recognize a room you have only ever dreamed of. She did not have those words. She was 4. She only knew that her chest, which was usually a tight little drum in the presence of strangers, was suddenly loose and warm. "Aegon," she said. She practiced it. "Aegon. Yes, princess. That is a very big name for somebody so little. He will grow into it." From a window 2 stories above, a boy's voice, querulous and high, shouted something in Valyrian about who had brought what into his house. Viserys, he was 8 now. He was already too tall, too thin, with a too narrow face, and the silver hair already growing long past his shoulders, and a habit, when displeased, of pinching the soft inner skin of Daenerys's arm where the marks did not show. Illyrio looked up at the window, and his face arranged itself very slightly into the expression of a man preparing to humor a child he found tedious. "Run along to your brother, princess," he said. Tell him there is a new ward in the house. Tell him nothing else. Do you understand? Yes, Magister. Good girl. She slid down off the bench. Her bare feet touched the warm tiles. She paused at the cypress hedge and looked back. Illyrio was looking down at the small dark head in his arms. His face, fat, soft, painted with the morning's almond oil, had on it an expression she had never seen before and would not see again for many years. It was the expression of a man receiving a great inheritance he had not been sure would come. He bent his head. He whispered something to the baby. She heard one word. It was the word Egon. But she would later, when she was old enough to think back on this day and put together what she had seen, swear in the deep place of her own heart that the word she had actually heard was not Egon. The word she had actually heard, very low in the Magister's careful purr, was a different word, a Valyrian word with a long open vowel and a soft last consonant, the kind of word a man says to a child who is not the child everyone is to be told he is. She would not, for 10 years, know what the word had been. She would, for 10 years, dream of it, the way one dreams of a melody from a music room one walked past in childhood. Then she would learn. But on that bright Pentoshi afternoon, with the wind off the harbor smelling of orange blossom and fish heads and incense burned by no one, with a small dark fist around her finger and her great soft Magister whispering names into the cypress shade, the little silver-haired girl of 4 trotted obediently to the marble stair and went up to face her brother. Behind her in the garden, the new ward slept. Behind her, in a tower far away on the other side of the world, a knight in dust set down a sword called Dawn and was already passing into a song. Behind her, in a port in Dorne, a sandy-haired Northman cast off a small ship called the Stormcrow and turned its prow back toward Westeros and the long lie of his life. Behind her, in a room of bone-colored stone, a girl named Lyanna lay with a crown of blue winter roses on her hands. And in front of her, going up the marble stair to the petulant voice of her unloved older brother, with the salt wind in her hair and the word that was not Egon stuck like a small splinter in her ear, Daenerys Targaryen took the first step of the life that had just been quietly, without anyone telling her, changed. She did not know. None of them knew. But the song had a new note in it now, and the note was a Stark note, and the note would, in time, be the note that bent the song. Chapter 2. The Magister's house in Pentos. There are 2 seasons. There is the long hot season, which lasts 10 months of the year and is divided by the people who live in Pentos and care about distinctions, into the season of dust, the season of fevers, the season of melon, and the season when the harbor flies are bad. And there is the short cold season, which lasts the other 2 months and is called, with the precision of a city that does not really believe in cold, the cold season. During the cold season, the wind comes off the bay of Pentos with teeth in it, and the cypresses bend, and the rich close their shutters and burn coals in pierced brass pans, and the poor wrap their children in 2 cloaks instead of 1. Snow does not fall. Snow has never fallen in Pentos within the recorded history of any of its 3,000 magisters. The cold season is, in Westeros terms, a damp October, in the 3rd year of Egon's life in the Magister's house, which was, in the unkind reckoning of the larger world, the 2nd year after the death of the man Robert Baratheon had killed at the Trident, and the 1st year after Lyanna Stark's bones had been laid in the crypt at Winterfell. The cold season arrived in Pentos on a wind that flapped the shutters of the upper rooms like a kitchen towel snapped over a table. The boy Egon was 4 years old. He did not know it was cold. He had been born in the season of dust in Dorne, and had been ferried in a basket through the season of fevers in Pentos, and had survived, by the providence of goats, milk, and the patient cunning of a wet nurse Illyrio had bought from Lies, into a body that was small and dark-haired and very, very alive. He had no fear of weather. He had no fear of anything except when he was very small, the moment Viserys came into a room. The wind moved through the lattices. In the upper gallery of the marble mansion, 3 children sat on a long, low cushioned bench, attended at a distance by a woman in a yellow robe, whose only office was to be there in case one of them screamed. The youngest of the 3 was the small, dark-haired boy Aegon, 4. In the middle was a girl 6 years old, hair the color of moonlight on water, eyes the color of pansies in the garden, who held the small boy's hand in her lap with an absent-minded firmness, as a girl holds a doll she has decided is hers. Her name was Daenerys. On the other end of the bench was a boy 10 years old. He was already too tall for his bones, with a long, thin face that wanted to be handsome and was not quite, a chin that had begun to weaken before it had even fully formed, and silver-white hair that he wore brushed straight down his back in the old Valyrian style, because someone had once told him it was the style, and he had filed the information away in the long, careful list of his small grievances against the world. His name was Viserys, 3rd of his name in the line of the dragon, and in his own private estimation also king of the Andals and of the Rhoynar, and of the first men and lord of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the realm. He was angry that morning because the cold wind had blown a tile off the bathhouse roof, and one of Illyrio's slaves had stepped on his bare foot in the corridor, and Illyrio had been late to breakfast, and the cook had served a melon that was perfectly ripe, but not the very ripest melon that could possibly have been chosen. He had taken his anger out, as he sometimes did, on the only person in the household smaller than himself. "Stand up, dragonless," he said. Daenerys did not move. Her grip on the small boy's hand tightened. The small boy looked down at his bare feet. The small boy had learned, very early in his life in this house, that the safest thing to do when Viserys was in this kind of voice was to be looking at his own feet. "I said stand up." Viserys's voice climbed a pitch. "You, the little one, stand up, walk. You have not been taught to bow. Has anyone taught you to bow? You are in the presence of your king." "He is not anyone's king, Viserys," Daenerys said very softly. "He is 4. Then it is high time he learned. Aegon, stand." The boy looked at Daenerys. Daenerys's eyes were a strange luminous shade in the wash of dusty Pentos sun that fell through the lattice, and they had in them a steady, patient warning that was meant for Viserys and not for him. Daenerys was Dany. Dany was who got him out of trouble. Dany was who, when Viserys had once pinched the soft inner skin of his upper arm hard enough to leave a black violet flower of a bruise, had taken the salve from the slave woman with the yellow robe and put it on the place herself, and said in a low voice that he was not yet old enough to understand, only old enough to remember the tone of. "He is hurting because he is afraid, Aegon. We are not. We do not have to do what afraid people tell us." He stood up. He did not bow. He did not know how to bow. He stood and he looked at his too tall cousin and he held Dany's hand. Viserys made a small impatient sound through his nose. "Magister," he shouted. "Magister." There was a soft pad of bare feet on marble. Illyrio came in. He came in always slowly because of his great soft body, and yet he had a way of being where he needed to be very quickly, as if some piece of him had been there a moment in advance of the rest of him. He was wearing a saffron robe with a border of green pomegranates, and his forked yellow beard was freshly oiled, and his hands were folded over the great pale shelf of his belly. "Your Grace," he said, with a bow that was a degree too low for a magister to make to a child without irony. This ward of yours," Viserys said, gesturing vaguely. "He has not been taught to bow. He has not been taught to address me. He has not even been taught his place. You said he would be educated. You said he would be raised as my page. He is being educated, Your Grace." "In what?" "In Valyrian," said Illyrio mildly, "the high and the low, in Pentos. In the speech of old guys and the speech of Volantes, the merchant pigeon of the slaver's bay, the songs of the orphan boats on the Greenblood, the Andal common which is spoken in Westeros. In numbers, sums, fractions, the casting of accounts. In the names of the houses of Westeros and their sigils. In horses, in a little fencing. In his small clever eyes moved sideways to Daenerys very briefly, a little of the lineages of the great houses east of the narrow sea. He is 4. He is precocious. He is a brat. He is brilliant, your grace. As are you. Viserys subsided into a stiff vain pleasure at the compliment, exactly as Illyrio had calculated he would. Daenerys, 6 and watchful, marked it. She had begun, in the last year, to mark every motion of Illyrio with the small girl's instinct that something here was being managed. She could not yet have said what was being managed. She only knew that the Magister, when he wished a thing of Viserys, would say a flattery first, and then say the thing, and the thing was always the thing he had walked into the room intending to say. She had begun to do it herself. She had begun very quietly to manage Viserys too. "Sit, Egon," she said. The boy sat. Viserys turned away. He stalked to the far end of the gallery and stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the wind in the cypresses, his thin shoulders set in an attitude of put-upon majesty. He had recently begun to study how princes stood in the paintings hanging in Illyrio's long hall, and to copy the postures, and the effect was that he looked, at almost every moment, like a boy doing an impression of a king. Illyrio waited until the prince's back had been turned long enough to constitute a kind of permission, and then he came and sat on the cushioned bench between Daenerys and Egon, with a soft sigh, settling his great soft weight as a cat settles on a sunny rug. He reached out and laid one enormous pale hand on the small dark head of the boy. Was he very loud? Illyrio asked low. He was loud, Daenerys whispered. Did he touch him? Number good, if he touches him, you tell me. I tell you, good girl. Illyrio's hand stroked very lightly the small dark hair. The boy leaned in. The boy did not understand the conversation that was being had above his head, but he understood, with the certainty of children of certain kinds of houses, that this conversation was about him, and that the woman in the yellow robe and the small silver-haired girl with violet eyes and the soft-walking fat man with the saffron robe were all, in their different ways, in the business of keeping him alive. He yawned. He put his head down in Daenerys's lap. Her free hand came up and laid itself, with a competent maternal absent-mindedness she had not been taught but had simply known, across his back. He sleeps, she said. He sleeps well, said Illyrio, for a Stark. She looked at him. She was 6. She did not know the word Stark, but she knew, with the small clear bell note of intuition that small children sometimes have, that the word Stark had been important in the way Illyrio had said it. She filed the word away. She would, in the years to come, take the word out and turn it over and put it back many times and ask Illyrio about it twice, once when she was 8 and once when she was 10, and both times Illyrio would smile his small, clever Pentoshi smile and say, "An old name, princess, an old name from the West, of no concern to us today." And both times she would feel, very small, the prickle of a lie politely told. She filed the word. She held the small dark head in her lap. The wind moved through the lattices. Below in the garden, a fountain shaped like a horse rearing out of stone went on plashing in the cold wind, indifferent to the small political weather of the house above it. This was the household in which Egon grew. Magister Illyrio Mapatis kept 3 children in his mansion, and he kept them in 3 different ways, as a man with 3 different wines in his cellar keeps each in the temperature its making requires. Viserys Targaryen, prince in exile, the 3rd of his name, was raised loud. He was raised in the role he believed he had been born to. He was given a small gold circlet for his hair, and was permitted to wear it at certain dinners. He was given his own apartments in the south wing of the mansion, with 2 bedchambers, a study, a private bath, and 3 slaves of his own, a body servant who dressed him, a steward who polished his small ornaments, and a slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl whose function the household did not name and Illyrio did not ask about. Because Viserys was 12 and Illyrio was a Pentoshi magister, and certain Lyseni girls were a part of how certain Pentoshi households raised certain princes. Viserys had a tutor in Valyrian, a tutor in arms, a tutor in the histories of the 7 kingdoms, a man chosen by Illyrio with a careful eye to bias. He was a Westerosi-born septon of mediocre intellect, who admired Daeron the young dragon and disliked Robert Baratheon, and could be trusted to color the lessons accordingly. And a tutor in Pentoshi etiquette, which last Viserys despised and barely attended. He was permitted to lose his temper. He was permitted, within careful limits, to strike a slave. He was permitted to talk, at endless length, of the day he would come home with an army of 10,000 unsullied at his back, and put the usurper's head on the spike where his father's head should never have been. Illyrio listened to these speeches with a small, attentive smile that did not move below the lower eyelid, and at the end of each one he would say, very mildly, "Your Grace will have his throne," and Viserys would feel briefly and intensely powerful, and Illyrio would go and have his second supper. Daenerys Targaryen was raised differently. Daenerys was raised quiet. She was given a small chamber off the inner garden, with a window that looked into the cypress hedge and another window that looked into the bathhouse. She was given 2 slaves of her own, a tall, grave Tyroshi nurse who oiled her hair every morning, and a small, quick, brown-skinned girl from the Summer Isles who could braid silver into a halo around her brow in 3 minutes flat. She was given a tutor in Valyrian, a tutor in numbers, a tutor in the speech of the free cities, a tutor in the dance forms of Lies and Volantes and Pentos, and at her own request, made very softly to Illyrio when she was 8, a tutor in the writings of the Andals, the histories of Westeros, the long, dull, beautiful lists of who had married whom and bedded whom and killed whom in the West for the last 300 years. She read these histories with a hunger that surprised her tutors. She memorized the houses, she memorized the sigils, she memorized the wars. She would ask the tutor, Maester Pylos, a thin, red-cheeked man Illyrio had quietly imported from one of the gentler citadel-trained scribes that the free cities employed, to tell her again about the Tower of Joy. And the tutor, who did not have the full story, no one had the full story, would tell her what the songs had, that the dragon prince had taken her grandfather's loyal vassal's promised wife, and the wars had come, and the prince had died at the Trident with rubies in the water around his body. He would tell her of the sister of the Stark, the wolf girl with the wild laugh who had died at the tower in Dorne, and had been brought home in a litter to be buried at her castle in the north. He would tell her, lowering his voice as if the wind in the lattices might carry the words back to Westeros, that there had been talk that the wolf girl had been carrying a child, that the child had died with her, that perhaps the child had never been. That who could now say, for there had been no living witnesses besides Eddard Stark and a Cranogman who never spoke, and Eddard Stark had said only, there was no child. Daenerys would listen very still. She had, without any conscious effort, fallen into a habit of asking about the Tower of Joy with one hand on her own knee, and the other hand resting in the curls of the small dark head sitting at her feet. The boy Aegon, who at 8 was a small, grave, dark-haired creature who liked the sound of his cousin's voice better than any other sound in the house, would sit at her ankles like a hound while she had her lessons, and read sometimes from his own slate, and listen, mostly, to her listening. He did not understand the lessons. He listened to her listening. She herself did not, for years, understand why she so loved the lessons about the wolf girl. She would, in time, understand. The 3rd child in the house was the boy called Aegon. He was raised in the open, as Illyrio's ward, a boy of unknown blood whom the Magister had taken in as a favor to a Westerosi friend, whose name was never mentioned. To the household staff, he was the Magister's project. To the visiting Magisters, he was a quiet, polite Pentoshi-trained child who had a strangely Westerosi face and a strangely good ear for Valyrian. To Viserys, he was a nuisance, a hanger-on, a brown-haired half-Pentoshi byblow who had no business sitting in the same room as the blood of old Valyria. Viserys hit him with the back of a hand, the first time when the boy was 6, and Daenerys did not see, and Illyrio did not see. But the slave woman in the yellow robe saw, and the slave woman in the yellow robe, who had a small private affection for the small dark child she had bathed since he was an infant, went and told the cook. And the cook told a steward, and the steward told Illyrio, and Illyrio came that evening into Viserys's apartments and explained, in a voice as soft as a pat of butter, that should the Magister's ward be touched again by anyone in this house, anyone at all, the touch would be repaid in coin of equal weight against the slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl. Viserys understood. Viserys did not strike the boy again. What the household did not know, what Viserys did not know, what the tutors did not know, what the slave girls did not know, what even Daenerys did not yet know, was that the small, dark-haired ward was being raised, secretly, in everything. Illyrio had hired a second tutor for Egon, a quiet, sad-eyed Volantine named Haldon Halfmeister, who came twice a week through a small side gate in the kitchen wing and was paid in silver, and who taught the boy his letters, his sums, his Valyrian, his geography. There was a third tutor, a master-at-arms named Rowley Duckfield, broad and red-faced and patient, who came once a week to a small inner courtyard and taught the boy the rudiments of the sword, the bow, the spear. There was a fourth, an old septa, woolly-haired and Westerosi, who had been a seps reader in Maidenpool before some scandal Illyrio did not explain had brought her east. She came on the 7th day and read to him from the 7-pointed star and from the true lives of the lords of the West, so that the boy who would in time be told his blood was a dragon-s would not be a stranger to the gods and the stories of his mother's country. Egon did not know, when he was 4 or 6 or 8, that these tutors were unusual. He thought that all small, dark-haired wards of all fat, soft Pentoshi Magisters were taken twice a week to a kitchen wing, and taught the difference between an Andal great house and an Andal lesser house, the names of the 7 kingdoms in their proper order, the words of the great houses, the lineages of the kings of the Iron Throne for 300 years. He memorized the Stark words first, because they were the shortest. "Winter is coming," he said one afternoon to his sad-eyed Volantine tutor, and Haldon Halfmeister smiled a small private smile and said, "Yes, child, it comes." What Egon also did not know when he was 4 or 6 or 8 or even 10 was that the things he was being taught in his secret 2 days a week, the Westerosi things, were being taught to him by direction. Illyrio came down once a moon to the kitchen wing room. He sat on a low stool with his great soft body folded carefully around itself, and he listened to the lessons in silence, and he nodded sometimes, and he asked the boy a few questions. "Tell me the words of House Baratheon. Tell me the words of House Tully. What is the difference between a Meister's chain of iron and a Meister's chain of gold? Who, when there is no king, sits the Iron Throne? What does it mean to be hand of the king? Where in the Riverlands is the trident? Where on the trident did Robert kill Rhaegar? When the long winter comes, what wall will hold?" The boy answered. The boy answered better and better as the years went by. The fat Magister, after the lessons, would put his great soft hand on the small dark head, exactly as he had on the first afternoon in the cypress garden, and he would say nothing. He went away. He went up the marble stair to his second supper. He left the door behind him standing open, sometimes, by a hand's breadth, by accident, and the wind through the open door brought a smell from the upper galleries, a smell that Aegon did not for years have a name for, the smell, faint as a memory, of some old burnt incense the Magister kept in a brass pot in a locked cabinet in his solar, and that he would, on certain nights, take down from its place and light, and sit alone with his hands folded over his belly, and stare into the smoke for hours, his pale river-ice eyes the only thing in the room that moved. The smell was the smell of old things and patience. The smell was the smell of a man who has been holding a secret for 14 years, and is content to hold it for 14 more. There came an evening. Aegon was 9, Daenerys was 11, Viserys was 15, when the Magister hosted a feast in honor of the Sea Lord of Braavos' third nephew, who was passing through Pentos on his way to a wedding in Lies, and was the kind of well-connected idle young man whose patronage was a thing. Illyrio kept up the way another man might keep up a wine cellar. The dining hall was lit with 300 candles in iron sconces shaped like serpents biting their tails. The long table was set with green-glazed plates from Tyrosh and pearl-edged cups from Volantes, and the food, brought in on broad silver trays by silent slaves in white tunics, was of the kind that Pentoshi cooks make when they wish to remind their guests that the city is older than any of them. Little roasted larks stuffed with fig and honey, suckling pig glazed black with pomegranate, eel pies the size of a child's head, peacock served with its tail reattached and trembling, sherbets of melon and rose and snow brought in clay jars packed in straw from some unimaginable place. There was wine the color of garnet, and wine the color of straw, and wine the color of dawn. Viserys, at 15, was permitted at the high table. He had been given a velvet jerkin the color of plum, with silver dragons embroidered at the cuffs, and his hair had been brushed and oiled, and he was sitting at the right hand of the Magister, and trying very hard to be a prince, and almost succeeding, because there was, in Viserys when he was sober and clean, and on his best behavior, the trace of something that might once have been a king if it had been raised differently. Daenerys, at 11, was also permitted at the high table. She wore a gown of pale lilac silk with sleeves long enough to hide her hands, because Illyrio had observed years ago that she had her mother's small, thin, nervous wrists, and that the lengthening of her sleeves was an easy kindness. Her hair was up in a coronet of silver braids. Her violet eyes watched everything. She spoke when spoken to. She charmed the third nephew of the Sea Lord of Braavos by asking after his sister, whose health, she had been informed by Illyrio during the morning briefing in his solar, had recently been the subject of family worry. The third nephew was charmed. He spoke to her of Braavos for the rest of the supper. Daenerys filed it all. Aegon, at 9, was not at the high table. He was at the long lower table at the other end of the room, with the lesser merchants and Illyrio's senior factors and the tutors of the house. He was wearing a plain dove-gray tunic and breeches, the clothing of an upper servant, and Haldon Halfmeister was at his elbow. He had been told by Daenerys before the feast began in a brief, careful whisper in the upper corridor, "Eat with your back straight. Do not eat with your hands. When the wine is poured for the toast, you raise your cup but you do not drink. Look at no one too long. If anyone asks who you are, say, I am the Magister's ward. If anyone asks where you are from, say, I do not remember. If anyone presses, look at Haldon. If Haldon is not there, look at me." Aegon, who had at this age the grave, careful self-control of a child who has spent his entire life inside the rules of a household, whose rules he does not fully understand, did all these things. It was the eel pie that undid him. Halfway through the third course, the third nephew of the Sea Lord, drunk on the garnet wine, leaned his soft face toward Daenerys and said, in a common tongue he had not realized would carry, "And your fair little brother down at the foot of the table, princess, the dark one with the Andal eyes, who is he? The hall did not exactly go quiet. The hall was a hall full of Pentoshi merchants and visiting diplomats and slave-served slow Pentoshi noise. It could not be made to go quiet by a single question. But around the high table, a small circle of attention rippled. The Westerosi-born Septon, Viserys' tutor in the histories of the Seven Kingdoms, paused with his cup at his lips. The Tyroshi factor of Illyrio's olive oil concern stopped talking to the Norvoshi merchant on his left. Viserys himself, who at the moment had been laughing at something nobody else had laughed at, raised his too narrow face and turned, slowly, to look down the table at the small, dark-haired boy in the dove-gray tunic at the other end of the room. Illyrio answered. He answered as he always answered such questions, very softly, very smoothly, very quickly before Daenerys could. My ward, Lord Pestario, a foundling of the household, a clever boy, brought to me by a Westerosi sea captain some years ago. I have raised him with my own children. He smiled. He spread his great pale hands. I have, alas, no children of my own. My late wife, the gods preserve her gentle spirit, did not live to bear me one. The Magister's house needs young voices in it. The boy serves. Andal eyes, Lord Pestario observed, drunkenly delighted with his own observation. An Andal foundling in a Pentoshi house, with Targaryens to play with. What a curious little household you keep, Magister. What a curious curious is the word, my lord, said Illyrio mildly. Curious indeed. Will you have more of the suckling pig? My cook tonight is from Myr. She has a way with pomegranate. The pig was offered. The pig was taken. Lord Pestario, who was the kind of man whose attention could be reliably turned away from anything by a glazed piece of meat, was thus turned away. The small ripple at the high table subsided into the general Pentoshi noise of the feast. Daenerys, looking at her plate, let out a small breath she had not known she was holding. But Viserys had not been turned away. Viserys was still looking down the table at the small, dark-haired boy in the dove-gray tunic. Viserys had, in the manner of younger sons of fallen houses everywhere, a long, quiet capacity for jealousy. He had been raised loud. He had been raised in the certainty that the house was a stage and he was the king upon it. The presence of the small, dark-haired ward in the household was, in his understanding, an irritation that the Magister tolerated for reasons of patronage, and that he, Viserys, tolerated because it pleased the Magister, and the Magister was paying for everything. He had grown used to the boy as one grows used to a small, persistent ache in a tooth. He had not, until that moment, ever paid the boy the compliment of looking at him with full attention. He looked. He looked at the long, stark face. He looked at the dark gray eyes. He looked at the small, thin nose. He looked at the slightly elongated jaw and the way the boy held his head, slightly tilted, very still. He looked at the line of the hairline, where, in a certain candle light, in a certain angle, a streak of paler hair than the rest, not silver exactly, but pale ashen brown, the color of wood smoke against a sky, could be seen just there, above the right ear. Viserys, who was vain but not entirely stupid, who had inherited the family madness in moderation and the family quick eye in full, narrowed his eyes. Magister, he said. His voice was lower than usual. Magister, your grace. You will tell me after supper in your solar who that boy is. Illyrio's small, clever Riverise eyes moved across to Viserys. The fat man's face did not move. The forked yellow beard did not even twitch. The hand stayed folded across the great pale shelf of the belly. Of course, your grace, he said. After supper, in my solar. Daenerys, who had heard the exchange, felt her own small, thin, nervous wrists go cold inside the long lilac sleeves. She did not that night sleep. She lay in her chamber by the cypress hedge and she listened. She heard the feast end. She heard the third nephew of the Sea Lord of Bravos handed into his litter to be carried back to his magister host's house in the merchant's quarter. She heard the slaves clearing the hall, the soft drag of cloth on marble, the clink of pearl-edged cups. She heard Viserys's footsteps go up the stairs and along the upper corridor to the magister's solar. She heard the door close. She heard, very faintly through 3 walls and 2 floors, the rumble of Illyrio's slow purr and the high, quick, complaining note of her brother's voice. And she could not hear what was said, but she could hear the shape of it. A question and a long, calm answer, and a louder question and a longer, calmer answer, and at the end a silence, and then a single very loud Valyrian word from Viserys, a word she had heard before only when he had broken a wine cup against the wall, and then the soft pad of bare feet on marble going past her door fast. She got up. She opened her door a crack. She saw Viserys going down the corridor in his plum velvet jerkin with his silver-white hair undone and falling past his shoulders, walking too fast, his thin shoulders set. He went down to the boy's small room in the kitchen wing, the room where Aegon slept, the small, simple servant-style room Illyrio had chosen with care, exactly because nobody who saw it would think the boy who slept there was of any consequence. She heard a door open. She heard, after a moment, a small, startled cry, a child's cry, sleep-startled, and then she heard nothing. And then she heard a very low Valyrian voice that she did not at first recognize as Viserys's, because it was so low and so cold. She did not wait for whatever was happening to finish happening. She ran. She ran down the corridor and down the stair and down the long inner hall to the kitchen wing. Her bare feet hardly touched the marble. Her lilac shift flared behind her like a small flag. By the time she reached the door of Aegon's room, the slave woman in the yellow robe, who had also heard the cry, and who had also been waiting many years for this kind of moment without quite knowing she was waiting, was already there. The slave woman pushed the door open. Daenerys pushed past her. Viserys was bent over the small, narrow bed. He had Aegon by the throat. He did not have him hard. He had him in the way a man grips a small animal he is examining to decide whether it is what he thinks it is, but his thin, pale fingers were around the small, dark neck, and his thin face was very close to the boy's face, and his violet eyes were looking in the candle-stub light into the dark gray eyes of the boy, and he was whispering very low in Valyrian, "Whose son? Whose son? Whose son?" "Viserys," Daenerys said. He did not move. "Viserys, take your hand off him." He did not move. She walked across the room. She put her own thin hand around her brother's wrist. She squeezed. She had small, thin, nervous wrists, but in her chest there was, that night, for the first time in her life, a thing that had not been there before, a thing that she would later think of as the first stirring of the dragon that slept somewhere inside her, the first time she had felt that she was not, in fact, the smallest creature in a room she was in. She squeezed his wrist. She said very softly, very evenly, with no rise in the voice at all, "He is mine. Take your hand off him." Viserys turned his head. He looked at her. For a moment his face was a face she had not seen before, not the petulant prince, not the silver-haired boy doing impressions of kings, but a thin, pale thing with a Targaryen line of madness moving very visibly behind the eyes. For a moment in that look, she understood, in a way she had not before, what her brother was and what her brother would become and what her brother would do, given the chance, to anyone he had not already decided was useful to him. Then he let go. He let go of Aegon's throat. He stood up. He brushed an imagined speck off his plum velvet jerkin. He looked at Daenerys with the violet eyes of a stranger, and he said, in a voice now perfectly calm, "He is no one. He is the Magister's foundling. He is no concern of mine. He is no concern of yours. None at all. Good." He went out. He did not look back. The slave woman in the yellow robe stepped to one side to let him pass. She did not bow. Daenerys went to the bed. The boy was sitting up. His small dark eyes were enormous. There were two faint pink marks at his throat where Viserys' thumb had been. He was not crying. He had never in his life, when frightened, cried. He had instead the long Stark trick, the trick he had been born with, the trick of his absent mother, the trick of the absent uncle, the trick of an entire family of Northerners who had been clamping down on their own faces in front of strangers for 8,000 years, of going very still and very quiet, of folding his fear inside his own chest where it would not be seen, of looking up at whoever was in the room with him as if to ask, with perfect calm, what we should do next. "Dany," he said. "I am here." What did he want? She sat down on the edge of the narrow bed. She took his small hand in both of hers. She thought very carefully about what to say. She was 11. She knew suddenly, with a clarity that frightened her, that whatever she said in the next minute would be a thing that he would remember for the rest of his life, and that it would shape what he was. So she said the only true thing she could think of. "He wanted to know who you are," she said. "He does not know, he suspects. He thinks he has guessed something. He is wrong and he is right. I do not know which yet. The Magister knows. I am going to ask the Magister tomorrow. And when the Magister tells me, when he tells me, I will tell you. I will not keep it from you. I swear to you, Aegon. Whatever you are, I will tell you. Whoever you are, I will tell you. I will not let you find out from anybody but me." He looked at her in the candle-stub light. He nodded. "I trust you, Dany. I know. Will he come back?" "Number," she said it before she had thought about whether she could deliver it. Then she thought about it. Then she said again, more slowly, more truly, "Number, not tonight, not while I am in this house. Tonight you will sleep, and I will sit here, and the slave woman will sit here, and the door will be locked, and the morning will come, and in the morning I will go to the Magister, and I will ask my question, and when I have my answer I will come back. Sleep, Aegon." He lay back. He closed his eyes. He had the long Stark trick of going still, but he had also the small, soft Targaryen trick of being soothed by a familiar voice, and the two together let him slip, after only a few minutes, into the easy breathing of a child asleep. Daenerys sat beside him. She did not sleep. The slave woman in the yellow robe sat against the door. The candle stub went out. The dawn came in slowly through the high small window over the bathhouse roof, and turned the cold marble of the kitchen wing the color of a peach. When at last she rose, very stiff in the shoulders, and went out of the room, she did not go up the stair to her own chamber. She went up the stair to the Magister's solar. She knocked. The door opened. The Magister was already awake. He had not, she would later realize, slept either. He was wearing a long robe of dark wine-colored silk, and his forked yellow beard was unoiled and slightly damp from the bath, and his small, clever river-ice eyes were as alert as if it were noon. "Princess," he said. He was not surprised to see her. "Magister," she said, "we are going to talk about Aegon." "Yes," said Illyrio very softly. "Yes, Princess, I think we are." He stepped aside. He let her in. He closed the door. The wind moved through the lattices. In the upper corridor, a hand's breadth of incense smoke drifted out from under the locked cabinet door, and hung, undisturbed, in the brass-colored morning air, smelling faintly of old things and patience. Chapter 3. The naming the solar of Magister Illyrio Mapatis was a long, high-ceilinged room with 3 tall windows that gave onto the inner garden, and 3 taller windows opposite that gave onto the harbor. The walls were paneled in pale Tyroshi cedar that had been polished by generations of slave hands to a warm caramel sheen, and the floor was a mosaic of small green and gold tiles in the pattern of a great compass rose, with the 4 arms of the wind blowing toward the 4 corners of the room. The Magister's writing desk was an enormous slab of malachite-veined stone supported on the carved heads of 4 bull elephants. On the desk lay an ivory abacus, a brass inkwell shaped like an owl, 3 weighted manuscripts in 3 different languages, a half-eaten honeyed apricot, and a small black porphyry box no larger than a child's fist. the lid of which had been opened and which contained, on a bed of red volantine velvet, a single yellowed scrap of paper sealed once and then unsealed in plain wax, with no device upon it. That scrap of paper was the thing Daenerys was looking at when she came through the door. The Magister had clearly meant for her to see it. He had been holding it, perhaps, when he heard her footstep on the stair. He had laid it back in the box with a deliberate carelessness, the kind of carelessness that in a man like Illyrio was never careless, and turned his great soft body to face her and bowed and said, "Princess, be seated." She sat. The chair was carved Pentos cedar with a cushion of dyed lamb's wool. Her bare feet did not quite touch the floor. "You will have wine," he said. "I will have water." "Water, then, Cassia." He spoke the slave girl's name without raising his voice. She came from somewhere. Daenerys had never been able to figure out how Illyrio summoned them. And she set a green clay cup of cool well water on a small inlaid table by Daenerys's elbow, and she went. Illyrio settled himself in his own chair across the desk. He took up the half-eaten apricot. He did not eat it. He turned it slowly between his pale fingers. "You wish to know about the boy," he said. "I wish to know about the boy. Your brother was in his room last night. My brother had his hand on his throat." "Ah." Illyrio set down the apricot. He set it down with a great care that surprised her, the way one sets down a piece of fine glass that has been borrowed and must be returned. "I did not know that part." "Magister." "Yes, Princess." "Magister, I have been a careful child in your house. I have not asked you questions you did not invite. I have learned what you wanted me to learn. I have eaten what you fed me and worn what you bought me and danced with the men you put in front of me at the suppers, and I have asked, in all this time, very few things of you. I am going to ask you a thing now, and I am going to ask it because last night I held a hand around my brother's wrist and I felt, for the first time in my life, that I could break it. And because I held a small dark head against my chest after my brother had let go, and I felt, Magister, that the head was mine, that the child was mine, that I have been raising a child in this house for 4 years and I have not been told what I was raising. So I am going to ask, and you are going to answer." Illyrio did not speak. "Who is he?" she said. The Magister looked at her a long moment. He looked at her with the small, clever Riverice eyes that had, in the last 11 years, watched her grow from a frightened, thin-wristed 3-year-old into a frightened, thin-wristed 11-year-old whose frightening had begun to point outward instead of in. He had watched her, in the way a man watches a coin he has hidden in a wall, with patience and with prudence. He had been waiting for this morning. He had not been sure she would come on this morning, but he had been sure she would come. And he had been ready for her every morning for the last 3 years. "I will tell you," he said. "I will tell you, Princess, but before I do I require of you 3 things. Will you give them? Tell me, first, that nothing I say in this room leaves this room without my leave, not to your brother, not to a tutor, not to a slave, not even, Princess, and I ask this very specifically to the boy. You will not, when you leave this room, run to him and pour it out. You will wait. You will think. You will decide in your own time and your own counsel when and how to tell him. There is a way to tell a child what he is, and there is a way to tell him that breaks him. The way is the difference between a hand on the back and a hand at the throat. You have seen the difference at the throat. I will trust you to find the hand on the back." "Yes," she said, "I agree. Second, that what I tell you you do not tell yourself a story about. You will not, on the way down the stair, begin to imagine that this changes who you are or what you owe. You are still Daenerys. He is still Aegon. The names underneath the names are old and powerful, and they will, in time, ask things of you. But you will not ask things of yourself until you have slept on this for at least a fortnight. Promise me a fortnight, Princess. Promise me you will not, before 14 days have passed, write a letter to anyone, send a message to anyone, command a slave to bring you the Eastern Almanac, or do any one of the dozen small, impulsive things a girl your age does when she discovers she is a queen. A fortnight. 14 days by the moon. I promise. Third. He paused. He took up the apricot again, and this time he did eat it in 2 slow, neat bites and dabbed his lips with a small linen cloth. Third, princess. That when the time comes, and it will come, that you must use what I tell you, you remember that it was given you. By me. In this room. With nothing asked in return at the time of the giving. There may come a day when you sit a throne of some kind when a question will be raised about whether the Magister Illyrio Mapates of Pentos has been a friend to the dragons or a man who only sold them his goods. On that day you will remember this morning. You will remember the apricot. You will remember the box. You will judge me kindly, I hope, but at the least, you will remember. Do you promise? I promise. Good, he said. He set down the napkin. He folded his hands across the great pale shelf of his belly. He looked at her. He told her. He told her in the order he had decided 3 years before to tell her. He told her first of her brother, her other brother, the brother she had never met, the brother who had died with rubies in the water of the Trident. He told her of Rhaegar. He told her very gently what Rhaegar had been. Not the abductor of songs, not the mad, cruel prince of Robert Baratheon's hagiography, but a quiet, sad-eyed Targaryen with a harp and a long Valyrian face and a mind full of prophecy, who had loved his sister-wife well enough but not quite, who had become convinced, as several of his kin before him had become convinced, that there was a third dragon to be made, a child whose birth would matter to the world, the prince that was promised. He told her about Princess Elia of Dorne, Rhaegar's quiet, kind wife, who had borne him Rhaenys and Aegon, and had then been told by her septas and her own body that she could not bear another child without dying. He told her about a small, dark-haired northern girl named Lyanna Stark, sister to a man Daenerys did not yet know the name of, who had ridden in attorney's stands in a crown of blue winter roses, who had laughed at a night and been called the Knight of the Laughing Tree, who had been loved by Rhaegar, who had loved Rhaegar back, yes, princess, loved him. Do not let any songs of Westeros tell you otherwise. She went with him. She did not go with him in chains. He told her about a tower in Dorne where the White Cloaks had been ordered to keep her, where she had borne her child in fever and blood after the war had ended. He told her about Ned Stark, the Northman who had come with 7 swords against 3 and walked up the stairs of the tower and found his sister dying. He told her about a promise. He told her about a sandy-haired ship's captain named Wendell Riswell, who had come up the long stair from the harbor on a brass-bright afternoon with a bundle in his arms. He told her about a magister who had received a scrap of paper sealed with plain wax and no device, in a hand the magister did not know but trusted, and a letter inside it that said, "Raise him with the Targaryen children. He is the son of my sister. Tell Daenerys when she is old enough." He told her, and here for the first time his river-ice eyes left her face and went to the small black porphyry box on the desk, that he had been waiting 11 years for this morning. "You are old enough," he said. Today, she was very quiet. She was so quiet that the soft Pentoshi sounds of the morning, the wind in the cypresses, the plash of the horse fountain, the call of the harbor gulls came into the solar uninvited and seemed for a long moment to be the only sounds in the world. She put her hand on the rim of the green clay cup of well water. She lifted it. She set it down without drinking. "Tell me his name," she said. "He has 2 names. Tell me both. The first name, the name his mother gave him with her last breath. The name your brother Rhaegar would have given him had he lived. The name that is in our blood and in our line, the name the boy was always meant to bear." He paused. "His name is Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name." She did not for a moment understand. Then she did. Jaehaerys the conciliator, Jaehaerys the wise, the greatest of her family, the king who had ruled for 55 years and never lost a battle and never broken a promise and held the realm in a long, unprecedented peace. Rhaegar, sad-eyed Rhaegar, prophecy-haunted Rhaegar, had named his secret third child for the gentlest king of their house. And the other name, she said. The name the Northmen gave him, with no time to ask permission. The name the Magister was instructed to raise him under, so that no whisper of dragon should attach to him in his childhood. The name written on the household ledger in this house, and on the parchment of his tutors, and in the small private list of the eunuchs of the door. He was, by Lord Stark's instruction, to be called what I chose. I chose, Princess, a name that would not be remarked upon, a name with Targaryen precedent but no contemporary association, a safe name, a nothing name, a name for a foundling. Aegon, Aegon. She let out a small, slow breath. He is Jaehaerys, then. He is Jaehaerys raised as Aegon. Yes, Princess. And he is my. She tried to do the calculation in her head and failed. She had never been close enough to her brother Rhaegar to know what a child of Rhaegar's would be to her. She had been close enough to Viserys to know what a sibling of Viserys's was. She tried again. Rhaegar was my brother, so his son is your nephew. My nephew. Yes. He is my nephew, and he is 2 years younger than I am, and I have been calling him Aegon for as long as I have known him, and I have just spent the night in his bed because my brother, his uncle, put a hand on his throat in the dark. Illyrio did not speak. She looked down at her hands. The hands were small and thin in her lap. She turned them over. She looked at the faint blue veins at the wrist. She looked up. You said, she said, I am to wait a fortnight before I tell him. Yes, because there is a way to tell a child what he is, and there is a way to tell him that breaks him. Yes, I will not wait a fortnight, Magister. He looked at her steadily. I will wait 3 days, she said. 3 days to think, 3 days to decide, not 14, 3. He is 9 years old, and his uncle put a hand on his throat last night, and he is in his small room in the kitchen wing waking right now, and asking the slave woman in the yellow robe where I am. He has trusted me his whole life. I will not let 3 more nights of his life pass in which he does not know what he is. I will give him 3 days, because in 3 days I can find a place that will be his to remember, not the kitchen wing, not your solar, not my brother's apartments, a place that is ours, where he can hear it and weep and not be a servant in somebody else's house when he weeps. I will tell him there. The Magister looked at her a long time. Then very slowly the great soft Pentoshi face arranged itself into the small precise smile of a man whose patience has been rewarded by an outcome better than the one he had prepared for. Princess, he said, Magister, you will be a great queen. May I ask which place? The garden, the bench by the fountain shaped like the horse, the bench where you put him in my lap when I was 4. The Magister bowed his head. I will tell the slaves to leave the garden empty, he said. She did not, for the next 3 days, tell him. She moved through the household as she always moved. She had her lessons. She had her supper. She combed her hair. She slept or pretended to sleep in her chamber by the cypress hedge. She did all the things 11-year-old princesses in Pentoshi mansions did, and she did them on the surface, as she always did them. Underneath, she did not stop. She walked through the household the way one walks through a familiar room in a candle that is almost out, knowing the furniture, but seeing it for the first time as though one had not always been told what it was. She looked at the boy at the lower table at supper, and she saw, for the first time consciously, the long stark face and the dark gray eyes and the slight angle of the head, and she saw also, layered over them, the trace of her brother Rhaegar that she had only ever seen in paintings. The high pale brow under the dark hair, the long fingers, the cast of the mouth in repose, the way the boy held a wine cup he was not drinking, with 3 fingers along the stem and the thumb on the rim, exactly as Rhaegar had been painted holding his harp. She had never seen it. She had been looking at the boy with the eyes of a person who had been told he was a Pentoshi foundling, and that was the boy she had seen. Now she was looking at him with the eyes of a person who had been told he was the son of her brother, and that was the boy she now saw, and she could not unsee him, and her chest hurt with how visible he had been all along. She watched Viserys, too. She watched him in the way she had been watching him for a year, the way she had begun to watch him after the feast where Lord Pestario had asked his idle drunken question. But she watched him now with a sharpness she had not had before, because she knew, now, that Viserys' suspicion had not been an idle drunken suspicion. Viserys had felt with the quick eye of a vain man for any threat to his standing, that there was something about the small, dark-haired ward that the Magister was protecting more carefully than a Magister protected a foundling. Viserys had not yet guessed what. Viserys would, in time, guess. Viserys would, when he guessed, do things. Daenerys did not know what things. She knew only that whatever Viserys did when he did would be the kind of thing that ended in someone's death, Aegon's or Viserys's or hers or possibly all three. She filed this. She did the math. She slept. On the third night she could not sleep, and that was the night. She rose before the dawn. She put on a simple linen robe the color of a young pomegranate. She walked barefoot down the corridor, down the stair, past the kitchen wing, past the small, narrow servant's door of Aegon's room. She did not knock, not yet, and out into the inner garden where the cypresses were still gray in the false dawn light, and the horse fountain was still plashing patiently into its basin. The garden had been emptied. Illyrio had kept his word. There were no slaves trimming the hedges, no eunuchs at the gate, no kitchen boys gathering rosemary for the morning's bread. There was only the wind and the cypresses and the fountain and the long, low, cushioned bench under the pomegranate tree and the smell of the harbor. She went back. She went to the small, narrow servant's door. She tapped. The slave woman in the yellow robe opened it. The slave woman was already dressed. The slave woman had, the night before, Daenerys realized, looking at her face, also not slept. "He is awake," Daenerys asked very low. "He has been awake since the third bell, princess." He sat up. He waited. "Bring him." The slave woman went in. There was a small, soft murmur. There was the rustle of cloth. Aegon came out. He was wearing the dove-gray tunic and breeches he had worn to the feast. His feet were bare. His dark hair was sleep-tousled. His gray eyes in the false dawn were the color of wet slate. "Dany," he said, "come." She took his hand. She led him out to the garden. She led him to the long, low-cushioned bench under the pomegranate. She sat down. She lifted him. He was still small enough at 9 that a strong 11-year-old girl could lift him a little, and set him beside her, and put her arm around him, and held him to her side. The wind moved through the cypresses. The fountain plashed. The sky in the east began to turn the color of a peach. She thought very carefully of how to begin. She had had 3 days to think of how to begin. She had rehearsed a dozen ways. She had imagined them in his small grave face hearing them. She had decided that the right way was the way Illyrio had not used. Not slowly, not with 3 demands first, not with the porphyry box on the desk. The way to tell a child of 9 what he was, she had decided, was to begin at the end. "Cousin," she said. He looked up at her. She had never called him that. She had always called him Aegon. She had sometimes called him brother in the household pidgin where any 2 children raised together were brother and sister regardless of blood. She had called him sleepyhead and dragonling and small one, and when annoyed, you idiot. She had not called him cousin. The word was new in her mouth. It hung, very small and very precise in the Pentoshi dawn. "What is cousin?" he asked. He was 9. "Cousin," she said, "is a child of your father's brother or sister, or your mother's brother or sister. It is a near family, but not the same family." He thought. "You are not my cousin," he said. "We do not have parents." She smiled. The smile felt very strange in her face. She had not known until that moment that she had been carrying for 3 days a small piece of grief at the back of her own throat that wanted out, not for him but for herself. For the 11 years she had lived in this house thinking, as he thought, that they did not have parents. "We had parents," she said, "both of us. We did not know them, but they lived. They lived in a country across the sea. They lived in a great house in a city of 7 hills. Your father, Aegon. Your father was a man named Rhaegar Targaryen. Rhaegar was my brother." He went very still. He did not, at first, understand. Of course he did not understand. He was 9. The words father and Rhaegar and brother were not words that fit, in his head, into the small, careful house he had been raised in. He had been raised believing he had no father. He had been raised believing the silver-haired girl on the bench was Magister Illyrio's princess, not his princess. The Magister's princess had now said in the false dawn in a quiet voice words that did not yet have meaning to him. He looked at her. "Rhaegar," he said, "Rhaegar was my older brother, your father." Then, she said very gently, watching the small grave face, "You are my nephew, and I am your aunt. We are cousins by the long Valyrian counting, because in Valyrian we have one word for both. We are blood, Aegon. We are blood. We are the same blood. We are the last of one family, you and me. There are only 2 of us, 3 of us if we count Viserys and Viserys." She paused. "Viserys we will talk about later. There are 2 of us, really, you and me." He looked at her. "My father is dead," he said. "Your father is dead. My mother, your mother is dead. Both. How?" She told him. She told him as gently as she could, in the way you tell a 9-year-old anything terrible, short sentences, simple words, no songs. She told him that his father had ridden into a battle at a river, and had been struck down by the man who had killed all their family. She told him that his mother had borne him at a tower of bone-colored stone in a country called Dorne, where roses grew that were blue, and that she had not survived the birth. She told him that his mother's brother, a man named Eddard Stark, a quiet, honorable lord of a great cold castle in the north, had carried him out of Dorne in a basket and put him on a ship and sent him here, to be raised with the Targaryen children, with Daenerys, who at the time had only been 4 years old and had not known why a new playmate had been put in her lap. She told him that the Magister had known all of this, that the Magister had been keeping it for him and for her until they were old enough. She told him that she had only learned 3 days ago. She told him about Viserys's hand at his throat. She told him she would not ever let it happen again. He listened. He did not interrupt. He had his small face turned up toward hers, and his dark gray eyes were very wide and very still. And they were the eyes of a Stark and the eyes of a Targaryen at the same time, and somewhere on the side of his head, a small ash-pale streak of paler hair caught the rose of the dawn and held it. When she stopped speaking, the garden was lit. The cypresses had stopped being gray. They had begun to be green. The horse fountain was throwing up small, bright fans of water that caught the sun. Somewhere on the harbor a bell rang the first hour. He was quiet a long time. Then he wept. He did not weep the way a child weeps when scolded. He wept the way a small, grave northern boy weeps when he has been holding inside himself, for as long as he has had a self, a small hard knot of not knowing, of having looked at the long household and the silver-haired prince and the silver-haired princess and asked, in his own head very quietly, the long question of whether he belonged in the picture, and the knot has just, in a single dawn, come undone. He wept slowly. He wept without sound. He wept the way Ned Stark had wept once, in a room in Riverrun, on the night he had told his wife that the bastard he had brought home from the war must be raised in their house, and his wife had said, "He cannot sleep under my roof," and he had stepped out into a cold hallway and put his hand against a wall and let his face go. Aegon wept like that. He had inherited it. He had inherited a great many things he did not know he had inherited. Daenerys did not let him weep alone. She held him. She held him the way she had been holding him for years on the cushioned bench under the lattice, except that this time it was different, because both of them knew now what they were to each other. She put her chin on the top of his dark head and she rocked him very gently, very slowly, and she said over and over very low, "I have you, I have you, I have you, cousin, I have you." After a while he stopped. He did not stop because he was finished. He stopped because his body was a 9-year-old body and could not, even on the morning of the unmaking of its life, keep weeping for very long. He took a breath. He let it out. "Dany," he said. "Yes, cousin. Will I have to leave? Leave this house? Will I be sent away? Now that I am not the Magister's foundling, will I be put on a ship? Will I go somewhere else? Am I supposed to be in a different house? My mother's brother, in the north, where the wolves are, am I?" She tightened her arm around him. She tightened it because the question, small, frightened, practical, had broken something open in her chest that she had not known until that moment was a closed door. "No," she said. "No, Egon, you are not going anywhere. You are not being sent. You are not a parcel that has been kept in the wrong place. You are where you were sent. You are where you were meant to be. You were sent to be raised with me. The man in the north, your uncle Eddard, he sent you to be with me. He could not raise you himself. He sent you here because here was the only place in the world where you would not be alone. Do you understand? You are not in the wrong house. You are in the right house. The world is in the wrong shape, not us, not us." He thought, "And in Viserys. Viserys is your uncle too. Viserys is my brother. Viserys is—" She stopped. She knew with a small, slow, cold certainty exactly what she had to say next. "Viserys is not safe for you. Viserys did not know last night. Viserys suspected. He still does not know. He may in time work out what he suspected. When he does, he will be angry. He will be angry, Egon, because Viserys believes very deeply, in a way that I cannot teach him out of, that the throne we have all been raised to is his. He has been raised to it. He has been told, since he was very small, that he is the king. If he learns that the throne is in fact yours, that you have the older claim, that you are Rhaegar's son and Rhaegar was the heir, Viserys will not say, 'Oh, very well, nephew, you may have it.' He will say that throne is mine and that boy is a danger, and he will try to remove the danger. Do you understand? Yes. He has not understood yet, Egon, but he will. And before he does, you and I, we have things to do." "What things?" "We have to grow up faster than he expects us to." He looked up at her. "How?" he said. She smiled. It was, this time, a real smile. It was the first real smile of a person who has just decided in a single morning exactly what she is going to spend the rest of her life doing. "Lessons, cousin," she said. "Every day, from me, from the Magister, from Haldon and from Sir Rowley, and from the Septa who reads you the true lives, from everyone in this house who can teach you anything. And from me, every night before you sleep, I will tell you who you are. I will tell you the names of your father's line back to Egon the Conqueror, and the names of your mother's line back to Bran the Builder. I will tell you the words of every house in the 7 kingdoms. I will tell you who, in those kingdoms, has reason to love a son of Rhaegar, and who has reason to hate him, and who has reason to be turned. I will tell you, and you will remember, because you remember everything. You always have. We will, very quietly, without anyone noticing, become 2 people who, when the time comes, can do a thing that is very big. And then we will do the thing, together. You and me. We will do it together, cousin. I will not let you do it alone." He looked up at her with his wet gray Stark eyes, and somewhere in the back of those eyes the rose of the Pentoshi dawn flickered the way the fire would, later, flicker in the slit of a dragon's eye, and he said the only thing he had to say. "Yes, Dany." She held him. The fountain plashed. The cypresses moved in the wind. On a roof above them, a single sleepy harbor gull lifted itself off a tile and turned a slow circle in the brass-bright Pentoshi sky. In the upper window of the Magister's solar, a great soft yellow-bearded shape watched them, and did not move and did not weep, and did not. For the moment smile, the Magister Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos had not won. He had only been right. He turned away from the window. He went back to his desk. He took the small black porphyry box. He folded the yellowed scrap of paper inside it. He closed the lid. He set the box on the high shelf at the back of the cabinet, behind the brass pot of old incense. He had work to do. In 3 days he had to begin to teach a 9-year-old boy 100 Valyrian words a week. In 3 days he had to find a way to begin teaching an 11-year-old girl how the Iron Throne was actually held. In 3 days he had to begin to think in earnest about viceroys. He sat down at his great malachite desk. He took up his ivory abacus. He moved one bead. He moved another. He thought about the slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl in Viserys' apartments, and he thought about a city very far to the east, beyond the Bone Mountains, beyond the plains of the Jogos Enhai, beyond the shadow under the mountain called Ashai, and he began, quietly, the long, careful calculation that in 6 more years would result in a one-way ship. But that was later. Today, in the garden below his window, a small dark-haired boy of 9 was sitting on a long, low, cushioned bench in the lap of a silver-haired girl of 11, and the small dark-haired boy was saying, over and over, almost to himself, the new word she had given him, the word that fit better in his mouth than any word he had ever been given to wear. Cousin, cousin, cousin. She held him. She rocked him. She thought, I will not let you go. She thought it, and her grip on the small body in her arms tightened, and the 11-year-old girl of House Targaryen made the first promise of her life that she would, in the years to come, keep. Chapter 4. The Growing Shad. Of all the houses in Pentos that had a courtyard in them, the Magister's was perhaps the only one in which a small, dark-haired boy of 12, dressed in a plain linen training tunic that had begun the morning gray, and was now gray shaded with sweat, could be seen any clear afternoon working a wooden longsword against the corded weight of a sand-filled pell, while a silver-haired girl of 14 stood on the upper gallery, and watched him with the expression of a falconer watching a young falcon that has not yet learned that the tower wall is a wall, and not a thing to be flown through. The Magister did not own the only inner courtyard in Pentos. He owned, in fact, the second smallest in the city. But he was, almost certainly, the only Magister in Pentos whose only inner courtyard was being used, each day, between the 3rd bell and the 5th, to make a boy capable of killing other boys. Daenerys had been right about the lessons. She had not been wrong about any of it. In the 3 years since the morning in the garden, the household had changed in a way that was, on its surface, almost imperceptible. The slaves still went about their work. The suppers were still served with peacocks on silver trays at the long tables. Viserys still came down to breakfast in his plum velvet with his hair brushed straight. Illyrio still moved softly on his great soft feet from solar to garden to bath house. But underneath this surface of unchanged morning routine, the children had been at war with their own time. They had been racing it. They had been getting better at things at a rate which was, from Illyrio's careful private estimation, 2 to 3 years ahead of where the household had been raising them before the morning in the garden. Aegon's Valyrian was now indistinguishable from a Tyroshi noble's. He had been a quick child before. He was now, in the assessment of his sad-eyed Valentine tutor, the kind of child who only comes through Pentos once in a Magister's lifetime, the kind of child who, given 1,000 words of a language on a morning, would be writing letters in it by supper. Daenerys, who had always been good with letters and numbers, had become, though she would not have used the word, formidable. She had read, by 14, the entire library of Illyrio's Solar twice over and asked for more, and Illyrio had imported more, by trading galleys out of Volantes and Lies, in crates of softwood and straw, until the upper corridor outside her chamber was lined floor to ceiling with stacked manuscripts in 5 languages. She had begun, lately, to write things of her own, letters that were not meant to be sent, drafts of speeches that were not meant to be given, careful diagrammed studies of the houses of the 7 kingdoms, and which marriages had been politically possible between them in each generation back 200 years. And these she kept in a small locked chest under her own bed, the key of which lived on a silver chain at her throat. Aegon at 12 had become, in a way that surprised even the Magister, who was not a man easy to surprise, a swordsman. He was not yet a great one. He would not be a great one for another year or 2 yet, but he had begun in the last 6 months to defeat Sir Rowley Duckfield more often than Sir Rowley defeated him, with the wooden practice sword they used in the courtyard. And on one bright cool afternoon in the early cold season, he had won 3 bouts in a row, and Sir Rowley had set down the practice blade and rubbed his red broad face with his red broad hand and said, in his slow, placid, Pentoshi-accented common, my lord Aegon, I have no more to teach you with the longsword. I can teach you the axe, and I can teach you the spear, and I will keep practicing the longsword with you so that the practice does not leave your wrists, but I have nothing left in the longsword to give you. We will have to find another master. And the Magister had nodded when this was reported to him in his solar that evening, and he had said, yes. Yes, that is time. And he had written that night in his small, precise hand, to a free rider out of the disputed lands who was the 3rd son of a Westerosi knight, and the 2nd cousin of a Tyroshi prince, and whose name was the kind of name that did not get said outside of professional circles. The free rider had arrived in Pentos within the moon. He had set up in a small apartment in the kitchen wing and begun, 3 days a week, to teach Aegon the things one could not learn from a master-at-arms whose own master had been an honest northerner, the dirty things, the survival things, the killing things. Daenerys watched these lessons too. She watched all the lessons. She had begun, even, to take some of them herself, not the long sword but the dagger and the small bow, and the long study of how a body moved when it did not want to be where it was. The Magister did not interfere. The Magister said, when Viserys once asked him why his sister was being taught to fence by the free rider in the 2nd courtyard, your sister is a princess of a house in exile, your grace. We do not yet know whose army she will, in her own life, be expected to ride alongside. It is a courtesy to her future husband that she should not be a burden when she does. Viserys had accepted this. Viserys at 18 accepted, the Magister had noticed, more things than Viserys at 13 had. Viserys had grown into a young man who, on a calm day, with sufficient food in him and sufficient flattery from the slaves, could pass for a moderately pleasant version of his earlier self. Viserys at 18 in the right candle light was even almost handsome in the high, thin Valyrian way. He had grown into his face, and his shoulders had filled, and the chin had not quite become weak after all. He was, on a calm day, a young man one could send to a Pentoshi supper to charm a Magister's wife. It was the other days that were the trouble. The other days had begun in the last year to come more often. He had cracked the slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl's cheekbone in a fit of pique, one evening in the cold season, and the girl had been quietly removed from the household, sent down by the back gate in a closed litter to a healer Illyrio kept on retainer in the silk merchant's quarter, and not returned, and replaced, after a week, with another Lyseni girl, slimmer and quicker and shorter than the first, whose function the household also did not name and who Illyrio also did not, this time, ask Viserys about. Viserys had not been told the first girl was not coming back. Viserys had assumed the second girl was the first girl with a new haircut and a slightly different walk. He had been drunk, the night the first girl had been removed, and he had a habit of forgetting the precise faces of slaves who were not in front of him at the moment. He had taken to riding alone in the afternoons, on a slim dappled gelding the Magister had bought him, into the salt flats east of the city, and coming back with mud to the knees of his velvet breeches and a hard, bright glitter in his eye, and refusing, for 2 hours after, to speak to anyone. He had begun, on the bad evenings, to talk at the high table about armies, not about how he would, one day, when he had an army, ride home and put the usurper's head on a spike. That was the old speech, the speech of his 13-year-old self, the speech Illyrio had heard 1,000 times, and on which Illyrio could nod with his pat, attentive smile while thinking about olive futures in the back of his head, but about specific armies, particular armies, armies he had been corresponding with. He had begun to mention names: the Stallion of Sothorios, the Storm Crows, the Second Sons, the Golden Company, very often the Golden Company, which Daenerys watched with interest the moments he mentioned it, because the Golden Company was a name she also knew and a name in which she had her own quiet adult opinions. He had begun to ask, more often after letters from the east, from across the Bone Mountains, from the great cities on the Jade Sea, from men he claimed to have made contact with through certain intermediaries, and whose letters he had certain certainties about, certainties he was not always willing to share. He had begun, twice in the last moon, to come to the door of Daenerys's chamber at night. The first time he had been drunk. He had stood there at her door in his plum velvet jerkin with his hair undone and falling past his shoulders, and the high, thin Targaryen line of madness moving very visibly behind his eyes. And he had told her, in a low, even voice, that she was going to be married, and that he had arranged it, and that the husband was a great Khal of the Dothraki Sea, a man with 40,000 horse warriors at his back, and that he had agreed to give her to this man in exchange for the army that would put him on the Iron Throne. Daenerys had said, very quietly, that they would speak of this in the morning, and she had closed her door, and she had bolted it, and she had spent the rest of the night sitting up in her bed against the wall with a dagger across her knees, listening for him to come back. He had not come back. He had not in the morning remembered the conversation, or more accurately, he had remembered the shape of the conversation but not the conclusion, and he had spoken of the call only in the way a man speaks of an old plan he is no longer quite excited by. Daenerys had not mentioned to him, and had not mentioned to the Magister, that she had been told about the call. She had filed it. She had thought in her bed that night with the dagger on her knees, that a man who could make a plan of that kind sober and then forget it drunk was a man whose drunk and whose sober had begun to operate on different tracks, and that the two tracks were, sooner or later, going to collide somewhere very loud. The second time he had not been drunk. He had stood at her door in the false dawn of an ordinary morning in a clean white tunic and clean breeches, with his silver hair combed and the violet eyes very calm, and he had said, "Sister, may I speak with you a moment?" She had let him in, the slave woman in the yellow robe, who Illyrio had quietly attached 2 years before to Daenerys's chamber as a second body servant after the night of Viserys's hand on Aegon's throat, had been awake on the pallet by the door and had risen at his approach and had not gone out. Viserys had not noticed her or had not cared. He had sat on the small carved chair at the foot of Daenerys's bed. He had said, "I have been thinking about the boy." She had said, "Which boy?" He had said, "Do not be precious, sister." She had said nothing. He had said, "I have been thinking about the boy, and I have been thinking about the Magister, and I have been thinking about you, and the more I think there is a thing I have not been told. I am the head of this house. I am the king, sister. I have been the king since I was 8. I should not have to think for moons to work out a thing that the Magister has decided to keep from me. So I am asking you, as your brother, I am asking you to tell me what the Magister has not. Who is the boy?" She had thought very quickly. She had thought of 3 lies. She had thought of 1 truth. She had said, "Brother, the boy is the Magister's bastard." Viserys had laughed. He had laughed a small, thin laugh that did not move below the lower eyelid. "The Magister has no bastard, sister. The Magister is a man, but he is not. I have asked the slaves, sister. I have asked them quietly. He is not in that way a producing man. He is in that respect dead and has been for many years. The boy is not the Magister's bastard." "Then he is the bastard of a friend of the Magister's." "Whose?" "I do not know." "You do not know." "I do not know, brother." "And you have spent half of your waking hours for the last 3 years in his company because you do not know. He is a child of the house. He is a polite child of the house. He is." "Yes," said Viserys. "Yes, you said. The Magister has taken him in. I have heard the speech. I want a better speech, sister." She had looked at him. She had said, "Brother, there is no better speech. You will not have a better speech from me than the one I am giving you. The boy is a ward of the Magister's. He is in this house by the Magister's grace. He is in my company because I have made him a kind of younger brother, because I had no younger brother, because you—" And she had let the next word out, very deliberately. The only weapon she had in the room, because she had known that Viserys would, hearing it, react with rage and would forget for at least a few weeks afterward the question he had come in to ask. "Because you have not, in the years we have been here, been the kind of brother to me that I had needed. So I made one out of the child the Magister gave me." Viserys had stood up. His face had been white. "You insolent." "I am not insolent, brother. I am tired. I have not slept well. I have a tutor's lesson in 2 hours. I have answered your question." "You have not answered my question." "I have." He had looked at her a long moment. His violet eyes had been the eyes of a stranger again, in the way they sometimes were now. The eyes of the thing under his face that had always been there and that was beginning in his 18th year to spend more time at the front of his face than the boy his 8-year-old self had been. He had said, very low in Valyrian, "Sister, if the day ever comes that I find I was lied to in this house, by you or by the Magister or by any slave about a thing that touches my throne, I will burn this house. Do you understand me? I will burn it, with everyone in it. The Magister, the slaves, the boy, you. I will sit on the roof in a chair and I will watch the smoke and I will laugh. Do not lie to me about a thing that touches my throne, sister." She had looked at him. She had said very evenly in Valyrian, "Brother, you have my answer." He had gone out. She had waited until the door closed. She had waited until the soft pad of his bare feet went away down the corridor. Then she had risen. She had crossed the room. She had bolted the door. She had crossed back. She had sat down on the edge of the bed. She had been shaking. The slave woman in the yellow robe had said, very softly, "Princess." Daenerys had said, in a voice that was almost normal, "I am going to the Magister." "Now, Princess. Now." She had gone to the Magister. The Magister had been awake. The Magister was always awake when she came. She had begun, over the years, to suspect that the Magister did not sleep at all in any normal sense, that he simply rested, very lightly, in a chair, with one ear always cocked toward the corridor, in the way a fat, patient old hunting cat rests with one ear always cocked toward the grass. She had told him what Viserys had said. The Magister had listened. The Magister, when she had finished, had risen from his chair. He had crossed the green and gold mosaic floor to one of the tall windows that gave onto the inner garden. He had stood there a long moment with his back to her. He had pulled, with one fat, soft white finger, the gauze curtain very slightly aside and looked out and let it fall. He had turned. He had said, "Princess, the boy must be made safe." "How?" "By the removal of the threat to him." "You mean Viserys." "I mean Viserys." She had been quiet. She had thought several things very fast. She had thought, "The Magister has just said, out loud, the thing I have for 2 years not let myself think about." She had thought, "He has said it to me first, before he has said it to himself, because he has needed my permission, and he has needed my permission because he is afraid that, in 3 or 5 or 10 years, when I am sitting in a chair somewhere with power in my hand, I will turn on him for what he has proposed in this room this morning. She had thought, this is a thing he is not going to do without me. This is, in fact, the offer of a partnership. He is offering me the senior place in it. I am 14 years old. He is 60. He is offering me the senior place because when this is done I will have done it and he will only have helped. She had thought very last in the small quiet voice at the back of her own head that had been growing louder for 3 years. This is the first time in my life that another person, an adult, has spoken to me as if my answer were the answer that would happen. She had said, "Magister, I will not have my brother killed." The Magister had bowed his great soft head. "Princess, I had not proposed it." "Then what had you proposed?" "Removal, not killing." The two are not the same word, princess, and a household that confuses them ends in fire. I had proposed that your brother be sent on a journey. Where? Far. How far? As far as a man may go and still be, in any meaningful sense, alive. Beyond the Bone Mountains. Beyond the Jogos and High. To a place where, were he to write a letter, the letter would take a year to reach us, and where, were we to write a letter, ours would take a year to reach him. To a city, princess, that has not had a Targaryen prince in it since the Doom. A city, though I have not yet said which one, and I will not say which one tonight, because I have a courtesy to your brother that requires me to make him think the journey is his idea. A city where the magisters of the place have, for a long while, owed me certain favors which I have collected over a long career like a man collecting coins in a jar, and which I am prepared, for your sake and for the boy, to spend all at once on this single purchase. She had thought a long moment. She had said, "Ashai." The Magister had not at first answered. The forked yellow beard had not moved. The small clever Riverice eyes had not moved. He had stood in the window light with one fat soft white hand on the gauze curtain. He had said, after the longest pause she had ever heard from him in 3 years of these morning conversations, "Princess, I had not yet said the name." "I know. How did you know?" "I read your library." "My library does not have that name in it, princess." "It does. It has it in a single line in a single scroll in the bottom of the lacquered chest by the south window of the second alcove. The scroll is a Volantine merchant's reckoning of the cities at the edges of the trading world, and the names of the magisters in those cities who can, for sufficient coin, be relied upon to make a man disappear. There are 4 names. Ashai is third. The merchant says beside Ashai no man has yet been returned from this destination by the means here described, but the magister of the 3rd tower in the Silver Lane is amenable. I read it 2 moons ago. I have been waiting for you to mention it. The magister had looked at her a long moment. Then he had laughed. He had laughed a small, soft, Pentoshi laugh that was, for him, almost an outburst. He had laughed because he had spent 3 years in the careful raising of a 14-year-old girl as a future queen, and he had just discovered that the queen had, behind his back, been reading the maps in his own library, and finishing his sentences for him a moon before he was ready to begin them. He had laughed, in fact, the way he had laughed once before, on a brass-bright afternoon 11 years ago, when a small, sandy-haired Northern Sea captain had come up his stairs with a bundle in his arms. He had laughed at how the world arranges itself, sometimes, with a tidiness one cannot quite take credit for. "Princess," he had said, when the laugh had subsided, "we are agreed. We are agreed. And Egon." She had thought again very carefully. She had said, "I will tell him tonight. I will tell him because he must know and he must agree and he must be ready for what comes after, because what comes after will not be small. Once Viserys is gone, the household is different. Egon must know that we are doing this and why we are doing this and what we are doing it to make possible. I will tell him. You will not tell your brother. I will not tell my brother. And the boy will not tell his uncle." She had looked at the Magister. The boy will tell his uncle exactly what we wish his uncle to hear, she had said. I have raised this boy for 3 years, Magister. He has the long, stark face. He has the long, stark face for a reason. He will look his uncle in the eye, he will tell him only the things he is meant to tell him, and he will not blink. Of all of us in this house, the only person I am not worried about being read by Viserys is Aegon. The Magister had looked at her. The Magister had bowed his great soft head. Princess, he had said, we are agreed. She had gone, after the Magister's solar, down to the courtyard. It had been the 3rd bell. The free rider had been with Aegon at the Pell, working him through a set of cuts. He had been bare-armed and red-faced with the work, and he had been laughing. He had been laughing because Aegon, 12 years old and a head shorter than the free rider, had just disarmed him for the 2nd time in the bout with a particular lysine wristlock that the free rider had been teaching him only the week before. Daenerys had stood at the lattice and watched, and she had felt for the first time in 3 days, because the last 3 days since Viserys's visit to her chamber had been bad, that her chest was loose again. She had watched Aegon laugh. She had watched him pick up the wooden longsword and offer it back to the free rider with the small grave courtesy he had inherited from a northern uncle he had never met. She had watched him push the dark hair out of his eyes. There was sweat in it. It stuck to his brow in the cold season Pentos sun, and she had watched the small ash-pale streak at the side of the hairline catch the light and shine, very brief, very bright. She had waited until the bout had ended. She had waited until the free rider had taken his leave and gone away through the kitchen door to his cup of midday wine. She had come down into the courtyard. She had taken Aegon by the hand. "Cousin," she had said, "come and sit with me." They had sat in the inner garden on the long, low, cushioned bench under the pomegranate tree, in the same place they had sat at 12 and at 14, in the place she had been taking him for important conversation since he was 9, and that had become, without anyone in the household noticing, the place in the mansion where, by silent acknowledgment, all the important conversations of his life occurred. The horse fountain plashed. The cypresses moved. She had told him. She had told him about Viserys's visit to her chamber. She had told him about the Magister. She had told him about Asshai. She had told him that the household, which had been 3 children and a Magister, was going to be 2 children and a Magister, and that the 2 children would be them, and that the going away of Viserys was a thing they had now to plan with the Magister, and to plan very carefully because Viserys could not be allowed to suspect that the going away was anything other than the kind of glittering opportunity Viserys had been hungering for since he was 8 years old. She had told him that Viserys would, in fact, have to be flattered into wanting to go, that the Magister would lay out for him a tale of a great mission, a secret embassy, a city beyond the Bone Mountains where a Targaryen prince could find an army of 40,000 Shadowbinders ready to fight for him, and that Viserys, who in his calm moods could be reasoned with by anyone who knew how to talk to him in the language of his own vanity, would, in his calm moods, agree, and would, in his bad moods, half suspect what was being done and would have to be talked back into the calm moods by a sister he no longer entirely trusted. She had told him she did not know yet how she would do this, told him she would learn. She had asked him very directly the question she had needed to ask, "Aegon, do you agree?" He had looked at her. He had been 12. He had been a small, dark-haired boy with sweat in his hair and the streak of ash pale at the side of his head and the wooden practice sword still leaning against the bench. His gray, stark eyes had been calm. "Dany," he had said, "cousin, he hurt the slave girl." "Yes." "The Lysine one, the first one, he hurt her face." "Yes." "And then there was another one and the household pretended it was the same one." "Yes. And he hurts you sometimes. When you do not let me see, I know he does. He came to your door twice this moon. The slave woman in the yellow robe told me." She had not known that the slave woman in the yellow robe had told him, and he is going to find out sooner or later about me, and when he does, he will try to do to me what he did to the slave girl. Only he will not stop at my face. He will not stop until I am not in the way of his throne. Yes, Egon. And the Magister is going to send him to the place where the magicians live, in the city by the shadow. Yes, and he is not going to come back. She had looked at him. She had said very softly, "He is not going to come back, cousin. I will not pretend otherwise to you. The Magister has said the word removal and not the word killing, and I want you to hear that no man in this house will kill your uncle for us, but I want you to also hear that no man returns from Asshai. The choice we are making is the same choice. We are only making it with a slower hand." He had thought. Then he had said the thing that 6 years later she would remember as the moment she had first known what kind of king he would be. "Dany, he is our blood. He is your brother. He is my uncle. He is half mad, and he is dangerous, and he has hurt people I love, and he is still our blood. I will not pretend that what we are doing is anything other than what we are doing. I will not say it is kindness. I will say it is what we have to do, and I will help you do it, and I will not tell myself a story about it. We will not tell ourselves a story about it. We will know what it was, promise me that." She had looked at him. The Pentoshi sun had been in his hair. She had said, "I promise you, cousin, we will know what it was." He had nodded. He had picked up the practice sword. He had stood up. "Then it has to be soon," he had said. "Before he asks me himself." "Yes. How long does the Magister need to arrange it?" "A year. A year is a long time. A year is what we have." He had looked down at her on the bench in the cold season sun. "I will give you the year, Dany," he had said. He had gone back through the cypress hedge to the kitchen wing to wash before supper. She had sat in the garden a long time after him. The pomegranate tree had moved. The horse fountain had plashed. Above her, in the upper window of the Magister's solar, a great soft yellow-bearded shape had stood very still and watched her, and after a long moment had bowed, very slightly, with no one but her to see, and Daenerys, 14 years old, sitting on the long low cushioned bench in the inner garden of the second smallest courtyard in Pentos, had inclined her own head in return, the way one queen bows to her chancellor at the start of a long, careful campaign. The campaign began that night. It would take 11 months. It would, in the end, work. In the small black porphyry box on the high shelf at the back of the Magister's cabinet, behind the brass pot of old incense, the yellowed scrap of paper with the plain wax seal lay in its bed of red Valentine velvet, undisturbed, for the 11th year. In a chamber 3 corridors away, a slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl, the second one, the slimmer, quicker, shorter one whose face Viserys still believed was the face of the first, sat on the foot of his bed at midnight and oiled his hair, and the words that came up out of his mouth in his half-sleep, very low, in a thick Targaryen Valyrian no slave girl was supposed to understand, were words about an army of shadow, about silver, about a third tower in a silver lane, about a place where a prince could be the king he was meant to be, and the words shaped themselves, night after night. Into the dream, the Magister Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos had quietly arranged to be planted in his ear. In a small, narrow room in the kitchen wing, a small, dark-haired boy of 12 lay on a narrow bed and looked at the ceiling and listened to the wind in the lattice and thought, very carefully, about what kind of cousin he wished to be when the year was over, and what kind of king he wished, eventually, to become. In the inner garden, the horse fountain plashed. The shadow over the household was growing. In a year, the shadow would have a name, and the shadow would have a ship, and the shadow would have a small green sealed letter from the third tower in the silver lane in a city beyond the Bone Mountains, and the shadow would, with all of these things, walk down to the harbor and step aboard the ship and go away across the sea, and the household, very quietly, without anyone in Pentos noticing for at least a moon, would be free. But not yet. Not yet. In Pentos there are 2 seasons. The cold season was almost over. The long hot season was coming. Chapter 5 The Ship East. In the season of Melon in the 17th year of Aegon's life, by the false reckoning of the household, his 14th, a black-hulled galley of unusual length and unusual leanness made its way through the narrows at the head of the Bay of Pentos and anchored on a windless morning 3 cables off the southern mole. She flew no banner. She carried no name on her bow. Her oars were of pale oak and her sailcloth was of pale gray, and there were ass-he merchants who, watching her come in from the rooftops of the Silk Quarter, set down their cups of black wine and made the small 2-fingered sign of the old way of ass-high and turned their faces toward their accounts. They did not speak of her. There were 8 men in Pentos who knew what she was. By midday there would be a 9th. Magister Illyrio Mapotes would, in the soft pad of his soft feet, come down to the harbor wearing a saffron robe over his great soft body and a long thin smile under his oiled yellow beard, and he would board her, and he would speak in low, careful ass-he with her captain, and he would emerge an hour later carrying a small green-sealed letter in his hand. And the small green-sealed letter would be the second-to-last piece in a puzzle the Magister had been assembling for 11 months. The last piece in the puzzle was Viserys. The puzzle was nearly complete. That morning Daenerys sat on the edge of her bed and combed her own hair. She did not allow the slave women to comb her hair on important mornings. She had learned by 16 that there were certain mornings in her life when the first quiet hour belonged to her, when she needed to look at her own face in a polished bronze mirror and think, in silence, about what kind of person she was going to be that day. She combed slowly. She combed with a small ivory comb that had been her mother's, or had been said to be her mother's, or had been the comb of some other Targaryen lady whose comb Illyrio had bought in a bazaar and given to Daenerys for a name-day gift, the way Illyrio gave her things. She did not know any more which of the things Illyrio had given her had been her mother's. She had stopped 2 years ago asking. She had decided that her mother was now to be remembered as the woman whose comb this might have been, the woman whose blood was certainly in her wrists, the woman who had died bearing Daenerys on Dragonstone in a storm and had not lived to see her, and that was the whole biography she would keep. She had grown into her face. She was 16. She had not become exactly a beauty in the open Pentoshi way. She was too slight, too narrow at the wrists, too pale across the brow, but she had become, by 16, a thing that was harder to put a word to. A presence. When she came into a room, the room arranged itself a degree differently than it had before she had come in. When she sat at the high table at suppers, the men down the long lower table found themselves angled, by the end of the 3rd course, in a way that put her in their peripheral vision. She did not herself notice this. She had no mirror she could trust the way the room could be trusted. But the slave woman in the yellow robe, who in the last 6 years had become Daenerys' chief confidant and second mother, and whose name, which Daenerys had only learned when she was 12, was Dory, had said to her once very softly by the cypress hedge, "Princess, when you come into a hall now the air leans toward you. I do not flatter you. It does, and I have eyes." Daenerys had not known what to do with this. She had filed it. She had filed many things. She had filed most carefully this. Viserys had been for 3 moons almost happy. He had been almost happy because, for 3 moons, the Magister had been quietly feeding him a dream. A great, glittering, half-true dream of a city beyond the Bone Mountains, beyond the plains of the Jogos Enhai, beyond the shadow under the mountain called Asshai, where a council of black-robed sorcerers had been waiting for a Targaryen prince for 50 years, and where, when the right Targaryen prince should come to them, an army would be raised that would not be of men but of greater things, of shadows that walked. of dragons reborn from glass candles, of warriors out of the mist who did not bleed when cut. Viserys had wanted to believe the dream. He had needed to believe it. He had been 21, and the world had been narrowing on him for years. And the dream had come into his ear at the precise moment when the alternative, the slow drying up of his life in a magister's mansion in a free city, the dawning of his 30s without a single soldier sworn to him, the long, quiet, awful realization that he was not going to be the Aegon his mother had whispered him to be, had begun to grow in him into a small black panic he could not put a name to. The dream had been a door. The magister, in his soft, slow voice, had been holding the door open. Viserys had begun, in the third moon, to walk toward it. He had begun, finally, to ask when he was going. Daenerys had been the one who answered. The magister and she had agreed in his solar that she would be the one. The magister had said, "Princess, he has not yet told me himself. He has told the slaves, he has told the Tyroshi factor, he has told a Valentine wine merchant. He has not yet told me. He cannot bring himself to ask me. He suspects I might say number he will only ask me when he has had it confirmed to him, by you, that I will say yes." Daenerys had said, "Then I will confirm it." She had crossed to her brother's apartments the next evening, and she had sat with him at his small lacquered supper table, and she had eaten his bread, and she had said, with the small, grave, careful smile she had been practicing on him for years, "Brother, the magister has told me of your conversation." Viserys had looked up, sharp. Which conversation? The one about the embassy to the east. He had gone very still. He had said with elaborate calm, "And what did the magister tell you?" That he was reluctant, that he did not believe a Targaryen prince should be sent on such a mission without, and I am quoting him, every guarantee in writing from every magister in the city, that he was concerned that you might be in danger from the magisters of ASOIAF themselves, who he has said are not always reliable about distinguishing a guest from a possession, that he thought, in fact, the mission should wait 2 more years. Viserys had stared at her. He had said after a moment, 2 more years. That is what he said. 2. Yes, I am 21. You are 21. I am sister. I am 21. I have spent 13 years in this house. I have not held a sword in anger. I have not had a man kneel to me who was not paid to kneel. I have not even seen Dragonstone where I was born. I am 21 years old, and the magister of Pentos wishes me to wait 2 more years. He said 2. I will not wait 2. I know, brother. She had said it very simply. She had said it without inflection. Viserys had been ready for argument. She had given him none. He had been ready for sisterly caution, for advice to be patient, for the kind of small, soft, womanly fluttering he had grown up understanding as his sister's voice. She had given him only the small, grave, careful smile and the 4 words, "I know, brother." He had not known in the moment what to do with it. Then he had understood. "You will speak to him for me," he had said. "I will speak to him for you. You will tell him I am going. I will tell him you are going. You will tell him I do not need his permission. I am his guest, not his ward. He houses me, he does not own me. I am a king. Tell him I am going. Tell him in those words. Tell him I do not wait. I will tell him in those words, tonight." He had looked at her a long moment. The violet eyes had been clear for once. He had been almost, though she would not have said it to him for the world, almost handsome in that moment. He had been the brother he might have been if he had been raised in any other house, by anyone other than a Magister Illyrio with an agenda and a dead, exiled mother and the long shadow of Ares behind him. She had felt very briefly, with no defense against it, a small old grief for him. She had pushed it down. She had said, "Then it is decided. It is decided. You leave in a moon's turning. A moon's turning. The Magister will arrange the ship." "Good," Viserys had said. "Good, sister." He had stood up. He had come around the small lacquered table. He had taken her by both shoulders, and she had stiffened. She could not help it. She had not been touched by him in years, kissed her very lightly on the forehead. Sister, you have become a queen, sister, I had not seen, I see now. When I have the throne, I will give you a husband fit for a queen. I will give you Dorn, sister, Doran Martell's son, the boy, he is the right age, he will please you. You are kind, brother. I am a king. Kings are kind. He had let her go. He had gone back to his supper. He had asked her, with a perfect courtesy she had not heard in him in 5 years, if she would like some of the figs. She had said she would. She had eaten 3 figs at her brother's table in the soft Pentoshi candlelight, while talking to him politely about which of the ladies of Dorne might suit her, and the figs had tasted like ashes in her mouth, and she had smiled, and she had finished her cup, and she had gone away. She had walked through the corridor. She had reached her chamber. She had bolted the door. She had sat down on the edge of her bed, and she had put her face into her hands, and she had wept. For the first time since the night Viserys had put his hand on Aegon's throat, exactly 7 careful tears, one for each year of Viserys's life that she had known him and remembered. She had wept them quickly. She had wiped her face. She had not let any of the slaves see. She had not let the slave woman in the yellow robe see. The slave woman in the yellow robe had pretended in the pallet by the door that she had heard nothing. The slave woman in the yellow robe had been very good for 6 years at hearing nothing. Daenerys had not gone that night to the Magister. She had needed the night for herself. She had gone in the morning. She had told him the conversation. He had nodded. He had said, "Princess, you did the harder of the 2 parts." She had said, "And you the easier." He had said, "I will do the easier part well." She had said, "I know." The ship had arrived a moon later. It was anchored now off the southern mole. It was waiting for Viserys. The day before the ship sailed there was a feast. It was the largest the Magister had held in his 3 years in the high estate of his current career. He had spent a small, unprintable fortune on it. He had imported sweet flesh from the summer isles, lobsters in their shells from a fishery off the stepstones, wines from 4 different free cities, a singer from Norvos, a juggler from Lies, 3 dancers from Valantes whose costumes consisted, between them, of about half a yard of dyed silk. The dining hall had been lit with 500 candles in iron sconces shaped like serpents biting their tails. The long table had been set for 60 guests, every Magister of any consequence in Pentos, 3 visiting Magisters from Tyrosh and 1 from Norvos, the envoy from Bravos, the envoy from Lies, the envoy from Valantes, 2 captains of the Golden Company who had been in town and had been quietly invited, and a slim gray-cloaked man who sat at the far end of the lower table and did not speak the whole evening and was, Daenerys understood from one careful glance from Illyrio, the captain of the black-hulled galley. Viserys, at the high table, in a doublet of cloth of silver with 3 small rubies sewn at the cuff, was, for the first time in his adult life, being publicly toasted as a man going somewhere on his own initiative. The Magister had arranged the framing carefully. The exile was not an exile. The exile was a secret diplomatic mission, a Targaryen prince undertaking on his own account a journey of great courage to a place no Westerosi had returned from in a generation, to negotiate, prince to Magister, the support of the Eastern powers for the restoration of his throne. Viserys lapped it up. He had not been called brave in his life, except by the slave girls he had paid. He was being called brave tonight by 60 Magisters who he had decided, around the second course, were the wisest men in the world. He drank too much. He let the cloth of silver doublet hang open at the throat. He laughed too loud at the juggler. He proposed 3 toasts of his own, 1 to his sister, 1 to the Magister, 1 to a cousin in Lies who Daenerys was almost certain did not exist. And when he proposed the toast to her, Daenerys rose and inclined her head and smiled with the perfect grave smile she had been practicing on him for years, and Viserys, half drunk in his cloth of silver, reached out across the table and took her hand and pressed it to his lips. The hall said "Ah." The hall was charmed. Viserys was, in that moment, exactly as Illyrio had carefully arranged him. The gallant young prince of an exiled house, going east on a great errand, kissing his sister's hand at his last feast in the city of his exile. Daenerys had filed the moment. She had filed all of them. She would later, in private, take the moments out and turn them over and look at them and put them away. She did this the way Illyrio did his accounts. She had learned from him. Aegon, at the lower table in a sober dark green tunic, had not toasted his uncle. He had not been expected to. He had been the Magister's ward. He had sat where the household servants sat. He had eaten his suckling pig and drunk his small cup of wine. And when, 3 times in the evening, his uncle Viserys had glanced down the long lower table to take in the small dark-haired boy in the green tunic, Aegon had looked away. He had been told to look away. He had practiced looking away. He had become, in the last year, very good at the small grave Stark trick of not letting the world see what he wished to see and what he wished not to. Viserys, glancing, had seen a small servant boy of 14 who was not looking at him, and had not pursued the matter. Viserys had had other things to look at. Daenerys, at the high table, had not looked down the long lower table at Aegon either. She had not needed to. She had spent the last year very deliberately training herself not to look at him in any room where Viserys could see her face when she did. She had become, by 16, almost as good at this trick as Aegon was at his. She had eaten her lobster. She had drunk her wine. She had smiled at her brother's toast. She had carried the evening in her hands like a tray with 3 full goblets on it, very carefully, without letting one spill. And at the end of the evening, when the Magisters had gone back to their litters and the dancers had been paid and the candles had been put out, she had walked up the marble stair to her chamber by the cypress hedge, and she had lain down on her bed in her gown, and she had not slept. She had heard, after the 3rd bell, the soft pad of soft feet in the corridor. She had heard the door open. She had not opened her eyes. She had said very low, "Cousin." Aegon had come in. He had crossed the room. He had sat on the edge of her bed, his small dark head silhouetted in the candle stub, his gray stark eyes on her face. "Tomorrow," he had said, "tomorrow, you will not change your mind. Number, I will not change mine. I know, cousin, will you come to the harbor?" She had opened her eyes. She had said, "Yes, I will go to the harbor. With him. With him and with the Magister and with the slave woman. We will see him onto the ship. We will smile. We will wave. We will stand on the mole until the ship is below the horizon. We will then go home. We will then begin to live. And he will not understand. He will not understand until weeks from now, when the ship does not put in at the port we have told him it will put in at. By then we will be too far away. By then he will be on a Magister's ship in a Magister's hands, in a Magister's quiet, with a Magister's letter that is not the letter we have shown him, and the ship will turn east, and he will not be able to turn it, and he will go where he was going to go all along, and there will be no one to hear him. Aegon had said very low, "He is our blood. He is our blood, and we will know what it was. We will know what it was." He had reached out and taken her hand. Her hand was small and thin. His hand was small and dark-knuckled and already had the first calluses, at 14, of a boy who had been working a sword and a bow for half his life. They had sat that way in her chamber for a long, quiet time. Outside the lattice, the wind had moved through the cypresses. Somewhere on the harbor a bell had rung, very faint, the 4th hour. "Dany," he had said, "cousin, after tomorrow we will be only the 2 of us, in the house. And the Magister. Yes. What will we do?" She had thought about it. She had been thinking about it for 3 years. She had a long, careful answer ready. She had decided not to give it to him in the dark. She had said instead, "Tomorrow, cousin, tomorrow when the ship is below the horizon. Tomorrow afternoon in the inner garden on the bench. I will tell you tomorrow. I have a year and a half of plans for us. I will lay them out. You will listen. You will tell me where I am wrong. You will tell me what to add. We will work, cousin. We will work together. Tonight sleep. He had nodded. He had not immediately gone away. He had sat on the edge of her bed, and he had held her hand in the candle stub for one more long, quiet minute. And then he had bent and put his small, dark head against her shoulder for a count of 3. The way he had done, 10,000 times, since he was 3 years old and she had been 5. And then he had stood up and gone out, very softly, and the door had closed, and she had turned her face into the pillow, and she had, this time, not wept. She had only lain in the dark with her eyes open until the dawn came. In the morning the wind was right. The black-hulled galley had her sails up in the harbor by the 7th bell. The Magister's litter waited on the southern mole, 8 liveried bearers in pale orange. The Magister's own colors stood beside it, their bare brown shoulders glistening in the first hot sun of the season of melon. Viceroys' traveling chests, 4 iron-bound boxes of cedar inlaid with silver, the cloth of silver doublet folded in the topmost, the small gold circlet wrapped in 3 sheets of lambskin in the second, had been loaded since dawn. The slim, slow-eyed Lyseni girl, the second one, who Viceroys would never know was the second one, had been put aboard the day before by a small back gate arrangement of Illyrio, S, and was waiting for him below decks. This had been one of the Magister's quieter cruelties, and one of his more practical, because Viceroys with a slave girl on a ship was Viceroys distracted, and Viceroys distracted was Viceroys who would not, for the first 3 weeks of the voyage, notice exactly which direction the ship was sailing. Viceroys came down the long stair from the mansion in the 7th hour, with Daenerys at his right hand and the Magister at his left, and the slave woman in the yellow robe a respectful 3 paces behind. He was wearing pale blue silk in honor of the Targaryen color, with a small black dragon embroidered on the breast. His silver hair had been brushed and oiled and tied at the nape with a thin red ribbon. He was, by his own estimation, glorious. He was, by Daenerys' estimation, in the small private place at the back of her own head, 21 and frail and walking, with his thin shoulders set, down a stair he would never come back up, and she had walked beside him the whole way down, with her face arranged in the small, grave, careful smile she had been practicing on him for 16 years. At the bottom of the stair there was a small ceremony. The Magister had arranged it. 3 of the Magisters who had come to the feast were waiting on the mole with the envoy from Braavos. They each gave a small speech. The speeches were short. They wished the Prince Viceroys Targaryen, 3rd of his name, fair winds and the favor of the gods of the East and a successful embassy and a swift return. They presented him with 3 gifts, a sealed casket of Myrish glassware, a small Lyseni sextant in a leather case, a roll of Volantine silk for his sister, which was offered to Viceroys to give to Daenerys at his own discretion, and which Viceroys, with the perfect courtesy of a young man being toasted in public, did indeed turn and present to Daenerys with a small bow. She had inclined her head. She had taken the silk. She had said very softly, "Thank you, brother." He had said, "Sister." He had been almost, for the second time in the moon, almost handsome. He had then turned to the ship. He had walked the gangplank. He had not looked back. There were 2 small things that he did at the top of the gangplank that she would remember for the rest of her life. The first was that, at the rail before he turned to descend below decks, he had laid one thin pale hand on the wood of the ship's rail and looked, briefly, back at the sun-bright mole and the pink mansion on the hill above it. And his violet eyes had been, for a moment, the eyes of an 8-year-old boy who had once stood on a different harbor, in a different city, in the rain, with the hand of his sister Rhaella in his small fist, and had watched the rain come down on the gangplank of a different ship as they had fled into exile, and she had seen, in his face for that moment, the boy he had been before any of them. The second was that, when he turned to descend, he had glanced quickly, professionally, with the long, careful jealousy of a man who had spent half his life looking for threats to his throne, down the length of the mole, to the small group of household servants who had come down to bid the prince farewell. And his violet eyes had found, very quickly, the small dark-haired boy of 14 in the sober green tunic standing 3 rows behind the magister, and for one tiny half-second in that look, his eyes had not been the eyes of an indulgent uncle taking leave of a household boy. They had been the eyes of a man looking hard at a small dark-haired thing he had been trying for moons to recognize and had not, quite until that moment, recognized. Then he had turned away. He had gone down below decks. The ship had cast off. Daenerys had stood on the southern mole with the magister at her left and the small dark-haired boy of 14 at her right, and the slave woman in the yellow robe 1 pace behind them, and the 8 liveried bearers in pale orange standing very still around the litter, and the warm, dry wind of the season of melon blowing in off the bay, and she had watched the black-hulled galley pull out into the channel under oar, and unfurl her pale gray sail and catch the wind and lean east. The sail had been pale gray against the brass-bright sky for a long time. Then it had been a small gray blade. Then it had been a small gray thumbnail. Then it had been nothing. The bay had been empty. The magister had said very softly, "Princess." She had said, "Magister, it is done. It is done. We will go home. We will go home." Aegon had not spoken. He had only put his small, dark-knuckled hand into hers, and she had taken it, and they had stood on the mole for another long moment, just the 2 of them and the magister, looking at the place where the sail had been. And then they had turned, and they had walked back along the mole, and they had been handed into the litter, and the litter had been borne up the long stair to the pink mansion on the hill above the harbor, and the household had been quiet for the rest of the day. She had not, in the end, taken Aegon to the bench in the inner garden that afternoon. She had taken him to the Magister Solar. She had taken him because she had realized, in the litter on the way up the long stair, that the conversation she had been planning to have with him on the bench, the long, careful conversation about plans, about Westeros, about the houses, about the lessons and the men they would need to begin to cultivate by letter, was a conversation that now, with Viserys gone, did not need to be had in the secrecy of the cypress hedge. It could be had, for the first time in 3 years, in the open. With the magister at the desk, with his map spread out, with his accounts, with the small black porphyry box brought down at last from the high shelf at the back of the cabinet, behind the brass pot of old incense, and set on the malachite-veined slab in the middle of the room, and opened. The magister had been waiting for them. He had been smiling. He had not, when they had come in, said anything for a long moment. He had only stood behind his desk, his great soft hands folded over the great pale shelf of his belly, his forked yellow beard freshly oiled, his small clever Riverice eyes moving from her face to Aegon's face and back, and he had been smiling the small private smile of a man whose patience, over a very long career, had at last paid out. He had said when at last he had spoken, "Children, sit." They had sat. There were 2 chairs across the desk now, where for years there had been only one. He had said, "I have something to show you both." He had bent. He had reached down to the lower drawer of the malachite desk. He had drawn out a key on a thin silver chain. He had turned. He had crossed to the cabinet at the back of the room. He had opened it. He had taken out the brass pot of old incense. He had handled it as a man handles a relic, and set it on a low side table. He had reached behind it. He had taken out the small black porphyry box. He had returned to the desk. He had set the box in the middle of the malachite slab. He had stood looking at it a moment. He had said, "Princess, Prince, there is a thing in this box. I have been keeping it for you both for 11 years. It is not the only thing in the box, but it is the most important. I am going to open the box, and I am going to take it out, and I am going to read it to you. And after I have read it to you, I am going to give it to you. And after I have given it to you, the work of our lives begins. Do you understand? Aegon had said very low, I understand, Magister. Yes, yes, Magister. The Magister had reached down, he had taken up the box, he had opened the lid. He had lifted out the yellowed scrap of paper sealed once and then unsealed in plain wax with no device upon it. He had unfolded it. He had cleared his throat. He had read. Magister, he had read, his soft voice taking on the precise, even rhythm of a man reading a thing he had committed to memory the first hour he had ever read it. I am the man who sends the boy. I will not write again. He is the son of my sister. Raise him with the Targaryen children. Tell the girl when she is old enough to understand. He is to be called what you name him. Use a Valyrian name if it pleases you. His true name is known to one man, and that man is me, and I will keep it, and one day perhaps I will return it to him. Until then he is a foundling. He is in your keeping. I will know if you use him ill, and I will come. Aegon had been very quiet. The Magister had set the paper down on the malachite. Aegon had said after a long moment, there is no name on it. There is no name on it, Prince. And you do not know which northern lord wrote it. I know, Prince. How? By the seal of the man who delivered it, by the description of the man who delivered it, by the description of the place from which the man who delivered it had come. The man who delivered it was Wendell Riswell, captain of the Stormcrow of White Harbor. The man who sent him, the only man in Westeros in the year you were born who could have been at the Tower of Joy in Dorne with a child in his arms, was Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, hand to the usurper Robert Baratheon. Your uncle, Prince. The same uncle your aunt has been telling you about every night before sleep for 3 years. Aegon had not for a moment said anything. He had reached out his small hand. He had touched very lightly the yellowed paper. He had said, Then he is alive, he is alive, he is in Westeros. He is alive, Prince, he is in Westeros. He is at Winterfell. He has a wife and 5 children of his own and a foster son who is the heir of the Stormlands. He has been the hand of the king in the past, for one short stretch, and he is not currently. He goes to King's Landing only when he must. He is a quiet man, and he is an honorable man, and he is the man who, 14 years ago, smuggled you out of Westeros under his cloak because he could not, in the world as it then was, keep you alive any other way. I have an uncle. I have an aunt by marriage. I have cousins. You have cousins, Prince. The eldest is a boy of 17 named Rob. Rob, then a girl of 15 named Sansa, then a girl of 12 named Arya, then a boy of 10 named Brandon for the uncle who was killed by Ares, your other grandfather, then a boy of 7 named Rickon. There is also a foster son, almost a 6th child of the house, named Theon of Pike. And the Magister had paused. There is a bastard prince. A bastard who is, in the household ledger of Winterfell, the bastard of Lord Eddard Stark. A boy of your own age. The boy's name is Snow, Jon Snow, by the bastard custom of the North. Aegon had said, Who is the bastard's mother? The Magister had looked at him steadily. There is no bastard's mother, Prince. Or there was a bastard's mother in the open story, the story Lord Stark told his wife, and she is dead, and her name is variously given as Willa or as Ashara of Starfall, depending on which version of the gossip you hear. The story is, in either version, a lie. There is no bastard. The boy at Winterfell is a child Lord Stark brought home from the war. He was not Lord Stark's blood. Lord Stark loves him as his own by all reports. He was brought home as a screen prince, as a story. So that, if any whisper ever came from across the narrow sea that Lord Stark had sent a child east, the realm would say, No, there was no child east. The child was at Winterfell, raised as Jon Snow. We all knew of him. He has been there all along. He is, Prince, your cover. He has been your cover for 14 years. He has, in a way, lived your life in your place without ever, I suspect, knowing it himself. Aegon had been very still. He had said after a long moment, does he know? No, Prince, he does not know. Does my uncle Ned tell him? I do not believe so, Prince. I believe Lord Stark has kept the secret as he keeps all secrets within his own face. The bastard at Winterfell believes himself to be a bastard. He has, by all accounts, the long Stark face, as do you, and the grey Stark eyes, as do you, and a quiet brooding temper that the Northerners say is exactly the temper of Lord Stark himself when young. He is, by accident, Prince, your double. Aegon had said very softly, that is a strange thing to learn. Daenerys had reached out across the desk. She had laid her hand over his on the yellowed paper. Cousin, she had said, he is a strange piece of news, but he is your piece of news. We will think about him later. We will think about what to do about him or with him when the day comes. Today we are only opening the box. The Magister had said, Princess, wise. He had begun then to bring out the other things in the box. There were 6 other things. There was a small silver locket on a thin chain, which the Magister had set in front of Aegon, and which Aegon had opened, and which contained a single dark wisp of hair, straight, fine, dark as a raven's wing. The hair, the Magister had said, of Lyanna Stark, cut from her temple by Eddard Stark before he had closed her hands around the crown of dried blue winter roses. There was a folded piece of parchment in a northern hand, not Eddard Stark's. The Magister had said. The writing had been Wendell Riswell's, taken down in his rough sailor's hand from the brief description Eddard had given him at the dockside taverna in the Planky town, describing, in 5 lines, the look of Lyanna Stark in the days before her dying, and the names of the 7 men who had ridden with Eddard to the Tower of Joy, and the names of the 3 knights who had defended it. And Aegon had read this parchment twice, very slowly, and had folded it back, and had said nothing. There was a small dragon-shaped pin of yellowed bone, old, very old, of a kind no longer made, that the Magister had said was a Targaryen brooch of the dragon Vermithor, given to him by an old Valentine who had inherited it from a Targaryen pretender 3 generations back, and that the Magister had set aside for Aegon many years ago, because the pin was the only thing in the world the Magister had ever owned that the Magister had thought worthy of giving to the boy as a token of his blood. There was a small leather-bound book of 200 pages, written in a fine Pentosi hand, containing the names, descriptions, sigils, current ages, current location, marital status, and current political affiliation of every notable lord and lady of the 7 kingdoms, as of the most recent letter received in Pentos from the Magister's correspondence in 3 Westerosi cities. An updating dossier, the Magister had said, kept current to within the last 6 moons. There was a folded map of Westeros, laid out by the Magister's own hand, with 3 colors of ink, black for the houses neutral, blue for the houses likely to support a returning Targaryen, red for the houses that would resist. There were many more blue than Daenerys had imagined. There were, at the very bottom of the box, 3 small folded squares of red velvet, each smaller than a child's hand, each tied with a single silver thread, and the Magister had set these aside and had said, These we will not open today. These are for another day. Princess, Prince, you will know the day when it comes. He had closed the box. He had laid his great soft hand on top of it. He had said, Children, the work begins. We have 18 moons. Daenerys had said, 18 moons for what, Magister? The Magister had smiled. It had been the small, precise smile of a man who had been waiting 40 years for this conversation. For a great many things, Princess, he had said. For the binding of correspondence, for the slow, careful preparation of certain ships, for the buying of certain ports, for the training of certain men, for the placement of certain rumors in certain Westerosi ears, He had paused, and his small, clever river-ice eyes had moved for 1/2 second to the 3 small folded squares of red velvet now set in a row on the malachite. For the readying princess of certain things in 3 squares that we will not open today. We have 18 moons. We have you. We have the prince. We have the magister. He had bowed his great soft head. It is enough. She had looked at the 3 small squares of red velvet. She had not yet understood what they were. She would in 18 moons understand. She would, with Aegon at her side, walk into a fire. But that was later. That was a chapter the gods had not yet writ. Today there was only the magister's solar, and the malachite desk, and the small black porphyry box with the 11-year-old yellowed letter inside it, and a small dark-haired boy of 14 with his hand under hers on the paper, and a magister with a small private smile, and a long warm Pentos afternoon outside the lattice, and the horse fountain plashing in the inner garden, and the household, for the first time in 14 years, quiet. She had said very softly, almost to herself, the word she had taught herself at 11 to say into Aegon's hair at the back of his head when she rocked him. "Cousin," she had said. He had said it back. "Cousin." The magister had bowed. Outside in the bay, a small gray thumbnail of sail was already 3 hours below the horizon, going east on a wind that would not, for any letter and any prayer, turn it back. Chapter 6. The pyre the eggs had been in the magister's keeping for 31 years. He had not bought them. He had not stolen them. He had received them, on a hot autumn night in the 2nd year of his own magistracy, from a sad old Valentine who had owed him a debt no Valentine could in good conscience repay in coin. The Valentine had brought the 3 eggs in a cedar box bedded with crushed straw and a single shed snakeskin, and had set the box on the malachite desk that had not then yet acquired its malachite, and had said, with the long, careful melancholy of his city, that they were dragon eggs out of the Shadowlands, that they were old, that they were petrified, that they were probably dead, and that they were nevertheless the most beautiful objects the Valentine had ever held in his life, and that he wanted Illyrio to keep them somewhere they would be looked at, occasionally, by a person who would understand them. The Valentine had then drunk a single small cup of black wine and gone away into the Pentos night. Illyrio had never seen him again. The Valentine, the magister had learned by letter 3 years later, had drowned himself in the Rhône in the autumn after the gift. Illyrio had kept the eggs in a locked cedar press in the back of the wine cellar. He had kept them in those first years, mostly because he had not known what else to do with them. He had not believed then that they would ever hatch. He had not believed, then, in dragons. He had grown up in the same Pentos as every other magister, and the Pentosi understanding of dragons was the same as the Pentosi understanding of the gods of the old Giscari Empire. They were a thing that had been very impressive once, in a place that no longer existed, and that were now most usefully kept in carvings on cornices, and in songs sung at certain religious festivals. He had brought the cedar press up out of the cellar 14 years ago, on the brass-bright afternoon when the Stormcrow had come in with a small dark bundle in the arms of its sandy-haired captain. He had not then connected the 2 things in his head, the eggs and the bundle, but he had on impulse moved the press up into a small locked closet in his solar, behind a hanging of Lysini embroidery, and there it had stood for 14 years. He had opened it once a year, on the night of the autumn equinox, in the manner of a man performing a private rite he did not believe in but did not wish to interrupt. He had looked at the 3 eggs. He had touched very lightly with the back of his great soft pale knuckle the smooth scaled surface of the largest. He had closed the press. He had locked it. He had gone to bed. In the 11th year of the long arrangement, on the autumn equinox after the morning in the garden when Daenerys had told Aegon what he was, the magister had opened the press for the 11th time, and his great soft pale knuckle had felt, very faintly against the largest egg, the night black one. The egg the color of pitch with whorls of dark red beneath the surface as one sees in a polished stone of jasper. A warmth. Not the warmth of a thing alive. The warmth of a stone left in the sun. But the warmth had been there. He had stood for a long moment in the dark of the closet with his knuckle on the egg, and he had thought, very carefully, of all the explanations. The press had been closer to the wall this year than it had been the year before. The wall received more afternoon sun in the new arrangement. The lysiny hanging had a wool lining. The autumn had been warmer than usual, and he had laid all of these explanations on the desk of his own mind, and looked at them with his small, clever river-ice eyes. And he had decided that they were all of them excellent explanations, and none of them, in his old patient gut, the right one. He had not, that year, told the children. He had told them in the 3rd year after. He had told them in the 18th moon of the calendar he and Daenerys had begun on the day the black-hulled galley had borne Viserys east, 18 moons being, by the Magister's calculation, the time needed to do all the things that had to be done before the children could be allowed to do the thing that the eggs would, if they were what he had begun to believe they were, make possible. He had brought them down on a clear, cool evening in the season of fevers, 3 weeks before Daenerys' 17th name day. He had set the cedar press on the malachite desk. He had opened it. He had taken out the 3 eggs. He had set them in the candle light of the solar in a row. The largest had been the night black one with the dark red whorls. The middle had been the green one, the color of moss in deep wood with bronze veins. The smallest had been the cream and gold one, the color of a Westerosi sand, with thin curling lines of pale orange running across it like the small, careful curls in a child's hand. Daenerys and Aegon had stood across the desk from him in silence. He had said, "Princess, Prince. These are dragon eggs. They are old. They are warm. I have, in the last 6 months, on the nights when the moon is at full, several times felt call it a pulse. I am not a magician. I have no learning in these things. I cannot tell you whether what I have felt is the slow beating of a thing alive, or whether it is the long warmth of a thing that is only catching the light of a candle through a wall. I can tell you only that I have decided in my old age to bet the household on the first explanation. If I am wrong, we lose nothing. If I am right, we change the world." Aegon had said, "How do you hatch a dragon?" "There is a tale, Prince. It is in the Septon Barth letters, of which I have a fragmentary copy in my library. It is in the writings of the Maester Aemon Targaryen, who is currently at the wall. And yes, Prince, he is yours, he is your great-great-uncle, and he lives, though we cannot reach him yet. It is in the songs of the slaves who came out of old Valyria. The tale, in all the versions I have read, is the same. A dragon does not hatch in warmth alone. It hatches in fire. Living fire, fed by living flesh, a sacrifice, prince of a beast, or a man, or both. And it hatches only at the hand of one of dragon blood, who must walk into the fire themselves and be unburnt. Daenerys had said, very softly, "Unburnt. Unburnt, Princess. And how does one know one is unburnt before one is unburnt?" The Magister had looked at her steadily. "One does not, Princess. One walks in. One either is or one is not. Then the test is the trial. The test is the trial." There had been a long quiet in the solar. The candle had moved. The lysiny hanging at the back of the room had moved with the candle very faintly, as if a hand on the other side of it were stirring. Aegon had said, "Magister, will I burn? Prince, I do not know. Will Daenerys burn? Prince, I do not know." Then how do we choose who walks in? The Magister had looked at the 2 of them. He had been quiet a long moment. He had said, finally, the thing he had not wanted to say. He had said it because, in his estimation, this was the moment in the long, careful arrangement when he had to let go of it, to let the 2 children become the 2 who were holding it, and he had let go of things in his life before, and he knew how to let go without flinching. You will choose between yourselves, children. I will not choose for you. I have given you the eggs and the tail. I will be in this room. I will, if you wish it, build the pyre with my own hands. I will, if you wish, ride to the edge of the salt flats in the litter with you and stand at a respectful distance and watch. I will not, however, decide for you who walks. The dragons, prince, princess, must be yours. I am only the man who kept the eggs. Daenerys had said, Magister, I will walk in. She had said it before Aegon could say it. She had said it because she had been quietly preparing herself to say it in the back of her own head for 3 years, since the night Viserys had put his hand on Aegon's throat, and the words had been ready in her mouth in the way some words are ready in the mouths of certain people on certain nights. She had said it without looking at Aegon. She had said it without permitting herself, in her chest, the small wash of fear that had risen in her at the Magister's word unburnt. She had pressed the fear down with a hand of her own will and held it down. She had said it as a queen says a thing. Aegon beside her had said, Then I will walk in too. The Magister had looked at him. Prince, Magister, 2 is not necessary. 2 is necessary to us. You are 14 years old, Prince. I am also Rhaegar's son, Magister, and Lyanna S. There are 2 bloods in me. If one burns, the other will not. If both burn, well, I will have died with my aunt, which is a better death than dying without her. I walk in with her, or we do not walk in at all. Daenerys had turned very slowly and looked at him. She had not, for several breaths, said anything. She had looked at the small, dark face. Aegon was no longer small. He had begun in the last year his late growth. He was nearly as tall as she was now and would be taller than her by the next autumn. And at the gray, stark eyes, and at the small ash-pale streak at the side of the hairline that had widened in the last year, almost into a recognizable strand. She had looked at him with the look of a person who is, in a single half-minute, deciding whether to permit another person to risk death for them. The look had gone on a long time. Then she had said, Cousin, together. He had said, together. She had said, Magister, we walk in together. The Magister had bowed his great soft head. As you wish, Princess. As you wish, Prince. We have 8 days. We will use them well. They had used the 8 days as the Magister directed. He had purchased, from a commissar that was passing 4 days, ride south of the city on its way to V's Dothrak, 3 of the older brood mares of its herd, small, wiry, sweet-faced beasts whose teeth had begun to go, and whose value to the call was no longer in their bodies, but only in the wool of their old hides. He had paid 4 times their market in silver and a chest of Pentos salt. The Khal had laughed and called him a fool, and the Magister had bowed and accepted the assessment. The mares had been brought back, walking, behind the Magister's litter on the long road home. They had been stabled in a small, unused stone hut on a parcel of land the Magister owned to the east of the city, in the dry, flat country at the edge of the salt marshes, where on a clear day the only thing one could see for an hour in any direction was the line of the horizon and a single thin column of white salt haze. The Magister had also purchased, quietly, through a Lysini intermediary, 12 cords of seasoned pine and 4 cords of olive wood, and a barrel of pitch, and a sealed jar of black powder that the slim gray-cloaked man at the long lower table of the farewell feast 18 moons before had, in a separate and unrelated transaction, kindly arranged to be brought to him from a manufactory in Karth. He had had the wood and the pitch and the powder carted out, also quietly, to the parcel of land. He had ordered the Magister's own gardeners, slaves of his own household whose discretion he had bought, over the years, with manumissions to be granted at his death, and with the children of those manumissions to be schooled at his expense, to build a pyre. The pyre had been built in the shape of a low square platform 6 paces on a side and 1 pace high, with a small inner well in the center large enough for one woman to lie down in. The wood had been packed dense, with kindling at the base and the pitch in long ladled lines through the middle, and the powder in 3 small sacks at the corners, to be lit only at the last by a slow match the magister had arranged. Around the pyre, at a distance of 20 paces, a low ring of stones had been laid, marked at 4 points by the 4 winds. A Pentoshi compass rose, the same green and gold pattern that lay on the mosaic floor of the magister's solar, scratched into the salt-flat earth by the slow, careful hand of the youngest of the gardeners. On the 8th morning in the false dawn, the litter had carried Daenerys and Aegon and the magister out to the place. It had been Daenerys' 17th name day. She had worn a simple white shift of unbleached linen, with no jewelry, and her silver hair undone and falling past her shoulders. Aegon had worn a simple gray tunic and gray breeches, and his dark hair had been tied with a thin black ribbon at the nape of his neck. They had carried between them the 3 eggs in a basket lined with red Volantine velvet, the basket made of woven cypress switches, the velvet from the same bolt the magister had cut 3 small folded squares from a year and a half before. Daenerys had carried the night black egg and the green egg. Aegon had carried the cream and gold one. They had ridden in silence. The salt flats had been the color of old bone in the false dawn. The sky had been the color of milk. When they had come to the place, the magister had had the 3 brood mares brought out of the stone hut. The mares had been led by halter to the foot of the pyre. They had been killed there, swiftly, with 1 stroke each from a Pentoshi knife in the great soft pale hand of the magister himself. He had not delegated this to a slave. He had done it on his own knees in the salt-flat earth, and he had done it well, the way a man who has slaughtered animals for 40 years in the small private hours of his Pentoshi life does it, with no waste and no cruelty and no sentiment. The mares had not, any of them, made more than a single small surprised sound. They had been laid, one by one, in the inner well of the pyre, with their muzzles to the south and their tails to the north, in the way an old slave from the slaver's bay had once told the magister was the proper way to lay a beast meant for a fire that would call something else. The eggs had been laid on top of the mares. The night black egg had been laid on the largest mare. The green egg had been laid on the second. The cream and gold egg had been laid on the third. The magister had stepped back. The youngest of the gardeners had been waiting with the slow match in his hand. The magister had nodded. The slow match had been brought to the corner of the pyre. The kindling had taken. The fire had begun small. The kindling had caught with a soft, sucking noise of new flame. Then the pitch had taken. Then the olive had taken. Then the pine had taken. And within a count of 40 the whole low square platform had been a single low gold and red wall of fire, and the 3 eggs had been at the heart of it, and the 3 brood mares had been already only outlines in the white-hot light, and the powder in the 3 small sacks at the corners had begun, at intervals of perhaps a count of 3, to go off, not in great explosions, but in soft, hard whumps that sent a brief blossom of white flame up over the gold wall and gave the whole pyre, in the false dawn, the appearance of a thing breathing. Daenerys had stood at the western edge of the compass rose in her white shift, her silver hair lifting in the heat wash that came off the fire. Aegon had stood at her right hand. The magister had stood at a respectful distance, hands folded over his belly. Daenerys had said very low, the way one says a thing one has been rehearsing in one's chest for a long time, "Cousin, if I do not come out." He had said, "We come out, Dany, both of us. If I do not. Together. Cousin, together." She had looked at him. She had taken his hand. They had walked together, hand in hand, into the fire. The thing she would remember after about the fire was that it had not been hot. It had been brilliant. The brilliance had been more than her eyes could carry. The world had gone first to gold and then to white and then, for a long moment, to a color she had not before known a name for and that she would, ever after, think of as the color of dragon, a color that was both red and gold and at the same time a deep, cool, unburning indigo, the color of a kingfisher's breast. There had been a sound. The sound had not been the roaring of fire. It had been a low, slow note as of a great bell rung once and held. And the note had not moved, and the note had been all around her, and the note had been, somewhere inside it, her own name in the voice of a man she had never heard and instantly recognized as her brother Rhaegar. She had heard the note and she had heard the name, and she had stepped forward another step, and she had felt the hem of her white linen shift catch and pucker and burn away from the bottom up, and she had felt the linen disappear from her shoulders, and she had felt her silver hair lift and drift away in a slow halo, and at the last she had been only herself in the heart of the gold, and she had not been hot. She had been warm. She had been warm the way a body is warm in the hand of a person who is holding it well. Beside her she had not turned her head. The head had not been a thing she could move. Beside her she had felt the warmth of Aegon, equal to the warmth of her, the same heat that was not heat, and she had felt his hand in hers, and she had felt the calluses on his palm, and she had felt that the calluses had not burned, and she had felt at the very edge of her hearing, in the low, slow note all around her, Aegon's own voice too, his small, grave Starkan Targaryen voice from when he was 9, saying the word cousin. Cousin, cousin. She had stood in the heart of the gold with him. The eggs at her feet had cracked. She had not seen the cracking. She had felt it. She had felt 3 small new heartbeats begin in the world at the level of her ankles. The first had been slow and heavy as a hammer in a deep cellar. The second had been quicker, brighter, more wild. The third had been the smallest and most musical, a quick, light, flickering pulse, and the third had been the one that, in the long color of dragon moment, had reached up with a small, new wet head and pressed itself, blindly, against her shin. She had bent. She had lifted. The black hatchling had come up against her chest. The green had come up against Aegon's chest. The cream and gold had, after a long, puzzled moment, climbed across her ankles and across Aegon's foot, and made up its small, puzzled mind in the way of small, puzzled creatures everywhere, and settled, with a soft trilling sound, in the crook of Aegon's elbow. He had held it. He had looked in the gold at the small, wet, cream-colored head in his arm, and at his other hand which had the green hatchling now wrapping its serpent neck around his wrist, and he had laughed. Daenerys had heard the laugh in the bell note. It had been the laugh of a boy of 14 who had, in a single dawn, become a thing very different from a boy of 14. She had laughed too. The bell note had ended. The fire had been gone. The Magister had come up to them at a slow, soft jog, his great soft body moving faster than she had ever seen it move, his face for once unguarded. There had been tears on his great soft cheeks, and the forked yellow beard had been at half oiling, and his pale river-ice eyes had been the eyes of a man who had spent 40 years not letting himself hope and was, in his 61st year, hoping. He had stopped at the edge of the burnt-out platform. He had looked at them. They had been standing in the center of a low square of soft black ash. They had been naked, both of them, of all clothing. The linen had burned. The tunic had burned. The breeches had burned. The black ribbon at the nape of Aegon's neck had burned. Only Daenerys' silver hair and Aegon's dark hair had survived, both of them haloed in a faint, persistent crackle of static, and they had been holding, between them, 3 small, wet, shining new hatchlings the size of cats. The black hatchling had been on Daenerys' chest with its tail wrapped around her ribs. The green had been around Aegon's wrist. The cream and gold had been in the crook of Aegon's elbow, trilling. The Magister had not, for a long moment, been able to speak. He had then, with his great soft self-discipline of 40 years, recovered his face. He had taken from a slave behind him 2 long cloaks of dark Tyroshi wool. He had stepped onto the ash. He had, without touching either of them, he had not in 14 years embraced the girl, and he had decided in his own private estimation not to begin on a morning when she had just stepped out of a fire. He had laid the cloaks gently around their shoulders and had stepped back and had bowed, his great soft head going almost to his great soft knees. "Children," he had said. Daenerys had said very softly, "Magister, you are unburnt. We are unburnt. The dragons, they are here. The dragons, they are here, Magister." He had laughed. It had been the second time she had heard him laugh in 14 years. The first had been the morning she had read the name ASOIAF out of his library. The second was now. He had laughed, and the laugh had been the laugh of a man bowing very deeply to a chess opponent at the end of a game in which the opponent has just turned over an unexpected piece. He had said after the laugh, "We will go home." She had said, "We will go home." He had said, "We will go home," very, very quietly. She had said, "Yes, Magister." He had said, "And we will hide them." She had said, "Yes." He had said, "But not from us." She had smiled. "Not from us," she had said. For 6 months they had hidden the dragons from everyone except the Magister and the slave woman in the yellow robe and the youngest of the gardeners, who had become, by virtue of having seen them on the morning of the hatching, the third member of the small inner trust of the household. The dragons had grown in the locked closet behind the Lysini hanging in the Magister's solar, where the cedar press had once been. They had eaten, at first, small bowls of warm minced lamb mixed with goat's milk, fed to them by Daenerys with her own fingers, the way one feeds a chick that has not yet learned to peck. They had grown faster than Daenerys had been prepared for, the black hatchling which she had named after no thought at all, the name being the only name in the world that had ever come to her unbidden. Balerion, in honor of the conqueror's great worm, had reached, within a month, the size of a hunting hound and was eating whole rabbits, scales bright black already glossy as wet pitch and beginning, at the wing joint to show the first dark red beneath. He was the largest of the three and would, by her estimation in time, be very large. The green hatchling which Aegon had named, also unbidden, Rego, after his father's brother, no. After the brother his father might have given him had any of them survived, was quicker and more brilliant than Balerion but smaller, and ate less, and slept curled at the warm crook of Aegon's neck whenever the boy would let him, which was always, and the cream and gold one, which they had named together one evening after a long debate, Megon, in a quiet joke about a Magister who had, by patience, hatched a dragon, was small and bright and the most affectionate of the three, and rode mostly on Aegon's shoulder, like a small singing bird. The 3 dragons had grown. The household had grown around them. In the 3rd month after the hatching, the dragons had become too large to be kept in the locked closet, and the Magister had moved them, one warm night by litter, with their handlers bound to absolute secrecy by oath and silver, and the unspoken weight of what a slave woman in the yellow robe could whisper if displeased, to the same stone hut on the same parcel of land east of the city where the brood mares had been kept. The dragons had not in the move complained. They had ridden in the litter as the Magister rode in the litter, with patience. They had taken up residence in the stone hut. The youngest of the gardeners, manumitted that week and given a small endowment, had been installed there as their keeper. The keeper had been instructed in the basics by the slave woman in the yellow robe. By the 5th month after the hatching, the keeper was sitting in the door of the stone hut at dusk with the green hatchling Rego curled across his knees like a long warm cat and the small gold Megon perched on his shoulder. And he was, the Magister had reported, with the small private smile of a man who has discovered an unexpected aptitude in a member of his household, feeding them strips of dried fish from his own hand, and singing to them, in the Pentosi country dialect of his boyhood, a lullaby about a fisher who had loved the moon. By the 5th month after the hatching, Aegon had learned to fly. He had not learned to fly on Megon, who was too small. He had not learned to fly on Rego, who at 5 months had been the size of a horse and not yet ready for a rider. He had learned to fly on Balerion. Daenerys had insisted. She had said in the Magister's Solar on the night they had first discussed it, "Cousin, Balerion is the largest and will, in time, be the largest of the three. He must take a rider before he is so large that taking a rider has become a question of his own consent. He must take you. You are the lighter. You are the cousin who will sit a dragon best when he is small. I will take him after when he is a horse, but you will take him first when he is a colt." Aegon had said, "And Rhaego." She had said, "Rhaego will be yours when he is grown. Meagon I will train to my own hand. We will, between us, ride all three. They are not, after all, mine alone. They are ours. We hatched them together. We will fly them together." He had agreed. Balerion had taken Aegon first on a clear, cool night in the season of fevers, 3 weeks after the move to the stone hut. The flight had been low and short, twice around the perimeter of the salt flats, at perhaps 100 feet, in the moonlight, with Aegon clinging to the spinal ridges of the dragon's neck like a small dark monkey, and laughing the whole way. An open, ringing laugh that Daenerys had heard from the ground 3 furlongs off, and that had been. She had realized at once. The laugh she had been waiting all her life to hear out of him. After Balerion had come down, panting, the wing joints trembling with the new effort, and the dragon keeper had brought him a warm bucket of mash and a half-sheep, Aegon had slid down to the ground and walked to Daenerys, and his dark hair had been wind-blown, and his eyes had been the eyes of someone who had just understood, for the first time in his life, that the small bone-pale cage of being a single person could be opened from the inside, and he had taken Daenerys by both shoulders. "Dany," he had said. "Cousin, it is a thing I do not have the word. I know, you will, tonight you will, not on Balerion, on Meagon. He is small and he is yours. You will take him for a low hop. He will lift you a hand off the ground and put you down. Tomorrow he will lift you 2 hands. You will, by the next moon, fly. I will be beside you. I will be on Balerion. I will not let you fall." She had said very softly, "Cousin." He had said, "Together, we do everything together." She had said, "Together." And she had the next moon flown. And in the 4 moons after that, she and Aegon had flown, at night, always at night, never higher than 2,000 feet, in long, careful arcs out over the dark salt flats to the east of Pentos and back, until both of them, and both Balerion and Meagon, knew the shape of each other in the air. Rhaego had begun in the 5th moon to follow them riderless, a small green shadow weaving in and out of the moonlight beside Aegon's silhouette, and Aegon had said one night on the way home, low, almost dreamily, "Dany, when Rhaego is large enough, I will take him too. I am the cousin who flies, and you are the cousin who plans, and we will divide it that way." And she had laughed and said, "I will plan, cousin, and I will also fly. I have not given up Meagon. We will, in the end, divide nothing. We will share everything. It is the long arrangement." He had smiled. They had ridden home in the moonlight. On the night before the long arrangement was to come to the next stage, the night before, by Illyrio's 18-month calendar, and by Daenerys' own quiet calculation, they were to begin to prepare in earnest the ships and the men, and the small, careful Westerosi letters that would, in another 6 months, see them set sail for the country across the sea. There had been one further small private business in the inner garden of the Magister's mansion. Daenerys and Aegon had walked out to the long, low, cushioned bench under the pomegranate tree. They had walked, this time, with the 3 dragons between them on the lawn. Balerion, by now nearly the size of a yearling foal, padding on his hind legs with his wings folded against his back. Rhaego, nearly the same size, the green scales glittering in the lamplight. Meagon, smaller, perched as always on Aegon's shoulder, his small gold head turning in interest at every motion of the cypresses. They had sat on the bench. The dragons had curled, in the long instinct of small, dangerous animals everywhere, into a single warm coil at their feet. The Magister had come. He had walked across the garden in his soft silk robe with a small wooden box in his hands. He had sat down beside them. He had set the box on his knee. He had said very softly, "Children, I have a thing here." Daenerys had said, "Magister." He had opened the box. Inside the box had been 3 small folded squares of red velvet, each tied with a single silver thread. They had been the 3 squares from the porphyry box. He had untied the first square. Inside the first square had been a small silver pendant on a thin chain, 3-headed, dragon-shaped, ancient. He had untied the second. Inside the second had been a second pendant, dragon-shaped, twin to the first. He had untied the third. Inside the third had been a small ring, also silver, also dragon-shaped, large enough for a man's finger. He had said, "These 3 pieces were given me long ago by a man whose name I will tell you another night. He told me they had been worn in the long Targaryen line by the 3 dragon riders of the first generation. Aegon the Conqueror's 3 children, Prince. He gave them to me and told me that, should I ever in my life come into the company of 3 of dragon blood who had fire to ride, I was to give the pieces back. I have in the years since looked at them perhaps once a year. I did not believe I would ever live to do as he had said. I am giving them to you tonight, children, princess, prince. The first pendant to you, princess. The second pendant to you, prince. The ring." He had paused, and his pale river-ice eyes had moved very slowly from Daenerys' face to Aegon's and back, and he had said, "The ring I will keep until you tell me to whom it should go. There is a 3rd dragon rider in this world, children. You hatch 3 eggs. The black is for the prince. The gold is for the princess. The green," he had looked at Rhaego, dozing on the lawn at their feet, the green scales bronze in the lamp light. "The green will, in time, take a rider too. We do not yet know who. The ring is for that rider when they come." Daenerys had looked at Aegon. Aegon had looked back. He had said very softly, "Magister, will you keep it for now?" "I will keep it, Prince, until we tell you. Until you tell me." The Magister had taken up the ring. He had wrapped it again in the small folded square of red velvet. He had tied it again with the single silver thread. He had laid it back in the wooden box. He had closed the box. He had bowed. He had said, "Children, tomorrow morning we begin the last work. Tomorrow morning I will lay before you, in the solar, the map of every port on the east coast of Westeros, and the names of every captain in any one of them who might be persuaded to receive us. Tomorrow morning we begin to decide whether we land at Dragonstone or at Storm's End, or whether we go around and come in at White Harbor, and how many dragons we show when we come, and how many we keep back, and how many men we bring with us out of the free cities, and which of the great houses we write to first. Tomorrow morning the work is no longer a child's plan. Tomorrow morning the work begins to be a campaign. Will you both be ready?" Daenerys had said, "Yes, Magister." Aegon had said, "Yes, Magister." The Magister had bowed his great soft head. He had taken up the wooden box. He had walked back across the garden, soft feet on the warm tile, the small gold megon flying briefly to his shoulder and lighting there in greeting before flying back to Aegon's, and the Magister had laughed his small soft laugh, the 3rd time in 14 years, and gone in. Daenerys had sat on the bench with Aegon. The horse fountain had plashed. The cypresses had moved. Balerion on the lawn had lifted his great dark head and let out a single soft trumpeting note like the low, slow note of a bell, and Megon on Aegon's shoulder had answered with a small chirruping bell of his own, and Rhaego, asleep, had stirred and resettled, and the 3 of them had been in the lamplight the 3 most beautiful things in the world. Daenerys had reached out. She had taken Aegon's hand. "Cousin," she had said, "cousin, we are going home. We are going home. You are ready." He had looked at her. The gray Stark eyes had been calm. The small ash-pale streak at the side of the hairline had caught the lamplight and shone. "Dany," he had said, very low, "I have been ready since I was 9. She had laughed. She had laughed in the same key, exactly. that she had laughed in the heart of the gold 6 months before, when the third hatchling had pressed its small wet head against her shin, and she had bent and lifted, and she had laughed because she had understood in the laugh that the long arrangement of 14 years was over, and that the short campaign of the next 10 was about to begin, and that she would not be doing it alone, and that the only person in the world she would have chosen to do it with was, in fact, sitting on the long, low, cushioned bench beside her, with a small gold dragon on his shoulder and her hand in his. She had not let go of his hand. She had held it all the way back up the stair to the Magister's mansion. Above them, in the warm Pentoshi night, the 3 dragons had risen on slow, careful wings and circled, low and silent and almost unseen, over the cypress hedge and the bathhouse roof and the lattice of the upper gallery, and had come down at last to roost, all 3, on the warm tiles of the south-facing roof of the Magister's solar, where they had spent the rest of the night curled around the chimney like 3 sleeping cats. In the morning the Magister had opened the closet behind the Lysini hanging, where there were now no eggs, and he had taken out a map of Westeros, and he had laid it on the malachite desk. The campaign had begun. Chapter 7. The Court in Exile. Westeros, on the wall of the Magister's solar in the morning Daenerys would always remember as the morning the campaign began, was an unrolled scroll of soft brown leather 4 feet on a side, nailed at the corners with small brass tacks, and was nearly invisible under the paper that had begun to gather over it. Small lists in the Magister's hand, small lists in Daenerys's hand, small lists in Aegon's hand, small slips of paper in 3 different languages, ink in 3 different colors, a wax-sealed lock of hair the Magister had received by courier from a contact in Old Town, a single dried petal of a blue winter rose that Aegon had pressed in a book, and brought down on the morning of the second meeting and laid, very carefully, on the small square that was Dorne, and a torn corner of a Lysini courier's bill in the Magister's small, precise back of hand on which had been written, in pencil, the words 6 months. The 6 months had been the Magister's first estimate. They had become 11. There had been more to do than even Illyrio had thought there would be. There had been more to do because, as Daenerys had begun to grasp, by the 3rd moon, the campaign was not a campaign of weapons. It was a campaign of letters, of small, careful sums of silver, of slow, patient corrections of 40 years of bad gossip about her family. The Magister had been at the work in his own quiet Pentoshi way. For almost 2 decades, he had been laying the groundwork for some Targaryen restoration somewhere in his life since the year Viserys had been 12, and he had been laying it the way a man lays the boards of a long bridge, one at a time, fastened well, with no particular hurry. Daenerys, by 16, had begun to take over the laying. By 17, she had been laying it faster than Illyrio. By the morning she sat down at the long malachite desk on her 17th name day plus 1 month, and looked at the map with 8 months of work between her and her first foot on Westerosi soil. She had, to the Magister's amused private acknowledgment, overtaken him in nearly every department of it except the buying of ships, which Illyrio would not let her near, because he said that Pentoshi shipwrights would not, in this generation, do business with a girl, and that the prejudice of Pentoshi shipwrights was a thing she would do well to use to her advantage by letting it tire him out instead of her. The campaign had 3 legs. The first leg was the letters. The letters went to 47 men and 19 women in the 7 kingdoms and the free cities. They went in 2 coats. A public coat, which was the coat any septon could read aloud at a feast and find unremarkable, in which the Magister Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos inquired after the recipient's health, recommended a particular olive oil, and remarked on a recent change in the price of silk, and a private coat, which was the coat the recipient would, if they were the kind of recipient the Magister had taken the trouble to cultivate, find under the wax of the public coat in a thin oilcloth pocket. The private coat said in different words to different recipients the same thing. There is a Targaryen prince of the line of Rhaegar living in my house. He is the son of Lyanna Stark. He is 15 now. He has dragons. He will sail in the spring. He will need friends. Are you a friend? The first leg had taken 6 months and had returned 31 friendly answers, 8 neutral answers, 4 hostile answers, 3 answers from men who turned out to be already dead, 6 unanswered letters and 3 answers, the most valuable of all, from men who had said yes very carefully in coded language, and who had then enclosed lists of their own friends. By the 8th moon, the campaign had 211 names on its books, of which Daenerys had committed all to memory in 3 lists, the friendly, the neutral, and the enemy. She had made Aegon learn them too. They had quizzed each other at suppers by candle, with the small dragons on their shoulders, on the names and the sigils and the words and the marriages and the grudges. And Aegon, by the 9th moon, could be woken at the 3rd bell, asked, "Who is the Lord of Maidenpool and what does he want?" An answer before his eyes were fully open. Lord William Mouton, second cousin to the Tullys, owes 17,000 gold dragons to the Iron Bank, has no son but 3 married daughters. Will want the debt forgiven and the marriages preserved, can be bought for 10,000 and a Targaryen wardship for 1 grandson, and turn over and go back to sleep. The second leg was the ships. Illyrio had bought in his name 4 light Pentosi galleys of the kind that ran the cinnamon trade to the Stepstones. He had bought, through a Tyroshi nominee, 3 medium-burden cargo cogs out of Lies. He had bought, through a Norvoshi widow whose husband had owed him for a divorce, a single great Volantene war galley of 300 oars and twin decks of catapults. The war galley had been overhauled in a private slip on the Rhoyne and refitted, on Illyrio's instruction, with extra strakes of green oak for the wing stays of dragons. He had bought a small, swift courier sloop of his own design, which would, when the time came, sail 2 weeks ahead of the rest, with a private letter to a single recipient on Dragonstone. The fleet had been small. It had been chosen for swiftness and for carrying capacity, not for war. The war, Daenerys had said in the 3rd meeting, the dragons would do. The men aboard would be a court, not an army. The 3rd leg was the court. The court was Daenerys's particular pride. She had assembled it, by letter and by small, careful Pentosi suppers, over 9 months. There had been certain pieces the Magister had had to hand, Halden Halfmeister, who had been Aegon's tutor since he was 4, and who would become, in the new arrangement, the household's master of letters, the slave woman in the yellow robe, who Daenerys had manumitted with her own hand in a small ceremony in the inner garden on her 17th name-day plus 4 days, and who would become, by her own choice, Daenerys's chief lady-in-waiting under the freedwoman name of Dory of Pentos, Sir Rowley Duckfield, who had been Aegon's first master-at-arms, and who, on the matter being put to him in the small inner courtyard on a clear afternoon, had wept once and gotten on one red broad knee in his red broad way and said, my lord, Aegon, your grace, I have known what you were since the 3rd year. I will go." Aegon had said very softly, "Sir Rowley, stand, we will need you on your feet." The free rider who had taught Aegon the dirty fencing had been added by Daenerys's own quiet hand. His name was Lemor, that was the name he used in Pentos, and he was the 3rd son of a Westerosi knight and the 2nd cousin of a Tyroshi prince, and he had agreed to come, after one quiet supper with Daenerys at which he had said only twice, "Princess, I will come." The youngest of the gardeners, the manumitted dragon-keeper of the stone hut, had been added. His name was Jogo, and he had become, in the year of the dragons, first growth, the only adult man in the world other than Aegon and Daenerys whose voice the dragons obeyed without question. And he had been promoted gently by Daenerys to Master of Dragons, with a handsome stipend and 2 assistants of his own choosing. There had been others, all small, all chosen. A Valentine Physic, an old Giscari accountant, a Braavosi water dancer who would teach Daenerys the small sword, a quiet septa from Maidenpool whose discretion Illyrio had bought twice, and whose loyalty Daenerys had earned with one long evening at supper, an old man from Asshai with one eye, who would come to do certain things Daenerys did not yet understand, and who Illyrio had asked her, very gently, to permit, and the Magister himself last, the Magister Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos, who had announced to her in the 9th moon that he would be coming with them, that he was selling the mansion, that he was selling the warehouses, that he was packing the contents of the library into 12 large brass-bound crates, and that he was, after 40 years, going home with her to a place that had never been his home, but had been, in the long quiet of his life, the only thing that had ever entirely deserved his loyalty. He had announced this without flourish. He had said in his solar in the 9th moon, his great soft hands folded over his belly, his pale river-ice eyes on the map of Westeros that had filled the wall now corner to corner with paper. "Princess, I am old, I have no children, I have in this city no friend I would miss. I have in your service more remaining work to do than I am likely to have years to finish it in. I will come with you. Will you have me?" Daenerys had said very softly, "Magister, I had assumed it. I had not. You should have. I would not go without you. Princess, Magister, then it is decided. It is decided." There had then been a small private moment in the solar, of the kind that occurred between them now perhaps once a fortnight, in which Illyrio had, not weeping, he had not wept. He was, like Ned Stark before him, a man who did his weeping in a back room with the door closed, laid one fat, soft, pale hand on the malachite desk between them, palm down, and Daenerys had laid her own small, thin hand on top of his, and they had sat that way for the count of one whole bell, neither speaking. And then she had risen and gone away to the courtyard to find Aegon, and Illyrio had taken up his quill, and the morning had resumed. There remained 2 questions that the Magister had refused to settle in council. The first was where they would land. The second was Viserys. The first question, the question of where they would land, was the question the Magister had been most willing to defer to her, and on which Daenerys had been most stubbornly unwilling to choose. They had laid out on the malachite desk on the morning the campaign began the 3 options. The first was Dorne. Dorne had been, by Westerosi politics, the natural ally. The Martells had not forgiven Robert for Princess Elia. They would not forgive him for another 40 years. They had been chafing under his rule in the small, careful Dornish way for a generation. They had been corresponding with Illyrio for 9. They would, on a landing at Sunspear or at Planky Town, send out their levies. They would shelter Aegon and Daenerys in the water gardens. They would mount, after a careful season, a march on King's Landing through the Boneway. But Dorne had 2 weaknesses. The first was that a Dornish landing was the obvious landing. It was the one Robert had been worrying about for 15 years, and that Tywin had probably been worrying about for 10. And the welcome by Sunspear would coincide, almost certainly, with a sudden hardening of Lannister patrols in the Reach, and a wall of stone going up across the Boneway under Mace Tyrell's standard. The second was that a Dornish landing would put Aegon, in the eyes of the realm, on the Martell side of a question of vengeance that he had not been raised in. He would arrive as the answer to Princess Elia's death, not as the answer to the long peace of the realm. He would inherit the grievance. Daenerys had not wanted that for him. The second was the North. The North had been Lyanna's country. The North was the country of Lord Eddard Stark, of Winterfell, of the boy at Winterfell who was Aegon's secret double, of Aegon's own blood on his mother's side. The North would, almost certainly, on the presentation of credentials, kneel. The Karstarks would kneel, the Umbers would kneel, the Glovers would kneel, Lord Manderley of White Harbor, who was in Illyrio's dossier, a fat, patient old man with a Targaryen banner folded in his solar chest, and a sour memory of Robert's drunken rudeness at a feast in 287, would kneel. The Mormonts would kneel out of curiosity, and Lord Stark himself, who in his quiet way had spent 14 years protecting Aegon's life by raising a Stark bastard in his stead, would do. Whatever he would do, and whatever it would be done well. The trouble with the North was the distance. Coming in at White Harbor, Aegon and Daenerys would have 800 miles to fight or march south before they reached the Iron Throne. The dragons could fly them in 2 days. The army could not fly. The army would walk slowly through 3 kingdoms, and each of the 3 kingdoms could be raised against the dragons before the dragons came near. The North was the safest landing and the longest road. The third was Dragonstone. Dragonstone, the Magister had said, looking sidelong at Daenerys with his small, clever river-ice eyes, was the right answer. Dragonstone, he had said, was the seat of the dragon. It had been, for 290 years, the Targaryen castle, the place where the Prince of Dragonstone went to be sworn in before he became the king, the ancestral home from which Aegon the Conqueror had launched his conquest. It was now held by Lord Stannis Baratheon, who had been given it as a slight by Robert, who had wanted to give it to Renly, and who had been forced, by his quiet, hard-faced brother's refusal to be insulted any more obviously, to leave it in his hands. Stannis had no love of Robert. Stannis had been at Dragonstone for 15 years brooding over Robert's slights. Stannis had a small private knot of 20 Stormlander lords sworn to him by his old service at the Siege of Storm's End during Robert's rebellion, who would, by Illyrio's calculation, follow him in a question of personal loyalty, even into the strange waters of recognizing a returning Targaryen, provided Stannis decided that recognizing the Targaryen was the lawful thing to do. And Stannis, said the Magister, was the kind of man who, when shown a lawful claim properly proved, would acknowledge it even if it broke his own back to do so. He would not love Aegon. He would not embrace him. He would do the harder thing, which was kneel. If they landed at Dragonstone, the Magister had said, they took the seat of the dragon. They put a banner on the wall. They sent ravens. The Stormlanders came. The Crownlands came, the Crownlands who had served the Targaryens for 300 years and who under Robert had been ground between Lannister bankers and Hightor Septons. The River Lords, Catelyn Stark's old country, would come, perhaps, because of the Stark connection in Aegon's blood, and because Hoster Tully was old and dying, and Edmure was a man who had grown up loving Stark family above any other. The North would come, at first slowly, then quickly, when the lords of the North found out from a careful raven who exactly the Stark on the inland side of the throne was. The Reach and the Westerlands would resist. The Iron Islands would be the Iron Islands, but a Targaryen at Dragonstone with 3 dragons and 20 Stormlander lords, and the river country in motion behind him was, by the Magister's careful calculation, the answer. Daenerys had read the dossier 3 times. She had argued for the North. She had argued for the North because she did not trust Stannis. She had read the small dossier on Stannis, and she had decided, in the small, careful place at the back of her own head, that Stannis was a man who could be predicted but not trusted, that the difference between the 2 words was the difference between a sword and a bear in a pit, and that she did not wish to put her cousins first kneeling at the feet of a bear in a pit. Aegon had argued for Dragonstone. Aegon had argued for Dragonstone because He had said this softly, on the long, low-cushioned bench under the pomegranate one evening in the 10th moon. He wished to be born there as a king, in the room his father had been born in, and he wished to be received there by men with their swords down. Daenerys had said, "Cousin, the men with their swords down may put them back up." Aegon had said, "Then we will see whether they keep them up when they have looked at Balerion." In the 11th moon she had agreed. She had agreed on the morning of a particular argument she would remember later, as the argument that taught her what kind of king Aegon would be. They had been in the solar. Illyrio had been writing. They had been arguing about whether to send the courier sloop to Stannis first with a letter, or whether to land and let Stannis discover them. Daenerys had been for the letter. She had said it was the kind of courtesy a returning king should pay a vassal. Aegon had been for the landing. He had said, "Dany, I do not wish to ask Stannis. I wish to be Stannis' lord. If I write him first, I am asking him whether I may land. If I land first, I am telling him I have landed. I am his lord or I am not. Let him meet me on the strand." She had said, "And if he meets you on the strand with archers." He had said, "Then I meet him with Balerion, and we both find out what kind of man Stannis is." She had looked at him. She had said, "Cousin, you are right." She had said it with no qualification. She had said it because, in the long, careful balance of their work together, she had begun to teach herself to say it without the small, grudging tone of the older cousin who has been corrected by the younger. She had said it because she had begun, in the 11th moon, to understand that Aegon at 15 had, in his small, grave Stark and Targaryen way, an instinct for the rightness of a single decisive gesture that she, at 17, careful, planning, would always tend to soften. They had needed each other for this. He had needed her plans. She had needed his stones. Without him she would have written Stannis a 6-page letter and sent it by sloop and would have spent the next 6 months waiting for an answer that would never have come. Without her he would have landed at Dragonstone with 30 men and 3 dragons and no idea who in Westeros was friendly and who was enemy. Together they had decided they would sail the fleet. They would land. They would meet Stannis on the strand. It was decided. The second question, the question of viceroys, Illyrio had refused to discuss in council, and had at last raised on his own, on the night before the fleet was to sail. He had asked Daenerys to come to his solar after Aegon was abed. She had come. He had been at his desk. He had not been writing. He had been turning very slowly between his great soft pale fingers a single sheet of yellowed paper. It had been a letter. It had come, he had told her when she had sat by a Carthene merchant up the Bay of Pentos 2 months ago, in a small oilcloth packet inside a larger oilcloth packet inside a barrel of pickled snake. The Magister had had it in his hand for 2 months. He had not, until that night, shown it to her. She had read it. The letter had been from viceroys. It had been written in a thin Targaryen hand on bad ASOIAF paper. It had been the kind of letter that comes from a man writing in a city where there is no one he wishes to be heard by. It had been a long letter, 6 pages, and the letter had wandered. It had begun in fine, even prose. "Sister, I have arrived at ASOIAF. The voyage was uneventful and our captain a Pentoshi of indifferent quality but adequate seamanship. I have begun my discussions with the magisters here. There is a great matter forming. I will report when I have it." It had then degraded. It had degraded by the 3rd page, in a small spidery hand getting smaller as it went, into the kind of letter a man writes at the end of a long bad night in a strange city by a single candle, and with a small jug of unfamiliar wine. It had blamed Illyrio for the captain, too cheap, too rough, too quick to take Viserys' coin, and too slow to take his orders. It had blamed Daenerys for not having been on the dock to wait. It had then, and this was the part the Magister had been holding the letter for 2 months to allow Daenerys to read in her own time, said, in 3 different ways across the last 2 pages, in increasingly slanting hand, that Viserys had had time, on the voyage, to think, that Viserys had thought about the ward at the Magister's house, the small dark-haired boy of 14 with the andal eyes, that Viserys had thought about the small dark streak at the side of the boy's hair that he had noticed at the farewell feast, that Viserys had thought about the strange tenderness of his sister with the boy, that Viserys had thought, in particular, about a question a Magister of Asshai had asked him in his second week, when he had been in his cups and had been telling the Magister, in a long, meandering Pentoshi half-Valyrian, the story of his exile household. And the Magister had said, very softly, in the candle smoke of the strange low room of the third tower in the Silver Lane, "Prince, a foundling who looks like an andal with a streak of silver in his hair, raised in your house in Pentos, and your sister is gentle with him. Are you sure, Prince, that the foundling is a foundling?" And Viserys, the letter had said, had not slept that night. And Viserys had thought in the small bad weeks since about what the Magister of the third tower had asked. And Viserys had begun, in the letter, to suspect. The letter ended with a single line. The line had been, "Sister, if the foundling is not a foundling, you will have something to explain to me when I come home." There had been no signature. There had been a small smear of red ink at the bottom of the page that might have been wine and might have been wax that had not been pressed, and might in the small careful place at the back of Daenerys' head have been blood. She had read the letter once. She had read it twice. She had set it down on the malachite. She had said very softly, "He has not come home." The Magister had said, "No, Princess, he has not." "Will he? Number, you are sure?" "I am sure." "How?" The Magister had paused. He had looked at her with the small, clever Riverice eyes, and then he had looked away. He had said, after a long moment, "Princess, there is a thing about the third tower in the Silver Lane that I have not told you, and that I will not put in writing, and that I am going to tell you tonight because you have asked me in those words, and because I do not lie to you. The third tower in the Silver Lane is held by a Magister who has, for 30 years, kept a small private chamber on his upper floor in which men with claims on royal thrones have been kept alive, for as long as the Magister considered it useful. They are not killed. They are not freed, they are kept. The Magister has, over the years, kept a Yitish prince, a Lazarene warlord, 2 Carthene counts, a Westerosi pretender to the Iron Islands, and now, Princess, your brother Viserys. He will not be killed. I gave my word when I made the arrangement that he would not. He will be kept. He will be fed, he will be bathed, he will be permitted books and a flute. He will write occasional letters which will not be sent. He will, in the Magister's careful estimation, live 30 more years if his constitution permits, in the small private chamber on the upper floor of the third tower, with a window that looks out at the slow black water of the Ash River, and he will dream of you and of the boy and of an army of shadow that he cannot reach. He will not, Princess, come home." She had been quiet a long moment. She had said, "He is suffering." "He is suffering, Princess." "Yes." "He will suffer for 30 years." "Yes." "Magister, Princess, there is a thing I could do." She had said it very quietly. She had said it because, in the long, careful place at the back of her head, she had known what she was about to say before she said it, and she had known what the Magister would say in answer, and she had needed to say it anyway. "I could send a ship," she had said. "Once we are in Westeros with our throne under us, I could send a ship to the third tower in the Silver Lane with a Targaryen warrant in my hand, and I could ask the Magister to release him, and he could be brought home. I could keep him in a tower of our own, in Dragonstone, in one of the rooms where my mother used to live. I could let him have his books and his flute and his small private mad dreaming, and I could let him know that he had not been forgotten, and I could—" The Magister had not interrupted her. He had waited. She had stopped. She had said, "I will not, will I, Princess? You will not." "Why?" "Because, Princess, a man who has been suspecting for 2 years that the foundling in your house is his sister's nephew, and who has been writing about it in letters to Magisters of Asshai, is a man whose suspicion will not weaken in the 30 years he is alone with it. A man like Viserys, alone in a tower, will become, in 3 years, the only Viserys who can sit in that tower, which is to say, he will become a Viserys who has built his entire remaining life around proving the suspicion correct. If you, princess, were to bring him home to Westeros at any point, even in the 10th year, even in the 20th, the first thing he would do, on the first night he had a tongue and an audience, would be to declare in any hall he was put in that the king on the Iron Throne is not the true-born son of Rhaegar but the bastard of a northern girl, and that he has the only true claim, and that he will fight for it. He would do it the first night. He would do it every night thereafter until he died. He would gather to himself in the years that followed every disaffected Westerosi lord who had been disappointed by Aegon's reign, every man who had not gotten the wardship he wanted, every Tyrell who had been passed over, every Lannister cadet who had not been forgiven. And what you have built, what we have built, would slowly, over a generation, come apart at the seams. You would lose the realm, princess. You will not bring him home. She had looked at the letter on the malachite a long moment. She had said, Magister, princess, you are right, I am right. And it is the cruelest right I have heard you be, ever. Yes, princess, and I will accept it. I had hoped you would. She had folded the letter. She had handed it back to him. He had taken it. He had laid it in the bottom of the small black porphyry box, beneath the dried wisp of Lyanna Stark's hair and the small dragon-shaped pin of yellowed bone, and he had closed the lid. He had put the box back on the high shelf at the back of the cabinet, behind the brass pot of old incense, where it had stood for 15 years. He had then, for the first time in those 15 years, locked the cabinet. He had said, Princess, we sail at dawn. She had said, Magister, we sail at dawn. He had bowed, she had risen, she had gone out. She had gone down the corridor and down the stair and across the inner garden, where the dragons were sleeping in 3 warm coils on the warm tiles of the south-facing roof of the solar, and into Aegon's small room in the kitchen wing. He had not, in the 11 months of the campaign, allowed Illyrio to move him into the better apartments in the south wing. He had said he had grown up in the kitchen wing and would sleep in the kitchen wing, and that on the night before they sailed, he wished to wake in the same small, narrow bed he had been waked in at 9 on the morning Daenerys had taken him to the bench, and she had stood in the doorway and looked at him. He had been awake. He had been sitting up against the wall in a plain linen night shift, with the small gold Megon curled on his lap and the small dark head of the dragon under his hand. He had said, Dany. She had come in. She had sat on the foot of the bed. She had put one hand on the small warm gold head. The small gold head had purred. Megon was the only one of the 3 who had begun to make, in the last month, the small rolling pleasure sound that the Magister's old library called a dragon's purr, and the small gold head had budded very gently into her palm. She had said, Cousin, there is a thing I want to say to you about Viserys. He had said, Tell me. She had told him. She had told him about the letter. She had told him about the small private chamber on the upper floor of the 3rd tower. She had told him about the 30 years. She had told him about the thing she could not, would not do. He had listened. He had said very softly when she had finished, Dany, it is the right thing. Cousin, it is the right thing. The Magister is right. I have read enough now. I have read the histories. I have read the small, careful records of Daeron II's reign and of Aegon IV's. I have read what happens when a king brings a half-mad brother home, to know that he is right. I do not say that it is kindness. I say it is what we have to do. You said it to me once. We will know what it was, you said. I will know what it was, will you? She had said, I will know what it was, cousin. Then we will both carry it, we will carry it together. She had looked at him, she had said, I love you, cousin. He had said, I love you, Dany. And then he had said the only joke he had made on the whole night, the small grave joke of a 15-year-old boy who has just been told that his uncle is to be left in a tower in a far city for the rest of his natural life, and who has decided that he must, for his cousin's sake, lighten the room, and the joke had been in his small grave Starkan Targaryen way. If he ever does come home, Dany, I will give him the smallest tower at Dragonstone, the one over the kitchen, with the smoke. He always said he hated the smell of kitchen smoke. She had laughed. She had laughed in the small bad way one laughs when one is being given permission by another person to be a person and not a queen for a single half-minute on a hard night. She had laughed and she had wept a little, and Aegon had laid the small gold Megon on the pillow beside him and held out his hand, and she had taken his hand, and they had sat on the foot of his small narrow bed in the kitchen wing of the Magister's mansion in Pentos for the last quiet half-hour the two of them would ever have in the country of their childhood, and they had said almost nothing more, and they had held hands until the bell rang the 4th hour of the morning and the household began, very softly. In the corridors above to wake, they had sailed at dawn. The fleet had cast off from the Deepwater Quay of the southern mole, the same mole on which Daenerys, Aegon, Illyrio, and the slave woman in the yellow robe had stood 18 months before to watch the black-hulled galley bear Viserys east. The 4 light Pentoshi galleys had gone out first, then the 3 medium-burden Lyseni cargo cogs, then the courier sloop, then the Volantene war galley with the green oak wing stays for the dragons. The dragons, all 3, had come up out of the stone hut on the salt flats at the 3rd bell of the morning, and had flown, for the first time openly, in the rising Pentoshi dawn, before 500 sleepy people on the rooftops of the Silk Quarter who would, by midday, have told 2,000 others, across the harbor to the war galley, and had landed, all 3, on the wide bracing platforms Illyrio had built behind the second mast. Balerion, by then very nearly the size of a small bull, had taken the largest platform with a satisfied trumpet. Rhaego had taken the second. Megon, perched on Aegon's shoulder as Aegon stood on the foredeck, had stayed on Aegon's shoulder. The Magister had been the last to come aboard. He had paused at the gangplank. He had looked for a long, quiet moment back at the pink mansion on the hill above the harbor. He had not been a man for sentimentality. He had been a man for accounts. He had, Daenerys had been watching, closed his accounts. He had then walked up the gangplank, soft pad of soft feet on wet wood, and stepped onto the deck and bowed very slightly to Aegon and to Daenerys, and taken his place behind them at the rail. The Volantene war galley had cast off. The fleet, 8 ships, had moved out into the channel under oar. They had unfurled their sails. They had caught the morning wind off the bay. They had leaned west. The wind had been the wind of the spring of 299 AC. It had been the kind of wind that, in Westeros, would later that month be the wind in the Godswood at Winterfell, and the wind around the broken tower at the Red Keep, and the wind off the southern shore of Dragonstone where, on a morning 72 days from this one, a small dark-haired king of 15 and his silver-haired aunt cousin of 17 would step ashore for the first time in their lives, with 3 young dragons in the air above them. Daenerys had stood at the foredeck rail. Aegon had stood at her right, small gold Megon on his shoulder. The Magister had stood behind them, hands folded. The slave woman in the yellow robe, Dori, freedwoman of Pentos, had stood behind the Magister. Pentos had slid away under their stern. The pink mansion on the hill had become a small pink square against a green hill. The pink square had become a pink speck. The pink speck had become nothing. Aegon had said very softly in his small, grave Starkan Targaryen voice, the only thing he would say on the whole long day of casting off, the thing that Daenerys would remember as the line under which her entire next year would, in her own mind, be filed. "Dany, we are going home." She had not corrected him. She had not said, "Cousin, it is not our home, we have never seen it." She had said only, after a long, quiet moment with her hand on his at the rail, "Yes, cousin, we are going home." The fleet had leaned west. The wind had taken them. In a small private chamber on the upper floor of a tower at the end of a silver lane in a city under a shadow under a mountain at the edge of the world, a thin, pale young man with silver hair was lying on a stone bench under a single barred window, listening to the slow black water of the Ash River, and writing slowly, in a hand that nobody would ever read, a long bad letter to his sister Daenerys. And the slow black water of the Ash River, 8,000 miles to the east, was carrying the small private thing of his suffering away into the silence of the world. Chapter 8. The Strand, Dragonstone. The crossing took 72 days. The Magister had told them it would take 50. The Magister had been wrong. The wind, which had begun favorable in the morning of the cast-off, and had held favorable for the first 12 days, had turned in the second week of Hugher's spring and had backed around to the north and stayed there, slow and contrary, for almost 3 weeks, and the Volantene war galley, which was not built for tacking, had had to be towed by the 4 lighter Pentos galleys for several long bad days at a time. The dragons watching impatiently from the wing stays with the slow, private contempt of creatures who could, if they were willing, have flown the whole distance in a fortnight. Daenerys had not let the dragons fly. She had kept them on the war galley. She had wanted Westeros to see them for the first time at the moment of the landing, and not before. She had wanted Stannis Baratheon, in particular, to see them the way the world was meant to see them, all 3 at once, from the cliff above the bay at Dragonstone. She had used the 72 days. She had used every one of them. She had set up in the foredeck cabin of the war galley what Aegon had begun by the second week to call the floating solar, a long table of pale ash, 3 chairs, the map of Westeros nailed to one bulkhead, the dossier on every notable lord and lady of the realm nailed open on the other, and 4 wax tablets on which the day's letters were drafted. She had held court there each morning between the first and third bells with Illyrio, with Haldon Halfmeister, with Septa Lemore, the quiet Septa from Maidenpool, whose loyalty Daenerys had earned at a Pentos supper, and who, once aboard, had revealed a small, careful mind for the dispositions of the Reach which had surprised both of them, and with Aegon. She had drilled them. She had written. She had received, by sloop from Lies at the Stepstones, 3 further letters of acknowledgment from minor Stormlander houses that had not, before the sailing, been entirely committed. She had revised the dossier. She had begun, by the 40th day, to give morning briefings to the captains of the 4 light galleys in their own foredeck cabin, 1 ship at a time, by way of the courier sloop, on the precise nature of the landing they were to expect, and the precise behavior of the dragons and the precise instruction in event of accident or attack. Aegon had used the 72 days too. He had practiced. He had practiced his common tongue with the Westerosi-born Septon Illyrio had brought along, until he had begun to speak it with not the Pentoshi accent he had been raised in, but a soft, slow northern lilt that he had heard exactly once, at the second supper of the voyage, when Haldon Halfmeister had read aloud from a small leather-bound book of northern songs Illyrio had bound for him as a 15th name-day present, and had immediately set himself to copy. It was, Daenerys had pointed out to him in the 3rd week, exactly the accent his uncle Eddard was reputed to speak in. He had said, "I know, that is why I am learning it." He had practiced his sword work with the free rider Lemore, who had been promoted by Daenerys to the title of Master-at-Arms in exile, a title Lemore had received with a soft, amused bow, and with Sir Rowley Duckfield, whose red, broad face had been mostly green for the first 20 days of the crossing and who had recovered, by the third week, to the point of being able to swing a wooden longsword on the heaving deck without losing his footing more than once about. He had practiced reading. He had practiced, with Daenerys, the small, careful set of speeches she had begun to draft for him. The speech he would make on the strand at Dragonstone the moment he stepped off the war galley, in case Stannis was not on the strand to hear it. The speech he would make to Stannis. If Stannis was on the strand, the speech he would make to Stannis's 20 Stormlander lords. The speech he would make to the small garrison of the castle. If the small garrison of the castle was hostile, the speech he would make to the small garrison of the castle if it was friendly. Daenerys had drafted all of them. Aegon had memorized all of them. He had also, and this had been his own contribution, made with Daenerys's careful encouragement, drafted in his own hand on the floating solar table, a sixth speech which he had labeled in his small fine script at the top of the wax tablet, the speech I will give if nothing the others fit, and in which he had said only in 15 short lines who he was, where he had been, and what he intended. The sixth speech was the one Daenerys had, by the 40th day, decided would actually be the speech. It was the better speech. It was Aegon's, not hers. She had told him so. He had said, "Dany, the others were yours. I learned from them." She had said, "You learned the wrong lessons. You learned to say it shorter than I would have." He had said, "I learned to say it the way it needs to be said." She had not argued. The dragons grew. They had been the size of large dogs at the start of the voyage. They had been the size of small ponies by the 40th day. Balerion, by the 72nd, was the size of a small ox, with wings now wide enough that when he stretched them on the foredeck the wingtips brushed both rails. The green Rego was a hand shorter at the shoulder but longer in the tail. The small gold Megon, the dragon-eaters of the crew called him. Alone of the three had stayed small. He was still no bigger than a deerhound and rode, for most of the day, on Aegon's shoulder, but his wing was the broadest in proportion to his body and his flight, when he chose. The most agile. The dragons had been fed on the war galley by the dragon keeper Jogo, who had brought aboard with him, in 3 separate cool holds, 18 barrels of salted goat meat, and who replenished the supply at every port of call. The crew had been afraid of the dragons for the first week. They had stopped being afraid in the second, when Megon had flown down from Aegon's shoulder during a slow afternoon, and landed on a deckhand's bare brown forearm, and had carefully picked, in his small precise teeth, a single small splinter of pine out of the deckhand's wrist, and had then settled in the crook of the deckhand's elbow and gone to sleep. The deckhand had not, for the rest of the voyage, washed that arm. By the 3rd week the dragons had been considered, by the crew, household. In the 11th week of the crossing there had been a small incident which had, in the end, become the thing that made the rest of the voyage possible. The old man from Asshai with one eye, whose name Daenerys had still not by the 11th week learned, and who answered, when asked, only to the title Makoro, had come up to the foredeck cabin one evening at the 3rd bell with 3 small leather pouches in his hand, and had asked, in a careful, slow Valyrian, to be admitted. Daenerys had admitted him. The Magister had risen, very slowly. The old man had bowed. He had said in his slow, careful Valyrian, "Princess, Prince, I have in my keeping for many years 3 things. I was instructed by my own master in Asshai before he died to bring them to whichever house of the dragon I found in my old age that had 3 dragons in its company. I have found you. The things are yours." He had opened the 3 pouches. In each pouch there had been a single egg. The first egg had been pale as a pearl, with veins of silver. The second egg had been the color of old amber, with whorls of black. The 3rd egg had been white as a Westerosi snow, with 3 faint pale rose lines down its sides, and so light to the hand when Daenerys had picked it up that she had at first thought it must be hollow. The old man had said, "These are also dragon eggs, Princess. They are older than the 3 you hatched. They have been in my master's keeping, and his master S and his master S for, by the reckoning I was given, 800 years. They have been waiting for the kind of fire you walked into. They cannot now hatch by the small fire of a Pentoshi salt flat. They require, princess, a greater fire and the right place and the right hand. I cannot tell you where the right place is. I am too old to walk to it myself. I have been waiting for a princess who would know where it was. Are you the princess? Daenerys had looked at Aegon. Aegon had said very softly, Dragonstone. The old man had bowed. I think so too, Prince, Dragonstone. He had given the 3 eggs to them. He had walked back down the deck to his small cabin, and had sat in the door of his small cabin for the rest of the evening, looking at the slow, dark stepstone water, the way a man sits at last in the door of his own house after a long journey. Daenerys had laid the 3 eggs on the table in the floating solar. They had, she had felt it, with the back of her own knuckle, been warm. Not hot, not pulsing, warm. The Magister had looked at them with the small, clever river ice eyes and had said very softly, Princess, we have a feast at Dragonstone after we land. We have a fire ready for the welcoming, and we have 2 of dragon blood to walk into it. Daenerys had said, Magister, we will walk in again. Aegon had said, together. Daenerys had said, together. The 3 new eggs had been wrapped in cloth and laid in a cedar box and stowed in the foredeck cabin, where they had sat for the last fortnight of the voyage, warm to the back of the knuckle, waiting. The 8th ship of the fleet had been the first to see Dragonstone. It had been the small, swift courier sloop, 2 weeks ahead, sent on Daenerys' instruction to lie off the southern shore in plain sight of the castle, and to put up the flag of the 3-headed dragon at the masthead 2 days before the fleet was due, and to take no other action. The flag had been put up on the morning of the 70th day. The garrison of Dragonstone, 50 men in the great drum tower under Sir Davos Seaworth, the Lord's small counselor, and another 200 under Lord Stannis himself in the inner keep, had seen it within the hour. The Lord's brother, Lord Stannis Baratheon, had not, by the report of the sloop's captain, sent any answering message. He had simply, the captain had said, walked out to the cliff above the southern bay at midday on the day the flag had gone up, and stood there for an hour with his hands behind his back and his cold gray eyes on the sloop, and had then turned and walked back inside the castle. He had not, in the next 48 hours, sent a single boat. He had not sent a raven. He had not fired a single arrow. He had, on the morning of the 2nd day, walked out again to the cliff and stood again for an hour and walked again back inside. The Magister had laughed when this was reported to him. Princess, he is waiting. For what? For us. He will not send a boat, he will not send a raven, he will not light a beacon. He is a man who, when he sees a thing he is not sure about, does the one thing the world least expects of him, which is nothing. He stands on the cliff, he waits. He has been doing it for 15 years, he is good at it. We will come to him, we will land, he will be on the strand. She had said, how do you know? He had said, Princess, I do not know. I am the Magister of the Magisters of Pentos. I do not know what Stannis Baratheon will do on any morning of his life. But the man who, given 6 choices, picks the 7th is the man who, given 6 choices for our reception, will pick the 7th, which is to come down to the strand alone and look at us. He will not even bring an honor guard. He will bring his small counselor. He will bring perhaps his banner bearer. He will stand on the strand. He will say nothing. We will say something. He will then say a thing. He will then turn and walk back up the cliff. We will follow. The strand will be the test. Be ready, Princess. She had been ready. They had been ready. On the morning of the 72nd day, in the cold gray false dawn of a Westerosi spring that smelled, for the first time in any of their lives, of cold seawater and cold pine, and a wind that had come not from any harbor but from a continent, they had readied themselves. They had dressed. Daenerys had dressed in a high-collared gown of pale gray silk, with the three-headed dragon of her house embroidered at the breast in silver thread the color of her hair. She had laid aside her 17-year-old hair coronet of silver braids. She had instead pulled her hair into a single thick plait down her back, the way the women of the North wore it, on the theory, which she had got from her dossier, and which Aegon had confirmed by reference to a small painting of his mother Lyanna that had been in a Valentine merchant's collection, and that Illyrio had bought for him on the eve of the sailing, that this was the way Lyanna Stark had worn hers, and that to land at Dragonstone with a Stark plate was to make a small, careful claim on the inland house that no one else in the fleet would notice, but that any Northman in the kingdom, including Stannis' small folk, would. Aegon had dressed in plain dark gray. He had refused, Daenerys had not pressed him, the cloth of silver Illyrio had offered him. He had refused the velvet. He had refused the small gold circlet. He had refused, in fact, anything that announced him as a prince. He had worn a simple dark gray doublet of unornamented wool. He had worn dark gray breeches and tall, plain dark boots. He had worn at his hip, for the first time on the voyage, the first time in his life, Lemor's gift from Pentos, a long, thin blade of the Westerosi pattern, brought across by Illyrio in the Magister's own baggage and never before drawn in Aegon's presence. A slim Valyrian steel longsword of the kind one of the free cities had hoarded since the Doom, single-edged, plain hilt, no jewel. The blade was called Darkhand. It had been bought from the estate of a Valentine noble's bankrupt nephew in the 11th month of the campaign. It had cost the Magister, in coin, an embarrassing fraction of his entire reserve. He had told no one this. Aegon had thanked Lemor for the gift and had not asked where it had come from. Daenerys had not told him. She had instead taken her own braid and tied at the end of it on the morning of the 72nd day a single strand of small gold beads from her own jewelry box and had said to Aegon, "Cousin, we match. You have my smith, I have your color." He had smiled. The small ash-pale streak at the side of his hair had caught the false dawn and shone. The Magister had worn his saffron robe but had at last after 20 years left the forked yellow beard unoiled. He had said when she had asked, "Princess, I am going home. Pentos was the country of oils. Westeros is not. I will be the Magister Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos at the supper. On the strand I will be only your steward. He will not need oil." Sir Rowley had worn plate. The freerider Lemor had worn leathers. Halden Halfmeister had worn the gray of his order. The Septa Lemor, there were 2 Lemors in their party. The household had taken to calling them, with the careful Pentoshi affection of long use, Lemor Sept and Lemor Steel, had worn the white of the faith. Dori, the freedwoman of Pentos, had worn yellow. Jogo the dragon-keeper had worn his country dialect's plain blue and a fierce small smile. The dragons had been the last thing to be ready. The dragons had not been able to be told to wait. The dragons had been able to be asked. Daenerys had gone to Balerion at the 3rd bell of the morning, when the war galley had been 3 sea miles off the southern point of Dragonstone, and she had laid her small thin hand on the great black neck. Balerion's neck was the diameter of a small man's leg now, and she had spoken very softly in the Valyrian Aegon had taught the dragons since they had been small. She had said, "Lyciri, be calm. We will land. You will fly low. You will circle. You will land last on the cliff above the bay. You will land when the prince has spoken. You will not breathe fire unless I or the prince give the word. Do you understand?" Balerion had purred. The great gold eye had blinked slowly. He had buted his great black head very gently into her shoulder. She had said, "Soves. Fly." He had risen, slow and heavy, from the wing stays. He had taken 3 slow beats of the wing. He had drifted out and up over the war galley in a wide, easy spiral. Rego had risen after him. Megon had for once gone with them, lifting from Aegon's shoulder in a small bright flicker of gold. The 3 dragons had circled the war galley at 1,000 feet for the next 2 bells. The southern cliff of Dragonstone had come up out of the cold, gray water at the 5th bell. The strand had been visible by the 6th. There had been 3 figures on it. The strand at the southern bay of Dragonstone was a half-moon of gray volcanic shingle, a half-mile long, with a low cliff of black basalt rising at its inland edge to a green plateau on which the castle stood. The castle which Daenerys had seen, since she was a girl, in 3 different paintings in 3 different rooms of 3 different magisters' houses, and which she had never been entirely able to believe was a real place that real people lived in. The long sea dragon spine of its outer wall, the carved stone wyverns at the corners, the great dark drum tower at the center, the high cracked silhouette of Aegon's garden against the morning sky. The strand had not been guarded by men. The strand had been guarded, as the Magister had said it would be, by Stannis. Stannis Baratheon, second of his name, Lord of Dragonstone, was standing at the high-water mark in plain dark blue cloth, with his hands folded behind his back, the cold gray eyes on the war galley, and beside him there were 2 men. A small, wiry, weather-burnt man with a salt-blown beard and a foreshortened left hand, whom Daenerys recognized from the dossier as Davos Seaworth, Onion Knight, smuggler turned counselor, and behind Davos a single banner-bearer holding the crowned stag of House Baratheon, and half-furled beside it, a second smaller banner that Daenerys could not at first recognize. There were no archers. There were no horsemen. There was, on the green plateau above the cliff, a small company of perhaps 20 Stormlander lords in plate, watching from a respectful distance with the calm attentiveness of men who had not been told what was about to happen and who had decided to wait and see. But on the strand there were 3 men. The Magister had been right. The war galley had backed her oars. The longboat had been put over the side. Daenerys had gone down the rope ladder first, then Aegon, then the Magister, then Lemore Steel with his sword and plain leather scabbard, then Sir Rowley, then Halden, then Dorry. 6 of the war galley's oarsmen had pulled them, in slow, careful strokes, the 2 cables to the beach. The longboat had grounded on the shingle. Daenerys had stepped out first. She had taken her boots off at the water's edge. On a small private impulse she did not bother to examine. She had wanted to feel with her own bare feet. The first grain of the country she had been told all her life was hers, and she had walked 3 steps up onto the wet shingle. Aegon, after a half-second's pause, had taken his boots off too. He had walked up beside her, barefoot, the long, thin Westerosi sword Darkhand still at his hip in its plain scabbard, the small gold dragon Megon, who had flown down at the right moment of his own accord, already perched again on his shoulder. Lord Stannis Baratheon had watched them come up the shingle. His face had not moved. When they had reached 3 paces from him, Daenerys had stopped. Aegon had stopped beside her. The Magister had not come up. He had stayed by the longboat, hands folded over his belly, exactly as he had said he would. There had been a moment of silence on the strand. The cold gray eye of Lord Stannis had moved very deliberately from Daenerys's face, past her braid, past the gold beads at the end of it, past the silver dragon on her breast, to Aegon's face. It had rested there. It had stayed. Aegon had let it. He had not, by any motion of his own, hurried the look. He had stood barefoot on the wet shingle of his father's island, in plain dark gray, with the small gold dragon on his shoulder, and he had looked back at Lord Stannis Baratheon with the calm gray Stark eyes of his mother, and he had not blinked. Lord Stannis had said at last, in a voice that was, Daenerys had marked it, even in her first moment of hearing it, flat and even and without warmth, but also without anger, the kind of voice she had read of all her life and had not been entirely sure was a real kind of voice until she heard it. "Boy, you have Rhaegar's mouth." Aegon had said very softly, "I have my father's mouth, my lord, yes. And the silver. Some, my lord. But the eyes. My mother my lord, yes. Your mother, Lyanna Stark, my lord of Winterfell, sister to Lord Eddard." Stannis had been quiet a long moment. The cold gray eye had moved once sideways to Davos. Davos had not, by his face, given any signal back. Stannis had returned the eye to Aegon. He had said, "Prince, or pretender, I do not yet know which, tell me what you are." Aegon had taken a breath. He had given the sixth speech. He had given it as he had written it, in his small, fine script, on the wax tablet of the floating solar in the 40th day of the crossing. He had given it in his soft, slow, new northern lilt that he had been practicing for 2 months. He had given it in 15 short lines. The lines had been these. He had said, "My lord, I am Aegon, sixth of my name, of House Targaryen. I am the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and of Lady Lyanna Stark. I was born in Dorne in the year 283 in a tower of bone-colored stone in the keeping of 3 knights of the Kingsguard. My mother died bearing me. My uncle Eddard Stark of Winterfell, finding me in her arms, did not bring me home to Winterfell, because to bring me home was to bring me to the usurper's hammer. He smuggled me instead in a basket, in the hold of a white harbor ship, to Pentos, where I was raised in the house of the Magister Illyrio Mapates, with my aunt the Princess Daenerys, who stands beside me, under the name Aegon, which my mother whispered to my uncle as her last word, in the company of 3 dragons hatched of my hand and hers, in the manner of our blood last year. I have not come to Westeros for revenge. I have not come for any house's grudge. I have come because the realm is broken and because I am the man who can mend it. I am Rhaegar's son. I am Lyanna's son. I am yours, my lord, and I am the realm's. If you find me to be those things, my lord, the strand is yours to bow on. If you find me not, my lord, the strand is yours to draw on. I will accept either. I will not draw first." He had stopped. Lord Stannis had not immediately answered. The cold gray eye had stayed on his face for a long count. The wind had moved across the strand, the cold spring wind off the inland sea. It had lifted the end of Daenerys's silver and gold braid, and the dark hair at Aegon's temple, and the unoiled point of the Magister's beard at the longboat behind them. And it had lifted, with a small dry sound, the half-furled second banner that the banner-bearer behind Stannis had been holding. The second banner had unfurled. It had been, Daenerys had then seen, the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen, embroidered in silver and gold on a field of black. The colors of the dragon, Aegon the Conqueror, the banner that had not flown openly anywhere in Westeros since the day Rhaegar had carried it down to the Trident. The banner-bearer had not unfurled it on his own initiative. The banner-bearer had unfurled it. Daenerys had then understood on a tiny motion of Lord Stannis Baratheon's left index finger made behind his back, where the cold gray eye could not be seen looking at it. Stannis had said at last, "Boy, Prince, Targaryen, there is a thing I require before I bend my knee." Aegon had said, "My lord, the proof, I have it. What is it?" "It is in the longboat. The Magister has it." "He has the letter, my lord, that my uncle Eddard wrote on the dockside in the Planky town in 283, in the hand of the captain who carried me east. He has the lock of my mother's hair, cut by my uncle's own hand from her temple. He has the dragon pin of yellowed bone given me in token of my blood. He has the dossier of my education, my lord, kept in Magister Illyrio's hand for 15 years. He has all of these. I will, if my lord wishes, send him up the strand to bring them to you. I will, if my lord further wishes, walk with you up the cliff to your castle and present them in your hall. I will, if my lord still wishes after that, kneel before the small high septon you have in your sept and swear, on the father, that I am the son of my mother and my father. He had paused. I will, my lord, do all of these things, because they are the things a man does to give proof of his blood. I will not, my lord, do the one thing that would prove it beyond all the others, because the one thing is a thing I do not yet know whether you would accept. Stannis had said, which thing? Aegon had said, look up, my lord. Stannis had not, for a count of 3, moved his cold gray eye. He had been a man who did not, when prompted, immediately do what he had been prompted to do. He had to consider the prompt first, accept it, and then perform the prompted action by his own choice. He had considered. He had accepted. He had looked up. In the cold gray sky above the strand, in a slow, patient triangle at perhaps 800 feet, 3 dragons had been circling in absolute silence for the entire speech. Stannis Daenerys had been watching him very carefully, not, until that moment, seen them. The cold gray eye had taken them in. The cold gray eye had not at first widened, it had only narrowed very slightly into the eye of a man doing a sum. The eye had counted, 1, 2, 3. The eye had marked the wingspan of the black one. The eye had marked the green one's tail. The eye had marked the small gold one which had drifted, with a small acrobatic flicker, out of the triangle and down in a slow, careful spiral and landed, light as a swallow, on Aegon's outstretched left arm, where Aegon had, without taking his eyes off Lord Stannis, extended his own gauntleted forearm to receive it. The eye had come back down. The eye had been the eye now of a man who had finished his sum. Lord Stannis Baratheon had said, very low, the boy is the throne. He had then, without ceremony, without preliminary, without any further word, bent his right knee to the wet shingle of the southern strand of Dragonstone, and laid his right fist over his heart and lowered his head. Davos Seaworth, after a half-second, had gone to his own knee beside him. The banner-bearer had gone to his knee, the dragon banner held high, the wind in it. And on the green plateau above the cliff, in a slow, rolling, soft, hard plate clank, the 20 Stormlander lords had, one by one, in 2s and 3s, gone to their own knees too. Aegon had stood on the strand barefoot in dark gray wool with a small gold dragon on his forearm. The wind had moved through the cold spring grass on the cliff above. Daenerys had not in that moment moved at all. She had only stood beside her cousin and looked at the man on his knee in front of her cousin, and thought, very small, very precise, very inside herself, the thing she had been preparing her whole life to think. It has begun. There had been then, on the strand, a small business of practicality. Lord Stannis had risen. He had not, when he rose, looked any happier. His face had not, in the relief of having decided what kind of man he was going to be, opened or softened. He had only gone, by some small, careful interior adjustment, from being a closed, wary man to being a closed, loyal man. It was as if he had taken a closed wooden box, decided what to put in it, put it in, and shut the box. The box was the same box, but its contents had been settled. He had said, very low, Prince, I will provide you with the great drum tower. I will provide you with the inner keep. I will give you my own apartments. My lady wife, she is in the Maester's tower with our daughter Shireen, will move. I will move. Aegon had said, very softly, my lord, I will not turn a man out of his own apartments. Stannis had said, Prince, I will not have my king sleep in the lesser hall. Aegon had said, then put me in the room my father slept in, my lord, when he was a boy on this island. That room, no other. Your apartments are yours. Your lady is your lady. I'm a guest in your house. The cold gray eye had moved very slowly. Stannis had said, after a half-second, Prince, the room your father slept in is not in the great drum tower. It is in the upper sept of the inner keep, in the small chamber by the window that looks out on the western sea. It is a small room. It has been kept locked by my lord brother's command since I came to Dragonstone. You have the key. I have the key. Then unlock it, my lord. That is where I will sleep tonight. My aunt the princess will sleep, if your house can spare it, in the chamber that was my grandmother Rayla's in the same wing. The rest of our court will sleep wherever your house has rooms for us. The magister has gold to pay for our keeping. Please do not refuse it. It is his pride to provide for me, and I have promised him I will not, in our first days, deny him the small dignity of paying his way. Will you accept these arrangements, my lord? I will accept them, Prince. Thank you, my lord. Prince, my lord, you are not what I had thought you would be. My lord, I am sorry. I am not. I had not expected to be. Boy, Prince Aegon, I have been on this island for 15 years, waiting to find out what the realm was and what I was in it. I had thought last year I had found out. I had thought there would be no answer. I had thought, by the death of my brother Robert this past autumn, the realm was simply going to fall to my smaller brother Renly, because Renly was Renly and was who men loved, and that I would, on this rock, watch it happen and bear it. I had begun to make my peace with that. I had taken counsel from a foreign priestess in the great drum tower who told me I was the prince that was promised. She has been a comfort in her way, but I have not in my soul ever been able to believe it, and I had been preparing myself to take that prophecy down to the strand and let it carry me where it would. I had been preparing, in my own quiet way, to be a foolish thing. I do not now have to be. The boy is the throne. I had not allowed myself to imagine that the answer to the realm was sitting in Pentos in a magister's house with 3 dragons in his lap. The world is strange, Prince. It is strange, my lord. You will mend it. I will try, my lord. You will succeed, Prince. I have looked you in the face. You will succeed. He had been quiet a long moment. Then he had said very low, will you tell the priestess in the great drum tower? What, my lord? That she was wrong about me. Tell her the prince that was promised is not me. Tell her you are him. She will be relieved, Prince. She has been carrying it for me in her own way for 2 years. She is a foreigner. I do not know what she will then do, but she has been kind to my house. Permit me to ask, tell her in person. My lord, I will tonight before supper. Thank you, Prince, Lord Stannis, my king. He had said it. He had said it the second time without flinching, in the same flat, even cold voice he had used to receive Aegon at the high-water mark. He had then turned. He had turned to Davos and to the banner-bearer, and to the company of 20 Stormlander lords still on the cliff above, and he had, for the first time in 15 years, opened his closed, wary face. He had given them, with the small, subtle motion of his right hand, the signal to come down. They had come. They had come down the long stair from the green plateau to the strand. They had crossed the wet shingle. They had 20 Stormlander lords in plate, with their sigils on their breasts, gone to their knees in turn, one by one, in front of a small dark-haired boy of 15 in dark gray wool, with a small gold dragon on his arm, and a long, thin Valyrian steel longsword called Darkhand at his hip. And Aegon, without ceremony, without preliminary, without speech, had taken each man by the elbow as he came up off his knee, and had said very low in his soft, slow New Northern lilt, the same small, grave Stark and Targaryen greeting to each of them, the simplest possible greeting a returning king could offer to a man kneeling on the strand of his own father's island. My lord, rise. We have work. It had become by sunset an oath. It had become by sunset 20 oaths. The magister, watching from beside the longboat, had, for the 3rd time in 15 years, the 3rd recorded time in his entire Pentoshi life, laughed a small, soft Pentoshi laugh, and had bowed his great soft yellow head with the unoiled beard to the gathered Stormlander plate on the strand, and Daenerys, on Aegon's right hand, had said nothing the whole afternoon, and had felt, for the first time in her life, that the air around her was not the air around a girl, but the air around a queen. Above them, on the cliff above the bay, the 3 dragons had come down at last, one by one, with a slow, heavy beating of the wing, and had perched on the wyverns at the corners of the long sea dragon spine of the outer wall of Dragonstone, Balerion at the northwest, Rego at the southwest, Megon on Aegon's shoulder when at last Aegon had walked, with Lord Stannis at his left and Daenerys at his right, up the long stair from the strand into the courtyard of the castle of his father. And on the high east tower of the inner keep, in the small hot chamber by the window that looked west, a tall red-robed woman with a long thin face and dark hot eyes the color of ember had been standing for an hour with her hand on the warm stone of the wall and her own small private smile on her face, looking down at the strand, and Melisandre of Asshai, who had been told by her god that she had been wrong about a great many things and would have to be told by a boy of 15 exactly what she had been wrong about, had laid her cheek against the warm stone, and had whispered, very low, in a language none of her household understood, 3 words, the same 3 words the cold gray eye of Lord Stannis had said an hour before, the same 3 words Daenerys had thought, very quietly, the same 3 words the Magister Illyrio Mapates of Pentos, weeping at last beside the longboat without anyone seeing, had said in his own old purr, the words on which the new age of the realm had now begun. The boy is the throne. Chapter 9. The burning the summer Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, came home to Westeros. The realm was already at the kind of low, slow boil that, in the old Valentine saying, a fish does not feel until the kitchen girl puts in the salt. The usurper Robert Baratheon had been dead 9 months, gored on a hunt in the Kingswood by a boar in the 2nd week of autumn 298, the wound mortifying, the dying long and drunken, the small king on the throne 9 years old and ill-named, and the regency had passed, by the small hard hand of the Queen Mother Cersei Lannister, into the long cold winter of a house at war with everyone. Lord Eddard Stark had not been hand at the moment of the death. He had come south at the dead king's summons, and had ridden back north before Robert's wound had soured. His refusal to take the office a small, careful private decision that Catelyn had argued him into, and that had, by hindsight, saved his life, and several other lives besides. Jon Arryn, old, was hand again for the 2nd time in his career, a wizened figurehead being kept upright in his chair by the daily ministrations of 2 maesters and the Queen Mother's own quiet patience. The realm had been told that the King Joffrey, 1st of his name, 11 years old, was a brave boy. The realm had been told that the regency was wise. The realm had been told that there had been no irregularities about the late king's hunting accident, and that the rumors which had begun to circulate in certain Riverlander taverns in the spring of 299 about the parentage of the Queen Mother's children were a sad slander spread by enemies of the crown. The realm had been told a great many things. The realm had not on the whole believed them, but the realm had not on the whole found anyone better to listen to. The realm had been waiting. The realm was about to stop waiting. On the 3rd morning of Aegon's residence at Dragonstone, 3 ravens had gone out from the Maester's tower. Daenerys had drafted all 3. The Magister had endorsed all 3. Aegon had signed all 3 with his small, fine new signature, Aegon, 6th of his name, in the dark Pentoshi ink he had been writing in for 10 years. The 1st raven had gone to Riverrun, to Lord Hoster Tully, old, dying, and to his son Edmure and his daughter Catelyn at Winterfell. The Magister had counseled that this raven should be the most cautious of the 3. Daenerys had overruled him. She had written in plain common in her own hand below Aegon's, to my Lady Aunt Catelyn Tully of Winterfell, sister-in-law to my Lady Mother. I am told you are a careful southern woman with a quiet kindness in you. I have, my lady, raised your nephew. I have raised him for 15 years in a magister's house in Pentos, in the keeping of a free city merchant whom your husband Lord Eddard Stark chose in his own wisdom in 283. Your husband in his honor did not tell you. He did not tell you because telling you was telling all of Westeros, and telling Westeros in 283 was killing your nephew. I trust him for the silence. I do not, my lady, ask you to forgive him for it. I ask you only to come in the spring to meet your nephew. He is a good boy. He is a quiet boy. He has the long, stark face and the gray, stark eyes and a small ash-pale streak at the side of his hair. He has been longing for an aunt by marriage and for cousins. He has had, since he was 9, only me. If your husband is willing, bring him. Bring your son Rob. Bring Sansa, bring Arya, bring Bran, bring Rickon. Bring the boy who was raised at Winterfell as Jon Snow, for I am told he is, in a sense, your nephew's truer brother than any of his own blood, and your nephew wishes him at the table. Come to Dragonstone or come to King's Landing, in either house, in any room, there will be a chair for you and yours. Daenerys had read it back. Aegon had read it. Aegon had said very softly, Dany, you are not asking, you are telling her. She had said, yes. You think she will come. I think she will come. Why? Because she has been the wife of Lord Eddard Stark for 16 years, and Lord Eddard Stark has been carrying a lie at the back of his face for the same 16 years, and his wife has felt the lie at the back of his face for the same 16 years, and has not asked him about it because she loves him. And the day she discovers what the lie was, she will not love him less, but she will weep. And after she has wept, she will get on a horse with her sons and her daughters, and she will ride south. Because she is, cousin, a woman who, when she discovers her husband has been protecting a child for 15 years, will go to meet the child. She will not be able to help herself. It is who she is. I have read her dossier 4 times. I am betting your aunt by marriage on a single sentence in the dossier, the sentence the Maester of Winterfell wrote at the end of the section that says on the lady's nature that no boy under her roof has in her 16 years there ever gone to bed hungry, including the bastard. Cousin, that sentence is your aunt by marriage. She will come. He had said, then send it. She had sent it. The second raven had gone to Highgarden, to Lord Mace Tyrell. The Magister had drafted it in his own hand, careful, courteous, full of the small Pentoshi compliments that the Reach mistook for polish, and that the Highgarden ladies in particular, by Illyrio's careful dossier, never tired of receiving, and had said only that the Targaryen restoration had landed at Dragonstone, that the Stormlands had bent the knee, that the Crown invited the Tyrells to send a courteous delegation to a feast at the new court within the moon, and that, in a single careful sentence at the end, the Magister Illyrio Mapates, on behalf of his prince, had been authorized to discuss with the Lord of Highgarden the question of a marriage. Mace Tyrell had 2 daughters of marriageable age. The eldest, Margaery, was 16, the right age for Aegon, and was by all reports fair and intelligent and patient, and a woman of no small political talent. The Magister had said when Daenerys had read this part, Princess, the Tyrells are not a thing we win by force. They are a thing we win by chair. If Aegon offers Margaery the chair, the Tyrells will come. If we do not offer her the chair, they will stay in Highgarden and watch us burn the Lannisters and then sell us food at 4 times the market price. Daenerys had read the letter twice. She had thought a long moment. She had said, Magister, we will not offer her the chair. Princess, we will not yet, send the letter without the marriage sentence. Send only the courtesy. Invite Highgarden to the feast. Let Margaery Tyrell come and have one supper with my cousin. If at the end of the supper she has, and I will know if she has, looked at him with the look of a woman who has just decided that a chair is the chair she wishes, And if he has, and I will know if he has, not looked back at her with the same look, then we will not offer the chair. We will give the Tyrells a Mouton, a Hightower, a piece of the crownlands. We will not give them the queen. You are saving the chair for yourself, princess. She had looked at him very steadily. Magister, princess, I am saving the chair for the realm. If the queen is the right woman for my cousin, the queen will be that woman. If the queen is me, the queen will be me. We will know it when we know it. Send the letter without the marriage. The magister had bowed. He had sent the letter without the marriage. The third raven had gone to King's Landing. It had not gone, however, to the Red Keep. It had not gone to the Queen Mother Cersei Lannister or to her son, the boy King Joffrey. It had gone, by the magister's careful arrangement, to a small house in the merchant's quarter, to a single man who was the second cousin of a Tyroshi factor of Illyrio's and who had been in the magister's employ since 287, and the message had been very short. It had said only, "It is time." He had read this in the third hour after the third evening of his life in the merchant's quarter, in a small attic room by a single candle, and he had unfolded a piece of paper that had been waiting in the bottom of his locked chest for 12 years, and he had begun, that night, to walk the streets of King's Landing, knocking on the 11 doors of the 11 other men in the city who had, like him, been waiting 12 years. And by the end of the third night the 11 men had begun, very quietly, to do what they had been instructed to do 12 years ago, which was, in essence, to plant in the small folk taverns of the city the small careful seed of a single rumor. That the boy King Joffrey was not the true-born son of the late King Robert, that he was the bastard of the Queen Mother by her own twin brother Sir James, that the proof was the hand Jon Arryn had been gathering before his last illness, and that a Targaryen of the line of Rhaegar, a real one, a quiet boy with a Stark mother, had landed at Dragonstone and was raising the dragon banner again. The rumor had spread in that first week, the way fire spreads in dry pine. In the third week after the landing, Lord Stannis Baratheon, having proved his loyalty to Aegon by being the first to bend his knee, asked for a private audience in the Lord Solar of the Inner Keep. He had asked for it in the cold, even voice he had used on the Strand. He had been admitted. He had walked into the Solar with Davos Seaworth at his shoulder, and the tall, red-robed Melisandre of Asshai behind him. Melisandre had been, by Aegon's own request, made 3 nights before in a long, quiet conversation in the High East Tower, invited to be present at any council of importance, on the basis that her god had been telling her things about Westeros for 2 years, and that the things, sometimes, were the right things. Aegon had been at his small new writing desk in the Solar with Daenerys beside him, the Magister behind him at the window, Halden Halfmeister at the side door taking notes. Stannis had said, "Prince, there is a matter. My lord. Storm's End. My lord. My brother Renly holds Storm's End. He has held it since Robert came south. He has, I will not soften the words, he has spent the autumn since Robert's death gathering Stormlords and Reachmen to the idea that he, Renly, should be made king after his elder brother. He has been, in his pleasant way, a kind of charming pretender. I have in the last 2 moons exchanged 3 letters with him. He has, until your landing, Prince, been polite to me. He has called himself my younger brother, and he has called me his older brother, and he has not, in any of the 3 letters, used the word king. Since your landing, Prince, he has gone silent. He has not writ. I have written him twice in 3 days. He has not answered. He is, my prince, in Storm's End with 7,000 men of the Stormlands and 3,000 more of the Reach, which his lady mother-in-law to be the Lady Olenna Tyrell has lent him on account, and he has, by all my information, in the last week called his bannermen, and his bannermen have come. Aegon had said, what does he want? He wants to be king. My lord, I am the king. You are prince, he does not yet know it. He has been told, He must have been told by his agents on this island and at White Harbor that you have landed. He has been told you have dragons. He has not yet decided whether to believe it. He is, and I love my brother, Prince. I will not lie to you about it, I love him. But he is a man who decides what is true by deciding what would be charming if it were true. He is deciding in his hall at Storm's End at this moment that you are a Pentoshi pretender with a clever beast master and 3 trained wyverns. He is deciding it because deciding it makes the world a world in which he, Renly Baratheon, the youngest Baratheon, the handsome one, is still a viable candidate. He will decide it. He will then march. He will march Prince on Dragonstone with 10,000 men and as many more as the Tyrells will give him before they hear from us, and he will arrive at Driftmark in 3 weeks, and at the strand on which I knelt to you in 4. Aegon had been quiet a long moment. He had said, "My lord, what do you advise?" Stannis had said, "Prince, burn him." Aegon had looked at Stannis a long moment. The cold gray eye had been on his. The cold gray eye had not flinched. It had been the eye of a man advising his lord to burn his own brother. Aegon had said very softly, "My lord, I will not burn your brother." Stannis had said, "Prince, I have asked you to. He is my brother. He is also a pretender. I have weighed the 2, Prince. I have weighed them for 40 years. The pretender is heavier. Burn him." Aegon had said, "I will not burn him. Prince, then he will burn us." "My lord, he will not. I will not allow him, but I will not burn him." There had been a long pause. Daenerys had spoken then for the first time in the council. She had said very softly, "My lord, we will not burn Renly Baratheon. We will, however, not let him march. There is a difference. The difference is the dragons. The dragons can fly, my lord. They can fly to Storm's End in a day. They can sit on the towers of Storm's End. They can be seen, my lord, from every village in the Rainwood and from every fishing boat in Shipbreaker Bay. We will fly the dragons to Storm's End. We will sit them on the towers. We will then send a small letter to the Lord Renly in his hall in the company of his bannermen, signed by my cousin in his hand, that says, 'My uncle Renly, look up. I am at Dragonstone. I am the king. You are my uncle and my vassal. Come to me. Kneel. Live. There will be a chair for you at my council, my uncle. As warden of the Stormlands, you may keep your hall, your wife-to-be, your bannermen. If you do not kneel, my uncle, in 3 days the dragons will not be on your towers. They will be in your hall. We do not wish to burn you. We wish you to be what you have always been to your brother Stannis, the younger brother who is loved despite his vanity. Come, uncle. Live, Aegon of the Dragon, 6th of his name, my lord Stannis, will you accept that letter?" There had been another long pause. The cold gray eye had been on Daenerys. The cold gray eye had then moved very slowly to Aegon. Lord Stannis had said, "Prince, the letter is generous. It is too generous. He does not deserve it." Aegon had said, "He is your brother, my lord. He is my brother and a pretender, Prince. He is your brother and our blood by your blood, my lord. We will give him the letter. We will give him 3 days. If on the 3rd day he has not come, we will fly the dragons into his hall, and not at him, my lord. I will not have the dragons fire on him. We will fire on his furniture. We will burn his hall around him, but he will live. And his bannermen will be standing in a roofless hall when we are done. And he will, on his knees among his fallen rafters, write us his oath in his own blood. And we will then ride him to Dragonstone in a litter with his hand on his heart and not on his sword. We do not need him dead, my lord. We need him bent. Will you, my lord, accept that?" Stannis had looked at Aegon a long time. He had said at last very low, "Prince, you are kinder than I would have been. My lord, I am hoping it is the same thing as wiser. It may be, Prince, it may be. I will accept the letter." The letter had been sent within the hour. Daenerys had drafted it. Aegon had signed it. It had gone by the courier sloop, with the great Stannis seal at the wax. Stannis had insisted. He had said, with a small, dry Baratheon humor she had not expected of him, that the boy will not believe a Targaryen letter without a Baratheon seal. My brother is the kind of man who, if he reads dragons without stags, will conclude it is a forgery and have the messenger flogged. And with Lord Stannis' smallest companion, a Stormlander knight named Sir Bruce Buckler, whom Renly had known since boyhood. On board to deliver it, while the letter sailed, the dragons flew. Balerion and Rhaego had risen from the wyverns at the corners of the outer wall the next morning, and Aegon, riding Balerion in his plain dark gray, with the long, thin Valyrian steel blade Darkhand at his hip, and Daenerys, riding Rhaego, who had begun in the 3rd week at Dragonstone to accept her as a second rider, had flown them west across Shipbreaker Bay in a slow, patient arc. And at the high noon of the 2nd day, they had come down out of the cold spring sky to circle, 3 times each. The high, broken stone and storm towers of Storm's End, the great drum tower of Aegon's namesake's namesake of the Stormlands, and they had landed, both of them, on cue, in unison, one on the south tower and one on the east, and had folded their wings, and had laid their great heads on their forearms and had waited. Aegon and Daenerys had not themselves dismounted. They had stayed in the high saddles. They had watched from the towers the small dots of Stormlander men running across the courtyard below them, the small dots of Stormlander archers gathering on the inner wall, the small dot of a small, fat, blue-cloaked man, Renly, coming out at last, very slowly, into the inner ward to look up. They had watched. They had not moved. They had not spoken. After an hour, a small, white-flagged figure had come up to the south tower with Sir Bruce Buckler at his elbow and the letter in his hand. Aegon had taken the letter, opened it on his own thigh, read it, refolded it, returned it to the white-flagged figure. He had said very softly, "Tell your lord we have his answer in 3 days." He had then, with a small nudge of his knees, lifted Balerion off the south tower, and Daenerys with Rhaego had risen off the east, and the 2 dragons had circled once, the inner ward at perhaps 400 feet, slow, deliberate, in a manner that allowed every man in the ward to see exactly how large the dragons were, and exactly how close they could come, and exactly how little anyone in Storm's End could do about it, and then had leaned east into the wind and flown home. Renly had sent his answer in 2 days. He had written, "My nephew, I had not known you lived. I had not known what kind of king you were. I have now seen the dragons. I will come. I bring my bannermen. I bring the offer of my service. I bring, Prince, my own apologies for the foolish months. Renly of Storm's End, your uncle by blood and by oath." He had come. He had come with 27 Stormlord bannermen on horse and an honor guard of 40 men of his own household, all in plain dark blue. He had ridden up the strand of Dragonstone, dismounted, and walked the strand barefoot. Aegon had not asked it. Renly had heard about Aegon walking it barefoot on the day of the landing, and had decided in his own showmanship that this would be his small touch, and had knelt at the high-water mark in front of his brother Stannis and his nephew Aegon, and had said, "My lord brother, my lord prince, I yield." Stannis had not spoken. Aegon had taken him by the elbow and lifted him and embraced him, small and dark, embracing tall and broad, and had said, "My uncle, rise, we have work." It had been the same line he had used on the Stormlanders on the strand on the day of the landing. Daenerys had been watching. She had marked the line. The line was by then what he was. It had become in 3 weeks his coronation line. He had used it 11 times that day, on the strand and in the hall, with 11 different men of the Stormlands and the Crownlands, and the line had not lost its grace once. In the 4th week the 2nd raven came back from Winterfell. It was the answer to Daenerys' letter to Catelyn. It was in Catelyn's own hand. It said only, "To the Princess Daenerys Targaryen of Pentos, my niece by marriage, I have wept. I have, in fact, wept a great deal more than I intended to before I sat to this letter. I have for 16 years loved a man who carried a secret for me. He carried it well, and I forgive him as I have forgiven him many smaller things. I will not let him forgive himself on his own. I will sit with him in the godswood, and I will hold his hand. We are coming. I am bringing my children. I am bringing my husband. I am bringing the boy at Winterfell who has been called Jon Snow. For he asked, when my lord husband told us all yesterday in the great hall, whether he might come, and my lord husband said yes. He is a good boy, princess, the bastard. My lord husband loves him as his own, and he has the same long stark face as the prince your cousin must have, and he does not yet understand why exactly. But he is coming because he understands my lord husband has wanted him to. We will be at White Harbor by the moon's end. We will sail from White Harbor in Lord Manderley's flagship. We will be at Dragonstone in 6 weeks. Princess, my niece, I cannot wait to meet you and your cousin, Catelyn of Riverrun by marriage Stark. Daenerys had read the letter twice. She had not until the second reading noticed the smudge of dried tears on the lower right corner. She had read it a third time. She had then walked to Aegon, who was that morning in the inner ward, watching a small green-painted 4-year-old daughter of Lord Stannis with gray spot disease named Shireen feed Meagon a strip of dried mackerel, and she had given him the letter. He had read it. He had been quiet a long time. He had said very softly, Dany, cousin, I am going to have an uncle and an aunt and cousins. You are. And a Jon Snow, a brother who is not my brother, a cousin who is not my cousin, a something who is what I have been for 14 years. He is the thing I was supposed to be. She had said, cousin, he is the man who took your life so that you could have one. He is the gift your Uncle Ned built around you. He does not yet know it. We will, when he arrives, treat him as the gift. We will, when he arrives, make him the gift he was. Aegon had nodded. He had walked very slowly to the little 4-year-old Shireen. He had crouched on his heels in the courtyard mud, and he had, small dark-haired king of 15, said to the small green-painted 4-year-old Lady Shireen, we are going to have many cousins in this castle in 6 weeks. I am going to need a very good chief of receiving. Would you be my chief of receiving? She had said in her small, bright Stormlander voice, what does that mean, your grace? He had said, it means you will hold the door open. She had said, I can do that, your grace. She had nodded very seriously and turned to Meagon and given him another strip of mackerel. Daenerys, watching from the steps of the inner keep, had laughed for the first time in 3 weeks. The Lannisters had not waited. In the 5th week of Aegon's residence at Dragonstone, 3 things had happened in quick succession at King's Landing. The first was that the Queen Mother Cersei, hearing through her father Tywin spies that a Targaryen with dragons had landed at Dragonstone, and that the Stormlords had bent the knee, had, with the small, careful Lannister instinct for striking first and asking second, ordered Sir Ilyn Payne to execute Lord Eddard Stark's old friend Maester Aemon's last living southern messenger. A quiet, sept-bound Valentine who had been in Pylos's household at the Citadel, and who had been the man through whom Maester Aemon at the Wall, in his careful 90s, had been receiving rumors of the boy with dragons. The Queen Mother had hoped, by removing him, to remove the line of communication between Dragonstone and the Wall. The execution had been carried out at dawn on the steps of the Sept of Baelor. It had been performed before 20 septons and a small frightened crowd of small folk. It had achieved the Queen Mother's first objective and exactly the opposite of her second, because the crowd had, in the small hard manner of King's Landing crowds, taken the execution of a quiet sept-bound Valentine who had visibly committed no crime, and added it to the small bag of grievances they had been collecting against the Queen Mother, and the small bag, by sundown, had been full. The second thing was that Lord Tywin Lannister, in Casterly Rock, had called his banners. He had called them quietly, by raven and by his own seneschal. To the host of 50,000 men he had been keeping at half strength for 9 months for exactly this contingency. He had assembled them at the Golden Tooth. He had sent word to his son Sir James, who had been with the Queen Mother in King's Landing, to come west and take the second host of 20,000 that Tywin's bannermen were beginning to gather at Lannisport. The plan Daenerys had read in the small, careful intelligence the Magister had begun to receive at Dragonstone from his own well-placed Westerosi pen, was for Tywin to march east along the Kingsroad, to confront whichever Targaryen army moved on King's Landing first, and for Jaime to hold the Westerlands and raise the Lannisport fleet to ferry troops to the Crownlands if needed. The third thing was that Lord Tywin's smaller, quieter, longer-bearded brother, Sir Kevan Lannister, in his careful Lannister way had sent a single small private letter to the Magister Illyrio Mapatis in Pentos, signed not in his own name, but in the cipher of a Tyroshi factor who had been doing them small business for a decade, asking, on his own private initiative and behind his brother's back, whether the Magister, and through him the boy at Dragonstone, might find it possible to receive Sir Kevan and his line in some honor at any future court. If the conflict were to settle in the boy's favor, the letter had not been treasonous exactly on its face. Kevan had been writing as a man making a private inquiry, but the letter had been the first crack in the Lannister wall, and the Magister, reading it in his solar at Dragonstone with a small private smile, had said to Daenerys very softly, "Princess, Tywin's brother is hedging. We have already, by the 3rd week, won." The fleet at Lannisport had begun to gather. Aegon and Daenerys had flown. The burning of the Lannister fleet at Lannisport happened on the morning of the 16th of the 7th moon of 299 AC. Septon Maracas, who had been on a fishing skiff a half-mile off the southern mouth of the harbor and who had survived to write his small, careful private account 30 years later, set down, in the spidery hand of his old age, the only first-person witness statement that would, in the long records of the realm, give the morning its complete shape. It had begun, the Septon had written, with a sound, not a roar. A note, a single low, slow note as of a great bell rung once and held, which had come, the Septon said, from somewhere east of the harbor, perhaps a mile up at high altitude, just on the edge of hearing, sustained for the time it took the Septon, then a young Septreader of 19 years, to look up from his net and see, against the morning sun, 3 black shapes. The Septon had at first thought they were eagles. They were not eagles. They were dragons. They were 3 dragons. They were coming in line, in slow, patient flight at perhaps 3,000 feet, with the morning sun behind them, and the Septon had later written, had been unable to count their wing beats because the wing beats had been too slow. The dragons had come down. They had not come down on the harbor. They had come down on the headland north of the harbor. They had landed there, all 3, in a low, patient line, and on the back of the largest, the black one, the Septon had written, which had been so large that the Septon had at first taken it for a ship that had run aground on the headland. Until the ship had moved, there had been a man, small and dark-haired, in plain dark gray, with a long, thin blade at his hip. The man had not dismounted. The man had spoken to the smaller 2 dragons in Valyrian. The Septon had not understood the words, but the rhythm had been the rhythm of a man giving orders, and the 2 smaller dragons, the green and the gold, had lifted off the headland and risen, in slow circles, to perhaps 800 feet. The green dragon had carried, the Septon had then noticed, a second rider, a woman, with silver and gold hair in a long northern braid. The 2 riders had begun, then, the work. It had been work the Septon had written, the way the wrecking of a ship is work, orderly, deliberate, careful, with no waste. The green dragon and its woman rider had flown a low, slow arc across the masts of the Lannister fleet, which had been at anchor in the harbor in 3 long lines of 50 ships each. The green dragon had not, on this first pass, breathed fire. It had not, on the second. It had been counting. The woman, the Septon had decided after the fact, had been giving the dragon time to fix in its small dragon, mind the precise pattern of which ships were warships, and which were the small merchantmen of innocent Lyseni and Tyroshi captains who had had the bad fortune to be at port that morning. On the third pass, the woman had, at the very end of the arc over the open water at the harbor mouth, leaned forward and spoken once, low in Valyrian, the single word the Septon had heard above all others and had later memorized. Dracarys and the green dragon had opened its mouth. What had come out had not been fire. It had been a long, white-hot rope of fire, perhaps 100 feet long. It had not gone. The Septon had written. On the merchantmen it had gone, with the precision of a tailor laying a chalk line, down the central axis of the first long line of 50 warships, from the foremost galleon to the rearmost cog. The pitch of the warships had taken instantly. The masts had collapsed in within the time it took a fishing skiff a half-mile off to count to 20. The gold dragon, smaller with no rider, had done the second line at the same moment. The gold dragon's fire had been narrower but hotter, and had cooked the second line of 50 ships in white flame so bright the Septon had had to look away. The black dragon on the headland, with the small dark-haired man on its back, had not in the first 10 minutes of the burning moved. It had only watched. The Septon had later understood that the black dragon, the largest, had been the reserve, that the small dark-haired king had been holding it back, as a man holds back his strongest sword in a duel, to be used only if a Lannister captain had had the wit to ride one of the smaller warships out of the harbor under sail, and to charge the headland with archers. No Lannister captain had had the wit. There had been no archers. The harbor had been a single great gold-endred lake of fire within the bell, and the third line of warships had, without anyone in any uniform giving an order, broken its mooring lines and tried, in panic, to run out under bare oar, and the woman on the green dragon had circled once, and had given the word a third time, and the third line of warships had been a fourth line of smoke. The Lannister fleet had been gone in the bell from the 3rd hour to the 4th. The Septon had counted. There had been no merchantmen burned. There had been very few sailors lost. They had had the time, in the slow first count of the dragon's arrival, to swim, and the only Lannister noble killed in the fire had been a single landsman cousin of Sir James, whose ship had been the 11th in the second line, and who had refused, on principle, to leave his cabin. Sir James himself had not been there. He had been on the Gold Road with 2,000 horse, riding west from King's Landing to meet up with the Lannisport host that no longer had any ships to load it on. The dragons had then, before the harbor had stopped burning, lifted off the headland, all three this time, the black with its rider, the green with its rider, the gold riderless, and had risen into the morning sun in a long patient triangle, and had flown east in the direction of King's Landing, with the cold morning wind in their wings. The Septon on the fishing skiff had not for a long time moved. He had then, with his small, careful Septon's hand, taken down his net and rowed home. He had not, in his 30 years of subsequent quiet life as a sept-treater in a hamlet outside Lannisport, ever taken up a fishing rod again. He had said, when asked, only that he had once, in his youth, seen all the fish of his country burn at once, and that he had no further interest in catching any of them. While the dragons were at Lannisport, the marching had begun. Lord Stannis Baratheon, with his 20 Stormlander lords from the Strand and the 40 more that had bent the knee in the 4 weeks since, and Renly Baratheon, with his 27 from Storm's End, and Mace Tyrell, who had come, very quickly, 3 days after the news of Lannisport reached Highgarden, with 12,000 men of the Reach and a small private letter of his own and his daughter Margaery at his elbow in a litter, dressed in gold and green and very, very ready to meet a king, had landed by Tyrell's ship at Sharp Point, and had begun the march north toward King's Landing along the Gold Road. Catelyn Stark, by Lord Manderley's flagship, had landed at Driftmark 2 days after the news of Lannisport. She had come down the gangplank with her 5 children, and her husband Lord Eddard, and the boy at Winterfell who had been called Jon Snow. Daenerys had been waiting on the dock. She had not, until that moment, looked at Catelyn's face, and she had not been ready for it. The lady had been tall and red-haired in the Tully way, and had had the same blue eyes Daenerys had read of in the dossier but had not been prepared for in person. And the eyes had been red around the edges with weeping but had been calm, and Daenerys had not been ready either for Lord Eddard's face, which had been the long, quiet, grave northern face of the dossier, but with 16 years of carrying a secret in it that had only in the last month been put down. He had walked up to her on the dock. He had said only, very low, "Princess, I am Eddard Stark." She had said, "My lord uncle, I am your niece-in-law in a way by my brother, welcome." He had said, "Princess, where is the boy?" She had said, "He is in the courtyard. He has been waiting, my lord, for an hour. He has been told to wait inside. He has been outside since the 3rd bell. He is." She had not been able to finish the sentence. She had instead taken him by the hand. Lord Eddard Stark had let her. He had let her, in fact, with the small, bewildered docility of a man who had been carrying a thing for 16 years and had at last been told he could put it down, and who had, in the moment of being told, briefly forgotten how to move. She had led him up the dock and through the gate and across the courtyard. Catelyn had come after them with the children. The boy who had been called Jon Snow had come last, tall, dark-haired, 15, the long, Stark face, the gray, Stark eyes, the same small, ash-pale streak at the side of the hairline that Aegon had, and the boy had been the whole walk across the courtyard, looking at his own boots. Aegon had been waiting in the inner ward. He had been in plain, dark gray wool. He had had Meagon on his shoulder. He had not had a circlet. He had not had a sword. He had had only, at his hip in a small linen pouch, the silver locket on its thin chain that the Magister had given him on the morning of the opening of the porphyry box, with the dark wisp of Lyanna Stark's hair inside. When Lord Eddard had come into the inner ward, Aegon had walked across the flags toward him. He had walked slowly. He had stopped at 3 paces. He had said, very softly, "Uncle Ned." Lord Eddard had not moved. The gray eyes, Aegon's mother's eyes, Aegon's eyes, Lord Eddard's eyes, the boy Jon Snow's eyes, had been the only thing in the courtyard for a long second. Aegon had then walked the last 3 paces, and he had taken his uncle Eddard by both shoulders, and Lord Eddard Stark, who had not embraced any boy who was not his own in 16 years, and who had not, since 283, embraced any boy at all without first thinking about what he was going to do with the embrace, had put his long, careful arms around the small, dark-haired king of the 7 kingdoms, and had laid his head down on the small, dark-haired shoulder, and had wept. He had wept the way Aegon had wept 6 years before in the inner garden at Pentos. He had wept slow. He had wept without sound. He had wept the long, stark weep of a man who has carried a thing for 16 years and at last, in his sister's son's arms, set it down. Aegon had held him. Daenerys had stood behind them with Catelyn and the children. Catelyn had been weeping too. Robb, 17, tall, red in the face like his mother in the stark gray wool of his father's house, had had a hand on his mother's shoulder and a hand on his own sword, and had not known what to do with either. Sansa, 15, in pale blue silk for the journey, had been weeping in the small, dignified Tully way she had been taught, into a small lace square. Arya, 12, in plain riding leathers, had not been weeping. She had been staring at Aegon. At the way Aegon was now stroking his uncle Eddard's back, the way an older brother soothes a younger, with an expression that Daenerys had not, in the dossier, been prepared for, the expression of a small, fierce 12-year-old girl who has just discovered, in a single moment in a Dragonstone courtyard, that there is a thing in the world larger than her own grief, and that the thing is bigger than her father, and that she is going to follow it for the rest of her life. Bran, 10, in his small, grave northern way, had been holding little Rickon's hand. Rickon, 7, had been crying because he had not understood what was happening, but had understood that his father was crying, and had decided that what was being done was, in his small northern way, the right thing to be doing. And the boy at Winterfell, who had been called Jon Snow, 15, dark-haired, long-faced, with the same small ash-pale streak at the side of his hairline, had been standing at the very back of the group, 3 paces behind Catelyn, staring at the small dark-haired king who was holding his father, and he had, Daenerys had seen it from the side, gone first very white, and then very still, and then he had reached up with one hand and touched, very lightly, the side of his own hair where his own small ash-pale streak was, and he had then looked at Aegon, and Aegon, who had been embracing Lord Eddard, who had not yet looked across the courtyard, had at that moment looked up across his uncle's shoulder, over the heads of the cousins, at the boy at the back of the group, and the 2 boys had looked at each other for a long second across the inner ward of Dragonstone, mirror to mirror, the small ash-pale streak in each of them catching the spring sun. And the look had been the look. Daenerys would remember it for the rest of her life. Of 2 halves of a single life that had been kept apart for 15 years, meeting at last across a courtyard, in the company of the only man in the world who knew that the 2 halves were halves. And Lord Eddard Stark, sensing the meeting through his nephew's pause, had lifted his head from Aegon's shoulder and had turned, very slowly, to look back at the boy at the back of the group. He had said very low, in the long, careful northern voice he had been carrying for 16 years, "Jon, come here, son, come here." Jon Snow, or whoever he had been, the boy who had been raised in his stead, had walked across the inner ward of Dragonstone with the slow, careful gait of a man walking, at last, into a room that had been his own all his life, and that had never been pointed out to him. He had stopped at his father's elbow. He had not, at first, been able to look up at Aegon. Aegon had said very softly, "Brother, cousin, or neither, whatever the right word is, I am very glad to meet you." Jon had looked up. He had said very low in his soft, slow northern common tongue, the only thing he could think to say in the moment, the thing that the boy who had grown up in his place would say to the boy who had grown up in his. "Your Grace, I have been wearing your face for 15 years. Aegon had smiled. It had been the small, grave, Starkan Targaryen smile. He had said, "Then perhaps you will lend it to me a little longer, cousin. We have between us a kingdom to mend." Jon had nodded. Robb had at last taken his hand off his sword, and had walked forward and put a hand on Jon's shoulder, and a hand, after a moment, on Aegon's, and the 3 boys, all of an age, the dark-haired prince of the dragon, the bastard who was not a bastard, and the heir of Winterfell, had stood in the inner ward of Dragonstone with the wind in their hair, and Lord Eddard had stepped back and put his arm around his wife Catelyn, and Catelyn had laid her head on his shoulder. And behind them, on the high east tower, the tall, red-robed Melisandre of Asshai had been standing with her hand on the warm stone and her own small private smile. And on the southwest wyvern of the outer wall Balerion, the black had let out a single low, slow trumpeting note like the low, slow note of a bell at the moment of an evening service. And the dragon's note had carried out over the bay, and the dock and the courtyard and the inner ward. And the realm, though it had not yet been told, had been. In that moment, with the burning of the Lannister fleet at Lannisport 800 miles to the west, already 4 hours cold in the harbor, and the march of Aegon's army 4 hours along the Gold Road, Mendi, or mended enough in the cold spring sun of 299 AC to allow the small dark-haired king of 15, with the small ash-pale streak at the side of his hairline, in plain dark gray wool, with his uncle Eddard's arm now around his shoulder, to lead his family up the long stair to the inner keep for the first family supper Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, had ever sat at in the country of his blood. The Lannisters fell 2 months later, but that was the war part. The war part is, in any history, the short part. The long part, the part that mattered, had already, in the inner ward of Dragonstone on a spring afternoon in 299 AC, been done. Chapter 10. The long night and the spring the Lannisters fell in 2 months from the burning of Lannisport. The fall was not, in any chronicle worth the calling, a battle. There was no single great field. There was no single great host put to flight. There were instead the slow, careful unspoolings of a great house that had, over 40 years, made itself the only house in the realm, and had, in the absence of any other house to lean on, come unspooled at the loosened thread. Sir Jaime Lannister, riding the Gold Road with 2,000 horse to meet a fleet that no longer existed, had received the news of Lannisport at the third in out of King's Landing, had read it twice, had folded it, had put it in his glove, and had, to the surprise of his own household, turned his horse and ridden back east. He had ridden back east not to King's Landing, but to a small holdfast off the Rosby Road where, by his own quiet, careful arrangement, he had stashed, in the autumn after Robert's death, a single chest containing a single document, the hand Jon Arryn had been writing in his last illness, a document whose contents Sir Jaime had not, at the time he had stashed it, intended ever to read aloud. Sir Jaime, on the third day of his ride east, had taken the document out of the chest and had ridden, with it under his cloak, the 80 miles to Dragonstone. He had presented himself at the strand of the southern bay in plate of Lannister red and gold, and with no sword at his hip. He had ridden up the strand alone. He had knelt at the high-water mark. He had laid the document in the wet shingle in front of him. He had said in his careful Lannister voice, his head bent, "Prince, I will give you the city. I will give you the queen. I will give you the boy on the throne. He is not my king. He is my own. There are things I will say in the open court, and things I will say in private. I will say all of them. I will say them in any room you put me in. I will then take whatever sentence you pass on me. I have one condition. I have only one. My sister will not be put to death. I will not stand in your way if you put me to death. Do not put her to death." Aegon, small, dark, in plain dark gray, with Daenerys on his right and his uncle Eddard on his left and the boy Jon at his shoulder, had looked at Sir Jaime on the strand a long, quiet moment. He had said very softly, "Sir Jaime, rise, we have work." It was the line. He had used it on the Stormlanders, on Renly, on Mace Tyrell, on Lord Manderley, on the Karstarks. He had used it, by the Magister's careful count, 93 times between the day of the landing and the morning Sir Jaime came up the strand. He had used it on every man who had knelt to him. He had used it because, in the small grave place at the back of his own head, he had decided early in the campaign that the kingdom he intended to build would be built not on the punishments of the previous regime, but on the work the men of the previous regime now owed to the new. The line was his coronation. He used it on Sir Jaime. He used it the way he had used it on his uncle Renly. Sir Jaime had risen. Sir Jaime had been embraced, small, dark, embracing tall and gold, and Sir Jaime, who had not since 283 been embraced by any man whose embrace he had needed, had, in a manner that nobody at the Strand had been prepared for, including especially himself, wept once, very brief, very dry, into his own gauntlet. He had then handed over the document. The document had been Lord Jon Arryn's last small, careful, private, handwritten summary of the parentage of the Queen Mother, Cersei's 3 children. The summary had been thorough. The summary had been signed and sealed and witnessed by Maester Coleman and by 2 members of Lord Arryn's household. The document had been the kind of document that, presented in any Septon's court in the realm, would result in the Queen Mother and her 3 children being formally declared not of the line of Baratheon. The document had been the lawful basis on which Aegon could, with no further fight, simply walk into King's Landing and sit the throne. He had not, however, walked. He had flown. He had flown on Balerion the Black, in plain dark gray, with the long, thin Valyrian steel longsword Darkhand at his hip, and the small gold megon on his shoulder, and the small silver locket of his mother's hair around his neck. And Daenerys had flown with him, on Rhaego the Green, in her high-collared gown of pale gray silk with the 3-headed dragon at her breast and her braid of silver and gold down her back, and Lord Stannis had ridden up the Kingsroad at the head of the Stormland host, and Lord Renly had ridden at the head of the Reach host, and Lord Eddard had ridden at the head of the Northern host, and Catelyn and Jon and Robb had ridden with him, and Mace Tyrell at the head of his 12,000 Reachmen, and Lord Manderley at the head of his 3,000 White Harbor men, and the whole great patient column of armies had come, over 5 days, up to within sight of the walls of King's Landing. And by the time they came into sight of the walls, the dragons had already, 12 hours before, perched on the 3 highest spires of the Red Keep, the Queen Mother Cersei, walking up onto the high gallery of the Tower of the Hand on the morning the dragons appeared, had taken one look at the 3 spires and had, in the long, careful Lannister way, drunk a single small cup of Dornish red and gone back into her apartments and shut the door, and had not opened it again until evening. In the evening she had received a letter from Aegon, written in his small, fine hand, brought to her door by Lord Stannis Baratheon, whom Aegon had selected for the embassy as the man with no warmth for the Queen Mother in any direction, and the man, therefore, who would not, in delivering the letter, soften it. The letter had said, "My lady, the city is mine, the throne is mine. My uncle Stannis will read you Lord Arryn's document. You will, after the reading, be conducted by my own household guard to the small, unused tower in the inner court, where a chamber will have been prepared for you. You will live in it until your death. You will have the company of your children, who will live in the chambers below yours. You will not be permitted to leave the inner court. You will not be put to death. You have my word, my lady, as the man whose father was the man your father served, and as the man whose mother was the woman your husband loved. Aegon of the Dragon, 6th of his name. She had read it twice. She had said only very low to Stannis and Joffrey. He had said, "The boy will live, my lady. He will not by the prince's decision be king. He will not by the prince's decision be killed. He will be fostered. He will be sent at 13 to a holdfast in the north to be raised by a household chosen by Lord Eddard Stark. He will not see you again, my lady. I am sorry." She had said, "You are not my lord." He had said, "No, my lady, I am not." She had laughed. It had been a small, dry Lannister laugh. She had then, with the careful Lannister dignity that had never, even at her worst, deserted her in any room, walked across her apartments to her own writing desk, sat, taken up her quill, and signed at the bottom of Lord Arryn's document the line, "I, Cersei of House Lannister, formerly Queen, do affirm in this paper the truth of its contents. I have wronged the realm. The boy in the throne is not Baratheon." C.L. She had handed it to Stannis. She had said, "My lord, kindly remove me to the tower." He had removed her. Aegon had walked into the throne room of the Red Keep 3 days later, on the morning of the autumn equinox 299, with Daenerys at his right hand and his uncle Eddard at his left, and had stopped in front of the Iron Throne and had looked up at it a long, quiet moment. He had not on that morning ascended. He had said, very softly to the men in the room, "We have not yet had a coronation. I will not sit until the High Septon has crowned me. I will sit on a small chair by the dais in the meantime, and we will work." He had then directed that a small, simple wooden chair be brought, and had sat in it, and had, with Daenerys and his uncle Eddard and the Magister and Stannis and Davos and Haldan and Lemor Steel and Lemor Sept all standing around him in the throne room, held the first council of his reign in his shirt sleeves on a chair, beside a throne he had not yet earned. He had earned it 3 weeks later at the coronation at the Sept of Baelor, in a ceremony that Daenerys had, in the small precise way she planned all such things, kept short. The High Septon had said the long words. Aegon had said the short ones. The crown, not the heavy iron of the conqueror which had been melted by Meager the Cruel, not the spiked gold of Daeron II which had been lost at the Blackwater, but a new crown, small, dark Valyrian steel, with a single thin band of beaten gold at the brow and a small red ruby above the right ear in remembrance of Rhaegar, had been set on his head by the High Septon's hand. The High Septon had said, "Long may he reign." The hall had said it. The crown had not slipped. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, had been king of the 7 kingdoms at the age of 15 years and 10 moons. He had ridden back to the Red Keep that evening on a small dark mare, with Daenerys riding at his right hand on a small white mare, with the 3 dragons in slow, patient orbit above them at 500 feet, and the small folk of King's Landing, who, by the slow, careful seeding of the small rumor 12 years before, and by the swift fall of the Lannisters in 2 months, and by the visible mercy of his sentence on the Queen Mother, had come, with the small, careful pragmatism of King's Landing smallfolk, to consider that this new king was perhaps, by their pragmatic count, the best of the available kings, had thrown white roses from their windows and shouted, in the open street, the name Aegon, Aegon, Aegon. He had not waved. He had only, at the gate of the Red Keep, before turning his horse in, looked sidelong at Daenerys very briefly, and Daenerys had very briefly, very quietly, with the small grave smile of an older cousin who has just watched the younger cousin earn a throne, inclined her head, and the 2 of them had ridden into the inner court of the Red Keep together as they had walked, 15 years before, into the inner garden of the Magister's mansion at Pentos, hand in hand. The first winter of his reign came 3 months later. The Meisters had been warning of it for a year. The Citadel had sent the White Ravens at the end of the 8th moon of 299, and the White Ravens had not been a surprise, they had been, the Magister had said in a small private letter to Daenerys, a confirmation. The autumn that year had been short. The cold had come up out of the Kingsroad in the 9th moon. By the 10th moon, the godswood at Winterfell, where Lord Eddard had returned for 2 moons to put his household into the winter, had been 3 feet under. By the 11th moon, Manderly's ships had stopped making the run to Skagos, and the small fishing villages on the eastern coast of the north had begun to send their first careful raven messages to Winterfell about hoarding salt fish. By the 1st moon of 300, the Kingsroad north of the Twins had been closed to wheel traffic. By the 2nd moon, the wall, Maester Aemon's careful elderly hand, from Castle Black, had sent its first warning south. The warning had been 4 lines long. It had been in the high formal Westerosi script Aemon had learned in his Citadel days. It had said, "To His Grace King Aegon Targaryen the 6th, my own great-great-nephew, blessings and the warmth of an old man's heart. There is a thing rising beyond the wall that is not the wildlings. It is not, your grace, the kind of thing my eyes can see, but it is the kind of thing the bell hears. I am sending below this the last small, careful collection of reports from the Rangers, in the order they have come in. Maester Aemon of Castle Black. The reports had been 12. They had described in 12 hands the same thing in 12 places. Whites, ranger bodies returning, cold blue eyes, sword arms moving where no man's sword arm should move, the slow shape of a great walking thing in the mist at the bottom of the frost fangs. 2 whole brother companies disappeared on routine patrols, and in the last of the 12 from a ranger named Cotter Pike at Eastwatch by the sea, the line, I have seen it, it walks, it rides. The mount is a great pale horse, it is coming. Aegon, in the small private council chamber of the Red Keep, had read the 12 reports in the order they had come in. He had taken 3 hours over them. He had not, in the 3 hours, spoken. Daenerys had sat across the table from him with the small gold Megon perched on the back of her chair and her hand on his great soft yellow head. The Magister had sat at the end of the table with his unoiled forked yellow beard and his great soft pale hands folded over his belly. Lord Stannis had stood at the window. Lord Eddard, summoned back from Winterfell on a sloop, and arriving the morning the 12 reports had come, had stood beside Stannis. Aegon had set the last of the 12 down. He had laid his hands on the table. He had said, "My lords, we are going to the wall." There had been a long quiet. Lord Stannis had said, "Prince, King, the crown is 6 moons old. We cannot at 6 moons take the crown out of the crownlands." Aegon had said, "We can, my lord, we will. The realm is barely settled. The realm is settled enough. Mace Tyrell will hold the Reach for me. My uncle Renly will hold the Stormlands. My uncle Sir Jaime will hold the West with Sir Kevin beside him. He has my warrant. The Vale is in the hand of Lord Jon Royce by my appointment in the spring. He is steady and he is mine. Dorne will hold itself. I have a Martell betrothal coming, by my uncle's good offices. In the 4th moon, they will not move while it is being negotiated. The Riverlands, my Aunt Catelyn's brother Edmure is at Riverrun under his father's last days. He is steady. The North, my uncle Eddard. Lord Eddard had said, "I am with you, Aegon, to the wall. Then the realm holds. We can go. We have to go. The Meisters are pretending they do not know what the 12 reports are. I do not pretend. I have, my lord, since I was a child, been told the small ash-pale streak at the side of my hair is the dragon streak my father gave me. I have come to think in the months since the coronation that it is also the dragon streak my mother gave me, and that there is a thing in me on her side that has been quietly waking up in the half-year since I sat the throne. There is a thing I have been hearing in dreams. The bell is calling. I will go. Daenerys had said very softly, "I will go with you." He had said I had assumed it. You should have. He had smiled, the small grave Starkan Targaryen smile. And Jon, he had said. I will take Jon. Cousin, he has asked. He has asked twice. He asked on the 3rd night of his stay at Dragonstone at the supper when I told him about the White Ravens. He asked again 3 weeks ago when the 2nd of the 12 reports came in. He has been at Castle Black before in the 18th moon of his life. Uncle Ned says he asked for it. He had wanted to take the Black before our discovery of who he was. He had been preparing for it since he was 12. There is a thing in him too. He has the long, stark face. He has in his blood what is in my blood on my mother's side. He is the cousin who must go with us. We are 3. The wall will need 3. Daenerys had nodded. She had said, "Then he comes, and the dragons. All 3. All 3. And she had paused. She had looked at the small box on the table beside her, the cedar box containing the 3 further eggs the old man from Asshai had given them on the 11th week of the crossing, still warm to the knuckle, still waiting. And the 3. They are warm. They have been warm since we landed. I had thought they would hatch at the coronation. They did not. I had thought they would hatch at the first frost. They did not. I think, cousin, I think they are waiting for the cold. I think they are waiting for the wall. I think they are waiting for the right pyre." He had said, "Then take them." She had nodded. The Magister at the end of the table had said softly, "Children, there is a thing, forgive me, there is a thing I have not yet given you. There is a thing in my chest in the inner court that I have been keeping for the day the 3rd egg hatched and the 3rd rider was known. I have been keeping it because the third rider, princess, the third rider is now known. Daenerys had said, Magister, who? The Magister had not in the moment named the name. He had only looked at her. He had then looked across the table at Aegon. He had then looked at Lord Eddard in plain northern grey by the window. He had said, Lord Stark, will your nephew the boy at Winterfell, the boy who is in fact your other nephew, will he come to the wall with us? Lord Eddard had said, very low, if he wishes. He wishes, my lord. He wishes badly. He has been telling me, in 3 quiet conversations in the inner court since he came back from your visit to Winterfell, that he has been dreaming of a thing in the dark beyond the wall, and that the thing has eyes the color of stars at the bottom of a well. He has been dreaming of a thing he must do. He has been dreaming, my lord. And this is the part I have not had your son's leave to tell, but he gave me leave last week. He has been dreaming of riding a creature with wings. He has been waking from those dreams with his hand at the side of his hair, my lord, on the streak. He is, I think you will agree, my lord, with all of your honor, the third rider. He has been the third rider for 16 years in the small private chamber of his own life, where nobody told him. Lord Eddard had said, he has been. Aegon had laid his hand on his uncle's arm. Uncle, we will take him to the wall. We will, on the right night, before the right wall, light a fire. The third egg will hatch under his hand. He will become, cousin, he will become my brother in the only way that matters. He will fly the third dragon. We 3 will fly together 3 on 3, and we will end this. We will end this for the realm. We will end this for our blood. Lord Eddard had bowed. He had said only, Aegon, he is my son. He has been my son. I will not lose him on a wall. Aegon had said, Uncle, you will not lose him on a wall. You may lose him on a dragon, but you will not lose him on a wall. I promise. Lord Eddard had laughed. It had been the second time Daenerys had heard him laugh in 3 months. It had been a dry, quiet northern laugh, the kind of laugh a man makes when he has just been told a terrible thing in a way that, against all reasonable expectation, has comforted him. Then take him, he had said. Take him, nephew. He is yours. They had ridden north in the slow, careful column of an army that had not, in the cold, expected to be riding north so soon. The Stormlanders had ridden because Stannis had ordered them to ride. The Reachmen had ridden because Mace Tyrell had decided, in his fluttery Reachman way, that a war against a king of the dead was the kind of war one could not afford not to be at. The Tyrell daughter Margaery had ridden in a small, comfortable litter at the head of her father's column, and had, during the long ride, slept in 3 different inns with 3 different captains of 3 different bannermen of 3 different houses, none of them being her father, Daenerys, who had been informed of this by the small, careful Pentosi intelligence network the Magister had brought with him, had said only, Magister. The girl is patient and intelligent and political. She will not be the queen. She will be useful. Find her a small office of her own at court. She is too good to be the wife of Lord Mouton. The Magister had bowed. The office had, by the second moon of 300, been found. The Northmen had ridden because they were Northmen, and the bell at the wall was their bell. The Karstarks, the Umbers, the Glovers, the Mormonts, the Manderleys, the Reeds, Howland Reed himself, who had come down from the neck in his own small, careful Cranogman litter to ride at Eddard's elbow, the only living witness besides Eddard to the Tower of Joy, had ridden. The Vale had sent 10,000 under Lord Jon Royce. The Riverlanders had sent 6,000 under Edmure Tully and the Blackfish. The Westerlanders had sent 4,000 under Sir Jaime, alone of the Lannisters, in plain plate with the lion of his house unornamented at his breast, riding in penance with no banner of his own, only the king S. The dragons had flown above the column at all hours. They had passed Winterfell in the 3rd week. Catelyn and the children had come out of the castle to greet them. Aegon had embraced his aunt by marriage. He had embraced Sansa, who had, in the 4 moons since they had last met at the Red Keep, grown 2 inches, and learned, with the small, fast Tully aptitude for these things, to be quietly in love with the boy at Dragonstone who had once written her a careful letter about her embroidery. He had embraced Arya, who had, in the same 4 moons, learned to dual-wield a small sword and a Braavosi water-dancing knife, and to scowl at any man who tried to pet her like a child. He had not petted her. He had bowed to her, and she had bowed back, and the 2 of them had stayed perfectly grave at each other for 3 full breaths before both, at the same instant, breaking into the small, grave Starkan Targaryen smile that they had between them, perfected by letter over the autumn. He had embraced Bran, he had embraced Rickon, and he had, for the 3rd time in his life, embraced Jon Snow, who had ridden up to Winterfell with his uncle and his other cousin a fortnight ahead of the army, and who had, in the 4 moons since Dragonstone, been spending the small private hours of his life trying to put together the new shape of himself. Jon had said, on the 3rd morning of the army's stay at Winterfell, in the Godswood, very low, sitting on a root by the black pool with his hand in the cold water, "Egon, I have been thinking about my name." Egon had said, "I have been thinking too. You first, cousin, you first. I had thought of taking back the name my father gave me, the name in my mother's mouth on the night I was, number the name in my father's mouth in the songs. The name," he had paused, he had said it carefully. "Eamon, I had thought, after our great-great-uncle, the Meister, he has written me a letter. He sent it down with the white ravens. He addressed it to me by the name he says was the name on me before our Uncle Ned took it off. The name was Eamon. He was, they say, at the Wall, the brothers, he was named for him. I had thought, perhaps, of taking the name back. Of being, at the Wall, of being Eamon. Of being your true brother in the only way I can be. Of not being Jon Snow any longer, which is no name, and not being the bastard of a story, which is no story. Of being the 3rd Eamon, after our great-great-uncle, with your leave, cousin." Egon had looked at him a long moment. He had said, "Cousin, the name is yours. You do not need my leave." "I would like your leave." "Then you have it, Eamon. It is a strong name. It is a name for a 3rd rider. It is a name for the cousin who flies the green." He had laid his hand on Jon's shoulder. He had said very softly, "Eamon, from now." Jon, Eamon, had nodded. The dark hair had been in his eyes. The small ash-pale streak had caught the Godswood light. He had said in his soft, slow northern voice, "Egon, cousin, I have been your double for 16 years. Egon had said, "And I yours. And after this, after the Wall, what will we be?" Egon had said very softly, "Cousin, I think we will be the 2 cousins who held the realm on a winter night against a thing that was coming. I think we will be brothers. I think we will be the men our Uncle Ned raised, one of us in his house, one of us in his absence, and we will be the same kind of man. I think we will be the men who, when the spring comes, sit on the wall at the Godswood at Winterfell and put our hands in the black pool and tell our children that the night had been long but the morning had come. I think we will be that, cousin." Eamon, who had been Jon, had said only in his soft, slow northern voice, "Cousin, I will hold you to it." They had ridden out the next morning. The Wall had been visible from the King's Road 2 weeks later. It had been visible, a long, slow, blue-white wall against a slate sky, the wall of Egon's father's father, and the army had stopped, on the morning of the visible wall, in a small careful camp on the high ground above the village of Mole's Town, and the small private council of the war had been called in the king's tent. The council had decided. The dragons would fly to Eastwatch by the sea, where Cotter Pike had reported the great pale horse and its rider. The army would march east along the King's Road to the same point. The Magister had brought, in his great brass-bound crates from Pentos, 12 barrels of an oily black powder that the slim gray-cloaked man at the long lower table of the farewell feast 18 moons before had, in a separate and unrelated transaction, kindly arranged to be brought from Karth, the powder, Daenerys had agreed, would be set in long sealed crates along the high battlements of Eastwatch, to be lit at the moment of the engagement, so that the dragons would have beneath them a wall of fire on the wall of ice. The whites, by the small, careful old reading of the Citadel archives Haldon Halfmeister had been doing for 3 months, could be burned. They would be burned. The others, the White Walkers, were a harder matter. They could be cut, but the cut had to be Valyrian steel or dragonglass. Aegon had dark hand. Daenerys had a slim Pentoshi smallsword which was not Valyrian. The Magister had, at her request, on the road north, purchased her, by quick messenger to Lord Manderley at White Harbor, the small Targaryen blade called Dark Sister, which had been thought lost since the death of Brynden Rivers, and which had in fact been in a private cellar in White Harbor for 190 years. She had taken it up in the king's tent on the night the council was called, and had felt, in her small thin hand on the smoke-dark hilt, the soft hum of a thing meeting its hand at last. Aemon John had taken up the old Mormont blade Longclaw, which Jeor Mormont had given him in 297 when he had been at Castle Black for the first time, and which had been Valyrian since the Conqueror. He had taken it up on the night the council was called in the king's tent, and had, for the first time, drawn it with the small certainty of a man who knew in his blood why he had been given it. The night they were to fly, Daenerys had taken the 3 new eggs out of the cedar box. They were warmer than they had been in any of the months since the old man from Asshai had given them. They were almost hot now to the back of the knuckle. She had laid them out on the Kingsroad earth in front of the king's tent. She had built herself with her own hands, the way she had walked into the salt-flat pyre in Pentos 3 years before, a small fire. She had laid the 3 eggs on the fire. She had stepped back. She had taken Aegon's hand. She had taken Aemon's hand. She had said very softly, "Cousins, together, you walk in 2. Aegon had said, "Together." Aemon had said, with the slow, careful, stark certainty of a man whose entire life had been the rehearsal for a single moment he had not, until that night, known the name of "Together." They had walked into the fire. The bell note had come again. The color of dragon had come again. The third hatching had happened with 3 hands on the warming eggs, and the eggs had cracked, and 3 new small wet hatchlings had come up out of the fire. A silver dragon with veins of cold pale blue, like sky in a winter morning, that had pressed itself against Daenerys's hand and trilled. An amber dragon with veins of dark sunset, like the embers in a banked hearth, that had pressed itself against Aegon's hand and let out the low, slow trumpet of a small new bell. And a third dragon, white as a Westerosi snow, with 3 faint pale rose lines down its sides, very small and very light, that had, without hesitation, in the slow, soft instinct of small, dangerous creatures everywhere, climbed up out of the fire and across the Kingsroad earth and into the cradle of Aemon's hand, and curled itself there in 3 small ringing whorls of warmth, and had laid its small head down on Aemon's wrist and gone to sleep. Aemon had wept. He had wept the long Stark weep of his uncle. He had wept the small grave Starkan Targaryen weep of his cousin. He had wept his own. He had said very low, "Aegon, Dany, I have a brother. I have all my life wanted a brother. I have not known." Aegon had said, "Aemon, we are all 3 of us brothers tonight, by dragons, by blood. By the small private oath we are taking here in front of these 3. We are 3. We have always been 3. We did not know," Daenerys had said, "and we are 3. We are the 3rd, 3 queens, 3 kings, 6 in the air over the wall tonight. 6. Let the cold thing count." The cold thing had counted. The cold thing had come. The fight at Eastwatch by the sea had been the only fight of the long winter that the small, careful histories of the realm would, in the long century after, all agree had been a fight. The other moments, the burning of the whites at Mole's Town, the running engagement at Queenscrown, The long, careful clearing of the haunted forest by Aegon and Aemon on the third night after the third hatching had been engagements. The fight at Eastwatch by the Sea had been a fight because, at Eastwatch by the Sea, the great pale horse had come down out of the haunted forest with the rider on its back, and the rider had been the Night King, and the Night King had been the kind of thing that the cold, long histories agreed was a person, an old Stark from before the wall, a thing that had been a man, a thing that walked on 2 feet and remembered how to laugh, and the dragons had come down out of the cold blue sky to meet him. 6 dragons against 1 rider on 1 horse, the Meisters would later write, was an unfair fight. The Meisters had not been at Eastwatch. The Meisters had not seen the rider on the horse lift his thin, pale hand and call down out of the storm, a thing that was not a storm but a slow black flood of wights of every size and every age, 300,000 of them by Meister Aemon's later careful estimate. The fight had been 6 dragons and a wall and the army of the realm, Stormlanders, Reachmen, Northmen, Westerlanders, Valemen, Riverlanders, Crannogmen, Manderleys, Karstarks, Umbers, Glovers, Mormonts, Reeds, Tyrells, Tarleys, the small steady remnant of the Night's Watch under Cotter Pike, against 300,000 dead, and the man on the great pale horse who held them in the small private grip of his thin pale fingers. It had begun at moonrise. The wall had been lit with the powder. The dragons had come down out of the cold blue sky in 3 pairs. Balerion and the Amber and Sunset dragon Aegon had named, on the spot, Quaithe, in honor of the old Askey woman who had once sent the cedar box. Rhaego and the silver and blue dragon Daenerys had named, on the spot, Sarah, in honor of the lost princess of the line of Yehares the Conciliator. Megon and the Whitandrose dragon Aemon had named on the spot, very softly, with his hand on the small white head, Lyanna in honor of his and Aegon's mother. The 6 dragons had circled the army of the dead at 400 feet. They had begun, on Daenerys' word, the long patient burning of the slow black flood. The smell of it, the small careful Northmen who had survived Eastwatch and who had not, in the rest of their lives, been able to eat roast meat without throwing up, had agreed on the smell, had been the smell of a fishery in a hot summer in a year of an oily catch. The black flood had burned in long lines down the wall. The flood had not stopped. The flood had been 300,000, and the dragons could burn perhaps 4,000 apace at the high end of their fire. And the dragons had had 6 dragons, and the dragons had been 3 hours into the burning when the silver and blue Sarah, the most fragile of the 3 new hatchlings, had, by the cold long arc of a thrown ice shard from the Night King's hand, an ice shard that had crossed 300 yards of cold dark air with the impossible accuracy of a thrown thing, under the long fingers of a thing that had been a man for 10,000 years, and was now a thing else, taken the shard through the soft place at the base of her left wing, and had folded, with a small piping cry, and had come down in a long, slow corkscrew into the wood on the wildling side of the wall. Daenerys had not screamed. Daenerys had, with the small, precise concentration of a queen who had been preparing for this moment in the small private place at the back of her own head for 15 years, turned Rhaego in the air and dived. She had dived not on the Night King, she had dived on his horse. She had dived because the horse was the soft thing in his plan. The horse was what he had ridden out of the haunted forest on. The horse was where his army had its standard. She had come down out of the cold blue sky on Rhaego at 300 miles an hour, and at the moment of the dive she had drawn Dark Sister out of the smoke-dark scabbard at her hip and had, in the long, slow split of a half-second, she had been preparing for since the Magister had first laid the Valyrian blade in her hand on the road north, passed it across the pale neck of the great pale horse. The neck had parted. The horse had not fallen. The horse had, with the small, calm slowness of the long dead, gone on for 3 further strides in 2 pieces, and then had come down. The Night King had come off it. The Night King had landed on the cold, dark earth on his feet, with the small precision of a thing that had been falling onto cold, dark earth for 10,000 years. He had looked up. He had not, by the small, careful witnesses of the army on the wall, had any face anyone could later describe. He had had only the eyes the Meisters had written about, the eyes the color of stars at the bottom of a well. The eyes had looked up at Daenerys on the green dragon Rego 200 feet above him. Daenerys had seen it, smiled. He had begun, with his thin, pale hand, to raise a second ice shard. Aegon had come down out of the sky on Balerion at that moment, from the other side, with no warning. Balerion had been almost the size of a small house, by the second moon of 300, the largest dragon in 300 years, and Aegon had had the long, thin Valyrian steel longsword Darkhand in his right hand, and he had, at the bottom of his dive, with Balerion's wings folded for the half-second of the lowest point, leaned down past the great black neck and slashed. Darkhand had taken the Night King across the chest, from the right shoulder to the left hip, with the smooth, easy slowness of a knife across butter. The Night King had, for the first time in 10,000 years, flinched. He had not fallen. He had stood. Daenerys would, in the rest of her life, swear it, looked down at the great long Valyrian steel cut in his own chest, and had then looked up at the small dark-haired king on the great black dragon, and had said one single word in the old tongue of the first men that Aegon had been learning for 2 months, and could just in the moment understand, and the word had been, at last. He had then, in a sound the army on the wall had heard for 10 miles, the sound of a great careful piece of pottery breaking on a hard floor, cracked, from the wound to the crown of his head and down the length of his pale body to his feet, and had fallen apart into 1,000 small pieces of cold ice. And the pieces had, in the cold blue wall light, in the long slow moment after, drifted down to the cold dark earth at his feet and lain there, and the wind had moved them. And after perhaps the count of 1 whole bell they had been only the cold dark earth. The slow black flood of 300,000 whites, in the same instant, had stopped. They had stood for a long count, 300,000 of them, in the cold blue moonlight, the way a long-held string of pearls stands at the bottom of a child's box when the child has at last gone to sleep. Then they had fallen, 300,000 at once, like the cut strings of 300,000 puppets, down on the cold dark earth at the foot of the wall, in long slow waves, until the foot of the wall had been a still cold field of long dead men no longer walking, and the wall had been lit with the long burning fires of the powder, and the dragons had circled, panting, in slow gold and red flickers in the cold blue wall light, and Aegon on Balerion and Daenerys on Rego had circled, and Aemon on the small white Lyanna, who had ridden the new hatchling on Aemon's hand, into the fight. In the long, careful instinct of a small new dragon who would not leave its small new rider's wrist, had circled, and from the wildling side of the wall, far below in the wood, there had come a small piping triumphant cry that had been the cry of the wounded silver and blue Sarah, alive, 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 who had been picked up out of the wood by a small, careful party of the free folk under their king beyond the wall, Tormund Giantsbane, and had been brought up to the foot of the wall on a wildling sleigh. The fight had been 5 hours. The dragons had landed at the 3rd hour after. The long night had ended at the dawn that came up out of the cold sea, on the cold dawn of the morning of the spring of 301. There was a small ceremony, 3 weeks later, in the Godswood at Winterfell. Daenerys had not, in the end, wanted the marriage to take place at the Sept of Baelor. She had not wanted it in the throne room. She had not wanted it in the great hall at Dragonstone, the hall her father had been born in. She had wanted it in the Godswood at Winterfell, where her aunt by marriage Lyanna had played as a girl, where the black pool was, where the weirwood was, where the cold spring of the new year had begun to thaw the long cold ground at the foot of the heart tree, and where, by the small private agreement of the family, the old gods of the first men would witness the marriage of two dragons together, in the manner of the kings before Aegon the Conqueror. It had been a small ceremony. There had been no septon. There had been Lord Eddard Stark, in his plain northern grey, who had, in the absence of any other person in the world who had a right, given his nephew to his niece. There had been Catelyn at his elbow. There had been Aemon Jon at Aegon's other shoulder, in his plain northern grey, with the small Whitandrose dragon Lyanna on his wrist. There had been Robb on Aemon's other shoulder, in his plain northern grey, and Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon in a small, careful row. There had been Stannis, and Renly, and Davos, and Lemore Steel, and Lemore Sept, and Haldan, and Dorry, and Howland Reed, and the Blackfish, and Edmure, and Lord Yohn Royce, and Mace Tyrell, and Lord Manderley, and even Sir Jaime in plain plate with the lion at his breast, who had, Daenerys had marked it, taken to attending the small ceremonies of the family in the last 6 months with the slow, careful penance of a man who had decided, at the age of 40, to begin his life over. And there had been the Magister. He had walked across the godswood floor in his saffron robe with the unoiled beard, his great soft hands folded over his belly, and had stood at the back of the gathering, 3 paces behind Dorry, and he had, when Daenerys had glanced back, very briefly, over Aegon's shoulder during the small careful words, not been weeping. He had been smiling. It had been the small private smile of a man whose patience over a long career had paid, at last, the precise dividend he had been waiting to collect. He had bowed his great soft head very slightly to her, across the small clearing of the gathering, and Daenerys, silver-haired in pale grey silk, with a small thin crown of weirwood leaves that Aemon had braided for her with his own hands at the 3rd hour of the morning, had bowed back, the way one queen bows to her chancellor at the end of a long, careful campaign. Aegon had taken her hand. He had taken it under the heart tree. He had said in his soft, slow northern voice, the words he had been practicing for 3 days, "I, Aegon of House Targaryen, take you, Daenerys of House Targaryen, to be my wife and my cousin and my aunt and my sister in the only way that has ever mattered, and the queen of the only house I have. I will keep you. I will sit beside you in any council. I will fly beside you in any sky. I will not, wife, queen, cousin, go anywhere without you." She had said, "I take you, Aegon. I have been taking you since you were 3. I have been your older cousin and your aunt and your sister by raising, and your queen and your friend and your fellow rider. I am today your wife. I will not, husband, go anywhere without you either." The heart tree had not. The small careful watchers at the back of the clearing would later said anything. Or it had said a thing in the old tongue that none of them, even Howland Reed, had been able to make out. Or, by the small private testimony of Aemon, who had been standing closest to the bowl, there had been, very briefly, in the slow, careful sap mouth carved by some long-dead first man into the weirwood face, a small, soft smile. The small private smile of a long-dead Stark girl who had been waiting in the godswood at Winterfell for 17 years to give her permission, and the smile had, Aemon would later swear it, in the small private hours of his own children's bedtime stories, been Lyanna. They had kissed. The army of the family had clapped. The dragons, in slow, patient orbits at 500 feet, had let out a single low, slow trumpeting note like the low, slow note of a bell at the moment of an evening service, and the note had carried out over the godswood and the wall of Winterfell and the long, slow, thawing fields of the spring, and the realm, which had not yet, on that morning, entirely been told that the small, long-cousin king who had taken King's Landing 6 months before had married his aunt under the heart tree of his mother's house, had been in the moment glad. The first daughter was born 10 moons later, in a small chamber of the Maester's Tower at the Red Keep, with the spring of 302 in full on the city outside, the white roses growing again in the gardens, the small folk back in the markets, the dragons sleeping in the inner court, the Magister, by then very old, by then quietly preparing his accounts for the day he would not be on the chair beside the throne. He would die 2 months later, in his sleep. In the small chamber by the kitchen that he had insisted on, the same chamber Aegon had insisted on at Pentos when he had been 4, the small Pentoshi gesture of an old man returning the small gift the boy had given him long ago, on the chair beside the throne. The labor was long. Catelyn was at Daenerys' side. Dorry was at the foot of the bed. Aegon paced the corridor. Aemon paced beside him. Eddard stood at the window of the corridor with one hand on the cold stone and the other in the cold spring sun. The Maester came to the door at the 3rd bell of the morning. He said in his small, careful, meisterly voice, "Your Grace, a daughter." Aegon went in. He sat at the edge of the bed. He took Daenerys' hand. Her hair was wet with the work. Her violet eyes were tired and bright. The small thing in the crook of her arm was very small and very loud, and had the long, stark face they had all known it would the moment they saw her, and a small pale streak at the side of her hairline that was, even in the first hour, a clear silver white. Aegon looked at her. He said, "Dany, wife, cousin." She said, "Husband, cousin, king. We are 3 again. We are 3. And one more very soon. There will be a brother for her. There will be, I think there will be in time, a Rhaegar too, and a Stark of our own, and a Lyanna," and he paused. He looked down at the small thing in her arm. "Lyanna," he said. "Wife, the first one, will you let her be Lyanna?" Daenerys had smiled. She had said very softly, very tiredly, in the small, precise voice she had been using on him in important conversations since he was 9, "My aunt and my mother both returned." Aegon had said, "Our daughter," beginning. He had taken the small thing from her arm. He had lifted her very gently to his shoulder. The small dark head, already with the small ash-pale streak, had budded, very gently, into his neck. The way the small gold Megon had been budding his head into Aegon's neck for 4 years. And Aegon, in the small chamber of the Maester's Tower at the Red Keep, with the spring of 302 in full on the city outside, and Daenerys exhausted on the bed, and his uncle Eddard at the window, and his cousin Aemon at the door, and the Magister sleeping out the last small bell of his afternoon in the chair beside the throne, and the dragons in slow, patient orbits in the cold blue sky above the inner court, had bent his small dark head over his small dark daughter's head, and had whispered to her, in the Pentoshi murmur of his own childhood, the small old Valyrian lullaby Daenerys had used to whisper into his hair when he was 3 years old on the long, low, cushioned bench in the inner garden of the Magister's mansion at Pentos. And the lullaby had been the same one a Magister Illyrio Mapatis had whispered, on a brass-bright Pentoshi afternoon 19 years before, into the small dark fist of a baby in his great soft pale hand, with the word that was not Aegon stuck like a small splinter in a 4-year-old silver-haired girl's ear. And the splinter had, at last, in the small bed in the Maester's Tower, come out. The lullaby ended. The baby was quiet. The baby was Lyanna. The realm which had not, in any of its 300 years before that morning, ever had a Targaryen queen-mother who was also her own king's blood aunt and cousin from Pentos, and who had been raised by the same Magister, and who had walked into a fire with her cousin twice in a single lifetime, had a princess. The princess slept. The dragons slept on the southern wyverns of the outer wall. The Magister, in his chair beside the throne, slept his second-to-last sleep. The boy at Winterfell who had been called Jon Snow, Aemon, 3rd of his name, of House Targaryen, stood in the corridor with his hand on the cold stone of the window and his cousin Eddard beside him, and he watched the cold blue spring sky above the Red Keep, and he thought in the small private place at the back of his head, The thing he would, in the rest of his life, think every morning at this hour: I am here. I have been here. We are three. And in the chamber, on the small, careful bed in the Maester's tower, with the long, cold winter at last over, and the small, dark daughter at his shoulder, and his wife's hand in his, and his uncle Eddard at the window, and his cousin Aemon at the door, and the Magister asleep in his chair, and the dragons in slow, patient orbits above the inner court. Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, who had been smuggled out of Westeros in a basket in 283, who had been raised in a Magister's house in Pentos under a foundling's name, who had been told what he was on a brass-bright morning in the inner garden by his small, silver-haired cousin of 11, who had walked into a fire on the salt flats with her at 14, who had walked into another fire at the wall with her, and with the cousin he had not known he had at 15, who had hatched dragons twice, who had ridden them 3 times, who had taken the throne of his father at 15 and 10 moons, who had married his aunt-cousin Daenerys under the heart tree at Winterfell with his uncle Eddard giving them away, looked at the small, dark daughter on his shoulder, and looked at his silver-haired wife in the bed, and looked through the window at the cold, blue spring sky above the inner court. And he said the only thing he had to say. "Spring," he said. Daenerys said very softly, "Spring, cousin." The dragons trumpeted once faint in the cold blue sky. The realm, for the first time in 15 years, was at peace, and in a small dark chamber at the end of a silver lane, in a city under a shadow under a mountain at the edge of the world, 8,000 miles to the east, by the careful arrangement of a magister who had died a month before, with his accounts in order, with the small black porphyry box on the high shelf at the back of the cabinet, behind the brass pot of old incense. A thin, pale young man with silver hair had at last, in the slow black water of the Ash River, in the quiet way of a man who had been forgotten for 15 years and had at last, in the small careful place at the back of his own head, accepted the forgetting, closed his eyes and not opened them again, and the slow black water had carried the small private thing of his last small sleep away into the silence of the world, and the silence of the world had taken it, and had folded it, and had laid it down. The realm did not know. The realm did not need to. The realm, at peace in the spring of 302 AC, with the small dark daughter at the king's shoulder and the silver-haired queen in the bed, and the cousin Aemon in the corridor and the uncle Eddard at the window and the dragons in slow, patient orbits above the inner court of the Red Keep, was, for the first time in any of its 300 years, entirely, completely, and at last, the family of the only kingdom it had left. The end epilogue, the GODSWOOD, ATWNTRFELL. 5 years later, in the deep season of summer in the year 307 AC, 4 riders came up the King's Road to Winterfell in the company of a single escort of 6 men and 3 dragons. The smallest of the dragons, the small white-androse creature called Lyanna, after the woman who had been buried in the crypt at the end of the Great North Wing for 24 years now, landed on the high battlement of the Great North Wall in the warm summer light, and folded her wings, and laid her small white head down on her forearm, and watched the 4 riders dismount in the courtyard with the slow, careful patience of a small dragon who had already done, in her own short life, the thing she had been hatched to do, and was now in the long, warm, easy years that followed. The 4 riders were not, by the small, careful northern courtesy, named at the gate. The steward of Winterfell, a thin, grave Northman named Walder Manderly, 4th son of Wyman, who had been steward of the castle since Lord Eddard had come south to be hand to Aegon 2 years before, had been sent down to the gate to receive them. He had bowed and he had said, "Your Grace, your Grace, your Grace, my lord." And the 4 riders had taken off their hoods. The first was the king. He was, by then, 24 years old, and he had become, in the slow, careful 5 years of the long summer, almost the kind of man the small private dossier in the Magister's Solar at Pentos had once predicted he might become. The long dark Stark face had filled. The small ash-pale streak at the side of the hair had widened to a single clean strand of white silver. The gray Stark eyes had become the eyes of a man who was no longer surprised by his own crown. He wore plain dark gray wool. He carried at his hip the long thin Valyrian steel longsword Darkhand, the small gold Megon, by now the size of a large hound, the smallest of the 3 first dragons, the most faithful, rode on his shoulder. The second was the queen. She was 26, and she had become, in the long summer, what the small, careful gallery boys of King's Landing had begun to call, in their gallery boy way, the queen across the bench, the queen who, when at supper at the high table with her husband, was always to be seen leaning, in the small, slow, careful way of the long Pentoshi suppers, slightly across the bench toward him, with her hand on his wrist or her chin on her own knuckles or the small gold beads at the end of her braid in his hand. She wore pale gray silk. She carried at her hip the smoke-dark Targaryen blade dark sister, the silver and blue Sarah who had healed from the ice shard at Eastwatch and who had become, in the 5 years since, Daenerys' most loyal flyer, the one Daenerys took for the slow, careful, long flights along the coast at sunset, rode somewhere above the wall, invisible in the warm summer sun. The third was Aemon. He was 24, the same age as Aegon. He had, in the 5 years of the long summer, in the small, careful, private hours of his life, become the man Lord Eddard's bastard had never been allowed to become. He was, by Aegon's appointment, Lord Commander of the King's Eastern Marches, the steward of the small new household at the new castle that had been built on the high ground above Eastwatch by the sea, in honor of the dead of the battle there. He wore plain northern gray. He carried at his hip the Valyrian steel longsword Longclaw, which Lord Mormont had given him in 297, and which he had taken, in the long, careful, stark courtesy of his own decision, as his own. The small Whitandrose Lyanna, now the size of a small bull, the most affectionate of the 3 new dragons, perched on the high battlement above him. The fourth was the lady. She was by then 16, and she had, in the 5 years since she had ridden out of Winterfell at 11 on a small dappled mare to follow her cousin's army to the wall, become a woman the small, careful northern dossiers were running out of comparisons for. Arya Stark of Winterfell, in plain leathers, with a small sword at her left hip and a Braavosi water-dancing knife at her right. Her dark hair cut short in a way no northern lady had cut hers in 3 generations, riding at her cousin Aemon's elbow because, by her own quiet announcement to her father 2 years before, made in the godswood under the heart tree on a cold spring evening in the year 305, she had decided, in the long, careful private place at the back of her own head, that she would go where her cousin Aemon went, and that she would not, on this matter, accept any of the small, polite advice of her mother or her maester or her sister to the contrary. She was, by the long, quiet, patient summer, Aemon's wife. They had been married in the godswood at Winterfell 3 months before, in a very small ceremony with only the family present. Lord Eddard had given his daughter to his nephew with the same small, dry northern smile he had given his nephew to his niece 5 years before, and they had been, in the 3 moons since, in residence at the new castle above Eastwatch, where Aemon was building. With the help of 3 captains of the small remnant of the Night's Watch, and the careful work of 2 citadel-trained maesters, and the slow, patient labor of 200 free folk who had, after the long winter, accepted Aemon as the Stark of the Wall, and had begun the long settling of the haunted forest, the small new household of his own life. The 5th rider, the one the steward had not counted in his bow, was very small. She rode in a small cradle saddle in front of the queen, in a small white traveling cloak that the queen had embroidered herself with 3 small gold dragons. She was, by then, 5 years old. She had the long, Stark face. She had a single clean strand of silver white at the side of her hair. She had the gray, Stark eyes of her father, which were the violet-tinged gray eyes of her mother, which were the wet-slate eyes of her grandmother Lyanna, whose name she carried. She slid down from the saddle into Lord Eddard Stark's waiting arms. She put her small, thin arms around her grandfather's neck. She said, very loud in the small, clear Pentos-accented common of her father, "Grandfather, we have come for the long summer." Lord Eddard Stark, who at 53 had begun, in the way of all Northmen of his line, to wear his northern grey a little looser than he had at 40, and to laugh a little more often than he had at 30, laughed his second laugh of the moon, and he said very softly into the small dark head of his granddaughter, "Lyanna, you have come home." He carried her into the godswood. The others followed, Aegon, Daenerys, Aemon, Arya. They followed the way a family follows the patriarch of the house, when the patriarch is carrying a small child, somewhere only he knows the way to. They followed him through the long, warm summer sun, across the courtyard, through the side gate of the godswood, down the long winding path between the cold black stones, into the small inner clearing under the heart tree, where the black pool was, and where the weirwood face was carved into the bole of the great pale tree, and where a small careful row of stones marked the spot under the bole that had been chosen, 3 years before, in a small careful family conference held by lantern light on a winter evening, as the place where the bones of the 3 Lyannas of the family of Stark would lie. Lyanna the first, daughter of Rickard, sister of Brandon and Eddard and Benjen, beloved of Rhaegar, mother of Aegon and Aemon, her bones brought up out of the crypt at the end of the Great North Wing on a winter morning in 303, by Lord Eddard's own hand, and laid in a small new stone box at the foot of the weirwood with the crown of dried blue winter roses Ned had closed her hands around at the Tower of Joy laid on top, the way it had been laid for 20 years in the dark, and beside it, the small empty stone box of Lyanna II, the small dark-haired princess of the realm, when her time should come, which, the small careful family hoped, would not be for a very long while, and beside it, the small empty stone box of Lyanna III, who had not yet been born and whose mother had not yet been chosen, and whose father might be Aemon, or might be Aegon's second daughter's husband, or might be a granddaughter not yet thought of, but whom the family had, in the long, careful Stark and Targaryen way of small private agreements, committed to provide for in time. Lord Eddard set the small dark child down in front of the weirwood. She looked up at the carved face. She said in the small, clear Pentos-accented common of her father, "Grandfather, why does the tree have a face?" He said, "Because, child, the tree is older than the castle, and it has been here longer than any of us, and it has remembered in its way all the things we have done. The face is so that, when we come to it, we know we are being watched, and when we are being watched, we are remembered. And when we are remembered, we do not entirely die." She thought a moment. She said very softly, "Grandfather, was my grandmother remembered?" He said, "Yes, child. She was remembered, by me, by your father, by your Aunt Mother, by her wolf brothers, and by the wolves themselves in their long forgetting. By the tree she is remembered. Will I be remembered, grandfather? You will be remembered, child, by me, by your father, by your Aunt Mother, by your cousin Aemon and your cousin Arya, by the realm, by the tree, by all of them, child, and by the dragons." He smiled, the small, dry northern smile. "And by the dragons," he said. "The dragons remember best of any of us." She nodded very gravely. She walked on her small, unsteady feet, the 3 small steps to the foot of the weirwood, and she laid her small, thin hand on the warm wood of the bole, and she said something to the tree very softly that none of the adults heard. The tree did not answer. Or the tree did not answer in any way the adults could hear, but the small dark-haired child, in the warm summer light of the godswood at Winterfell, with the cold black pool plashing very softly behind her, smiled at the bold, the small, grave Stark and Targaryen smile of her father, and she nodded once, in the manner of one queen acknowledging another, and she turned and walked back to her grandfather's hand. He took it. They walked back up the long, winding path between the cold black stones, out into the long, warm summer sun of the courtyard, where the small dappled mare of Arya was being unsaddled and the small White-Tandrose dragon Lyanna was watching, half asleep, from the high battlement, and where the 4 riders who had come up the Kingsroad had become, in the cold black quiet of the godswood for account of the bell, only a family. In the warm summer evening, in the great hall of Winterfell, they had supper. It was a small supper. There were 10 of them at the high table, Eddard at the head, Catelyn at his right, Robb, who was by then Lord of Winterfell in his father's absences and married to a small grave Manderly girl, at his left, the King Aegon next to Catelyn, the Queen Daenerys next to him, the Princess Lyanna next to her mother in a small high chair Dorry had brought up from King's Landing, Aemon at Robb's other elbow, Arya at Aemon. Sansa, by then married to a careful southern lord who was in Highgarden that month on the small careful king's business, standing in for her absent husband at the foot of the table, and at the very foot, the small grave figure of Brandon Stark, 16, who in the long winter had become, by a strange small careful accident of the family's blood, and of the small private hours of his own waking dreams under the broken tower at Winterfell. A thing none of them had names for yet, but which Aegon and Daenerys had begun, in their slow, careful summer way, to call the eye, and which Bran himself had begun to call, with the small, grave, stark humor of his 15-year-old self, the boy at the window. The supper was long. The talk was small. There was, as there had been at every supper of the family for 5 years, no toast made to the long winter, no toast made to the burning, no toast made to the dead at Eastwatch, no toast made to the man in the small chamber at the end of the silver lane in the city under the shadow. There was instead the small, careful Stark Targaryen toast that Aegon had instituted at the first family supper in the Red Keep on the night of his coronation, which the king made now, very softly, with his cup raised to his uncle Eddard and his aunt Catelyn at the head of the table. "To the family," he said. The family said with him, "To the family." The cups went down, the supper went on. Outside the great hall, the small White-Tandrose dragon Lyanna trumpeted once, faint, in the warm summer dark, and the small dappled mare in the stable yard turned an ear to listen, and on the high battlement of the great north wall, in the long, careful, slow, patient orbit of his own evening flight, the great black Balerion, the largest dragon in 300 years. The dragon Aegon had ridden into the white flame burning of the Lannister fleet at Lannisport, and into the long bell of the fight at Eastwatch, and into the warm summer skies of the long quiet 5 years that had followed, passed overhead with the slow heavy wingbeats of a thing at peace, and far below him, in the warm summer dark of Winterfell, in the great hall at supper, in the quiet kingdom that had, for the first time in any of its 300 years, become, in the small private place where these things are counted, the family of the only realm it had ever had, the small dark-haired princess of the family of Stark and the family of Targaryen, named for the small dark-haired girl in the crown of dried blue roses in the bone-pale tower in Dorne 24 years before, dipped her small spoon into her bowl of warm northern stew, and ate. The realm, at long last, on a warm summer evening in the year 307 AC, in the great hall at Winterfell, with the small White-Tandrose dragon Lyanna asleep on the high battlement, and the great black Balerion in slow orbit above the wall, and the silver-haired queen at her husband's elbow, and the long-faced king at his uncle's right hand, and the cousin who had been a bastard, and was now a Stark of the Wall at his wife's elbow and the small dark-haired princess at her grandfather's hand, was finally, completely, and at the small, careful end of a song that had begun in 283, with a Northman carrying a basket out of a tower of bone-colored stone in Dorne, and a magister of Pentos receiving the basket on a brass-bright afternoon in his pink marble mansion on a hill above the bay of Pentos, at home. The end.